Good morning, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Roll call is open. Colleagues, we also have hot breakfast and coffee in the self-conference room that was provided by Navajo Power as well. So they are also in the self-conference room. Thank you, colleagues. So if you are within the council chambers, please make your way back into the floor. Colleagues, we did do a roll call. We do have 14 members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council here within the council chamber. So that does constitute a quorum, and we will reconvene at 10:08 a.m. First, we'd like to start off with an invocation. Honorable Yanito, could you help us with that invocation this morning?
Yate, Hoditzash. Yate bene Neo Sanjma Yadikishika Shandishne Curtis Yanito Lash Chinsle Torchini Bashin Kanesan Dashiche Hopandas and Nala Kushin Skandanko Nilchiate the Sol Ladahonda Solche. He had long could odiji nastes count he does don't eat all this. Could they your cart is just kill one? Could they a hot econe not see that he not still? Con sovereign nation you didn't know quite in Navajo nation. Could they at he day could they say got tinny be when he get a dish lot? Ben hot and easy. Con hot any dark was it. It's easy. Ad has in Sahakis Kone Dichile Eabiado Kone Altogen, which I don't need needs and the car needs and Yahot 8 old late needs and Equagi Bashini Sni Kone Be Content Be Yahot 8 old late Niacon Be Gida Eli or Yat Ehon Juno Econ Be Nashi. At his nail Nisogi Tatlo late Nia. Could they be his Nijon or late Quaggy? One nigger taught Ligi. Quaggy, 25th Navajo Nation Council, neither nor a codoe, he get that name. Yahot Eo Conan Yilland has Ango a con the natural part a to con yat eon. Beina has lago be Yahot 8 or late nearby with neat ash con be his aunt by illness. Be Jonago a competent day Nishigi, the legislative council that a con attorney out on the corner speaker of the house. Jonan he get any eat on Kadasia on the bed out on the Yahot Egi debi. Ede you could have been a nice candle. Aroconnigi, Yoskai. A con your deltas endless slash chin competent yat eo on the Han tail con yat eo tunil to yat eo judil il. Driven ye quaggy. Arocont logo. Regon Kata seed con Tadatin down the ye hot law. Alciatke Jehovan Zak Hokon Zalscoden Lake Cushins Kanda Econe. Yahot Elkiano Tino Lokea things that the song. Arocon not or you a trabel transi cricka. Zalscobeta eat Elan so yadil chip. A quaggy height other able that did after in he diseased how it could be nas, not a need at all late corner. They not abanan. Kone tlodon hino zini. Kone yahot eo kone e. Be cannot need ido lane ya chin ya when yajin sukonda is sando kon rada is krilla. Yat eo e kone ye kides ido le to nashi yen kawans and dole. Yet edo le niya. But eo hajung dole dozne. Not dance not dance su. Konjian atras ein junago ebit karatina hot leton. Kerat il or little yat eo hont ho. Does lingido yat ehon juno e and hitches is khan junogo e. Belchadahadil neto on he lead. Nas Jago ho yat eo et hop yat as adol le to ni gando an na logo hot edol le. Ya hot eo karatin le na hot le to nasi na nil ta to le de. A jon hot le to de shin karatin skin anit ed. Ya hot eo kone Kishin skandan kone e ya so da zunbe khanda so to ado kone yel da shado yat eo kone khada shot listide na hat abogan bisa biye kone ko e ya hot e to le nasib ni ye ko e so da zun yat e de yini ko engine la do le ko tashi Kishin skanda hada hato shado ko e be hot e nas bi ye khahi be Dibe hinche hejno do le zal skode da hadi gile kon no go e season da dilnish on Navajo Nation president Bu Nigel alajen kha on do no kha be isla so yat e hon zak ni ho isho yat e keshi jo zo de ade e yadi the vice president Montoya asto Adon the Ayat Obe he's nail Niso Lel Kodoshma Naha Kodohatzi, Speaker of the House. Jonago Ayakon 25th Navajo Nation Council in Yat Eo Kon ye chapter done the law. But Nail Niso Lel Kadit Icon Yelans and has tiny Nail Niso Yat Eo Kon. Ada Hadon Nili legislation Juno E. Belka nature on Juno Belch the Hadil Nilo Yat Eo E Hatzili. Last adol le nation zal skode nan is adon al shopa in zini hon yelchini nasi dal bi gon to is ba haya bi to kon las so do ladan da ba do be hingiden in yalti jo man nas yen as gon to bischina on don ki da del neo nas bi na nil ta to le sa na gaib ke hajon da nitlon sa na gaib ke hajon do til ne da nitlon di be He caging hit such an yajin, kidding nare da so they being Jojon or they could all yasti in a yo and be bizada. Ye had seen yet of the yard that Antal Chino could they yat eo nation. Enough with alto, they should be in how on inzen or they would ask. So there's an engine not adult and other it done it off much young you that in it. The yard eos. As they the unit and launch on Radin, Hiradin Lado Yat Eonjuna in it Hayada Hot Egombe. It was Jean, it con Benas Nanil Tato de Sota, Hode asked for the Hadi Code, each Hodi Naslin, Hojona Slain, Hojona Slain, Hojona Slain, Hojona Slain. I shall.
Ia she ash kodo jnogon khatsodin ziniki ado kon jnogobe na huit ado le. At this time, I'd like to give the floor over to Honorable Toth Shiche.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, Shnat Ani Nosani Koro 25th Navajo Nation Council. Also, Heha Kona Honitlo, Ho E Citizen Beha Zito, Heha Consche. Jonochen be inanit edo. Don halchen reikage. Stwitchlo adrion netle ko. At this time, I would like to introduce my wife. She's on southeast side, Winita told. Yesterday is in Natla 49 years, but sick a halchen holoto nichin. Hinaldon hitsu holoko by Hens, Kajas, consistent Tatlata, Yahanan, Sholon Leko. This law one sheet show it a retire Iliako. Again, like to say a yoninch Neshesa. Thank you. Ede Bahatis, do here Konsanani Tlinigi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Toth, and happy 49th year anniversary, Joniet. Colleagues, we are also, we had recognitions this morning in front of the council chambers as well, so thank you to Honorable Daniels and Honorable Dr. Andy Nez for their recognitions earlier this morning. And also today, our theme color is copper and orange. This is to bring awareness on World Hunger Day. So this is to bring awareness for hunger and poverty throughout the nation and also throughout the world. What's a orange and also all of our decoration has been in partnership with the Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise. So with NACE, so we also want to extend our appreciation to them as well. Before we move forward, I also like to make a small announcement before I go to Honorable Nota. Colleagues, thank you again. Just a recap from yesterday. We did have accepted some written reports, oral reports, including myself, and also we started on to legislations. So we are now within new business B, and we will start off our agenda towards in that direction. And also, colleagues, just a reminder, you know, when we do our official conduct here in the council chamber, we always go by Title II in our Navajo Nation Council's Rules of Order. And that is the rules that we go by to conduct our meeting and to finish our meeting. I know yesterday there were a lot of misunderstanding regarding the State of the Nation addressed by the President. And just as a courtesy, colleagues, we all know here as council delegates, as legislators, we have a protocol or precedents here within the council chambers, even as a legislation sponsor. If you are not here within the council chamber, you know, as a courtesy, I do say first call, second call for the sponsor, third call for the sponsor. And if the sponsor is not here, you know, we skip that portion of the legislation. We keep going forward with our agenda. So yesterday, it goes the same with reports. Even our agents, if you are not present here in the council chambers, if you are on the agenda, you know, we just ask for courtesy if you will be coming late, if you're not going to be coming to the council chamber, you know, that we have staff that are here to note that, or that communication is always open. So if you're not going to be here for a report or being as an agent, you know, we always do that courtesy call, first call, second call, third call, sometime all the way to a fifth call. And if there's none of the presenters are here, then we have to move forward by law to go on with our agenda. So if it is a no-show, you know, we have to keep moving on with our agenda, colleagues. So just for that clarification, and also we can also put out that work on that statement on how council conducts its business, especially during our quarterly sessions. And the agenda is by code already. It's in Title II. So we will continue to follow that format unless if someone does entertain a motion to suspend floor rules, then that option is also open for our colleagues. So if we did skip a legislation or a report, you know, each of our delegates here has that discretion to entertain a motion to suspend floor rules, followed by a second to add anything back onto agenda before we adjourn. So just for that clarification, also for our folks who are listening online today. So with that, we recognize Honorable Nota.
Yate Bene. Thank you, Speaker Curley, for giving me this opportunity, and the staff. Good morning. I also want to say real quick, Yate Bene to my chapter officials, my chapter staff, and the constituents from District 14. Yesterday, I was at New Mexico, in Albuquerque at the New Mexico Transportation EV Symposium. Speaker Damien asked me to give a presentation. I was there with the governor and some of the legislatures for the state of New Mexico. So I am back today, and I would like to recognize two individuals in the galley this morning. First person that I'd like to recognize these two ladies have worked for the IHS for many, many years and have given a lot of service to the Navajo Nation. First off is Beverly Becenti. She worked for the IHS for 41 years in health information as a management director. The second person is Sandra Becenti. She worked with IHS for 38 years as a nurse and in the areas of quality and risk management. For their service, I would like to ask them to stand. Thank you so much for giving us your service in IHS. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nota, and also just a brief announcement as well. We have donuts and coffee that was sponsored by Navajo Preparatory School as well. Thank you, colleagues, and we will go forth with our agenda. We have new business B, legislation 0156-23, and we have the primary sponsor, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., here with us in the chambers. Staff point of privilege raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Speaker, just for verification, these are 2/3 legislation, right? So we need 6. So I think the last count, you said we had 14 delegates. So how can we proceed forward with 2/3 legislations when we've only got 14 delegates who are present?
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. I recognize that point of privilege. Right now, we do have 18 present. We have 18 council members present here within the chambers. And just for the record, we only have one excused absence. That is Honorable Crotty, who is excused for today. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, this is item B, legislation 0156-23, an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council approving the purchase of property offered for sale to the Navajo Nation by the owners of Goulding's Monument Valley Lodge and Tours, Monument Valley, Utah, approving the expenditure of fund principal for the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to purchase the property, and approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity and directing the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise is to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining in its operation of the property. The prime sponsor is Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading that title into the record. We have a motion by Honorable Tolth. Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Colleagues, will we be having questions on this legislation? You can just raise your hand if you will be having any questions. Okay, we will have questions. Honorable Daniels, you have 20 minutes on the board for your presentation.
Good morning. Yat Eppen, my colleagues, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Madam Speaker, his staff, visitors in the gallery. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for providing an invocation this morning. This morning, today. Kwado e yan hitato e tanada ne ben kwado. Today we come before you, kwado nagaita shnanta ano sleniki. Myself here, the Delegate Herman Daniels, kwado my two agents kwado nagaita Mr. Robert Ellen and also Division Director for Natural Resources kwado nagait Mr. Mike Halona kwado these two are my agents kwado. So kwado nagaita before you have legislation 0156-23 e kwado yokhediki e nagaita na in kwado nagaita ki has anagaita Manama Valley Utah ad has under da inish nagai Gouldings e ajida da inish ki han so e kwado e naito ne jo hota e kwado in al so ki sel so e kwado e Ben Hilkoshnet or Leko, Aronana Gouldings. It's located in Manama Valley, right there at the intersection where the Welcome Center is. You go 2 miles west. There's a little canyon. It's called Horse Canyon. Has Aronana ad has andel tokodo Adaquishi Adoleba Kahalo kodo Aronana Kea and so Gita Ecuador a ad Edabaka Ecuador legislation Ecatelia a Hitas so the total number of acreage 670.65 acres on so a has Aronana Quadona Gata 29,213,514 square feet on Soho. So is a mile square on Soho has Aronana Bakaha Loniki Datja Aronal Yebahawan Daikis Aro in Daika Chidanat Adan Dako Aronana Quadona Gate of villas, they Ninilos and Nelico, the great kind of like cabins, no, like Quishis and the Lada. Aronana Quado, the campground at the Hallo, the Rage and the Craigie, a Argent Dabil Kako, Court and has Arconic, Arolet and Indiki Museum are in the gift shop that a the Halloco. So I would have been his house a snet or Lelico, Aronana Quado Pahalegi, J at the Baka Cocodo, 59.5 million, a Quadon Gate Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Principal as be seen navigatory Arashipi ha Nito Leshkodo. So what I could on rate and also see Kodo a Benich Washnet or represent Slato Aronana Kodo, Kadekodo, my two agents, but you Hoshlet or Leshkodo rate at Savage Hoshlet or Leki, Mr. Mike Halona or Leshkodo, Eshi and his Haznet or Leshkodo, Madam Speaker. I'm going to give some time to Mr. Mike Halona.
Chair, Honorable Daniels, Otto, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, Honorable Delegates, Otto e Hunchitach, Mike Halona, Dasichin, and Le Toach, and what ye that way, just a K, Otto, but on in slow, I seen, but it's chain, Tohan, that's another key on it, that's a chain, without Nansla. I could do what you. Division of Natural Resource, Ajikachina National, Division Executive Directorship, no. Akodi, distribute Yakwa, Nikagito, Nagi, Gouldings, Operation, Le or J. Yade. Though I didn't the 2014 at Dublin, that's Ilnish. Ado Nzao. Not what they ya. Ado ya, na the kidigi ya, Hela yot wasto. Nha. Hesik does eat or late. Anna has near, late neato. Eshe hake does eat or hebanda and nesto ad. Aquag ado jo state Albany na eita, but lahos leash. Ado got Kanachado. But not that there's Tahandis and no Sandi, the business or Yahagi Gouldings. Hasha, it's another deal, Nichodotni. Ado appraisal done Hatalia, the Quibahana Kaya, Hido, Art at the Anishido business that Yagi. RV park, hotel, restaurant, arts and craft, laundromat, convenience store, airport, gas station, propane sales, electric charging stations. Although they added over 68 villas. No. Nada itla. Ako benada that initial appraisal is 73 million no balaho appraisal Akwi bahal na. Aros ko that need 59 million lata si tlinto ana ko dodlan kitin need. Ako di nen long Wayland Lafont ek at pe edo yas zindo yas Ako na ba ho ebeche the nebeche ho de sleep and de yosne. Beninanigi over 80 years that business has been in operation, making a profit around the northern part of our nation. The parks that we have, the scenery that we have, the arts and craft that we have. From around the world, people have been coming for over 80 years. They even tape movies there, film movies. Aro lahad was in 1940. Ako hunza hota. The nea keda hat ini do aden dad nisha hunza balchen besoke benaleke. Dad nisha hunza holish ade. Right now, most of the employees are all tribal members from the surrounding areas up there. Over 283 tribal members are working. And then seasons, they're running tours, all types of tours. Akot ohot a peso yahata yezido hunza holish. So da needed a return alcohol nikle. So the return, the dividends would be approximately $7 million back to the nation. Very profitable business. It's an established business. It's world-renowned, known. And now, when the Navajo Nation purchases it, now we have full control of our tourist opportunity to further develop. There'll still be thousands of people coming. Over 1.3 million people from the first of the year to now has come to the tribal park. Ako hota peso sin ade keta ayan do dan jagita hota peso aje. Karen kin ha nito lis. We should be the recipients. Bininanigi eya. They come to see our land. They come to see us, our culture, our arts and craft, our park. And so we've done pretty much all the preparation for acquisition. So honorable delegates, what we're asking is your support and favorable vote. What you're voting for is that allows us to use the principle of the land acquisition, acquisition fund. 1994 at cut. We have over $275 million in that account. And so what we need is your support to use the 59 million. There's further due diligence that needs to happen. Then we do even more in-depth due diligence. Ako hota ya hunza hol just hota bin ya kwa dischen kwa khani to Kado eya Delegate Daniels eya bekain in il cheto kaitan da ajnesto hota eta ilyagi eya benye ako kheto le.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to give some time to my other agent over here at Mr. Robert Allen with Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Thank you, Navajo Nation Council, Speaker of Navajo Nation Council. My name is Robert Allen. I'm the principal attorney at the Division of Natural Resources. I drafted the purchase agreement in this matter and assisted with assembling the legislation. The proposal is that we would purchase the Goulding's Lodge and Tours business and land and improvements for $59.5 million. With an earnest money deposit of $7,140,000. The opening of escrow, we have 90 days from the opening of escrow to the closing of escrow to complete our due diligence investigations and decide whether or not we're finally going to purchase the property based on the information, the final returns on information and investigations that we receive. It should be noted that during 60 days of the 90-day period, we have a feasibility period written into the agreement wherein we review all of the financial documents. We're entitled to receive and review all of those documents that tells us how the business is actually performing. We have a good idea of how it performs based on the appraisal, which investigates, analyzes, and tells us from historical financial reports of the business, the annual report, that according to the appraiser, the business was valued at $73.4 million. During the feasibility period, we have 60 days to finish our investigation, to do inspections of the buildings. And looking at that information, if we find that it's not feasible for the Navajo Nation to purchase the property and businesses, we have an option to back out of the agreement, and we get all of our earnest money back, less $50,000. The agreement, we were able to negotiate an agreement with the seller's attorney, and there have been noted, we were able, before this legislation came to you, we were able to complete an environmental site assessment, which investigates the property to see if there's pollution there that needs to be cleaned up or addressed, or whether or not the pollution is so profound that we want to back out of the deal. So there are 15 listed RECs, recognized environmental conditions. Of those 15, only 10 apply to the property because we are not buying the parcel tract seed that the hospital is situated on. That is owned by Utah Development Council, and that's a property that we're not going to purchase. So within that 90 days, we complete all of our investigations. We come to a decision of whether or not we're actually going to close. So after the 60-day period, if we decide we do not want to buy the property for whatever reasons that we find, the seller gets the $7.1 million in earnest money. That's after the 60-day period, and we walk away from the deal, and it's closed. The earnest money is treated as liquidated damages, so they're compensated for any damages they could claim or which they actually experienced. In the event that there's a breach on the seller side, we're entitled to a refund of the earnest money, plus we can file lawsuits such as specific performance to actually purchase the property. We end up with the businesses and land, and the seller ends up with his negotiated purchase price. That's all part of the litigation. What I did when I wrote the agreement is I separated the real estate, the improvements from the business aspects. So in the 4.0 and higher numbers in the agreement, that almost all of those provisions apply to the business aspect of the property. We have warranties and conditions to closing that have to be met prior to closing, which includes addressing all of the RECs by either removing them or providing data that's missing, cleaning up the pollution and removing it from the property. That's a requirement for closing. That's a requirement is in part 1.03 that lists all of the items that we're purchasing. I know the exhibits are extensive, but in Exhibit J, we find all of the environmental information that has been gathered on the property. So the seller has to disclose to us any other matters, citations, or any pending issues that have to do with violation of environmental laws, which we have listed in the definitions, all the laws that apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My two agents. Thank you very much. This is a good investment for the Navajo Nation. I see Navajo generating station that age with age there Peabody that nation there based on so I could see case and see Ziniki could have and need Leniki Khalid our Nana for the Navajo Nation, for our Navajo people, needs no itati data so di that egi there so Hodon Gaidam, Ad Tati, Kaito Hodon Gaidam, Shanant Adan, Lenigi Hodon Gaidam, Honorable Notes, Honorable Charles Newton, a Danish Eco, Aronana Naidesh Kid, Lokodo AIC here, could I don't know, Ajuko, I say Papa here, Lenko, Aronana Hodon Gaidam, Honorable Parish, I have a better husband, Adan Dinko Ada, that ego Tahodo, Eco Hashil, so Ecodo a based on Hilianai, or Lecho, is even get a data, as Ani, we general every day. We're growing every day with on the next 10 years, 20 years, things that Hanit, Lat or Leco, Adpansa, Kes, that Ehotita.
Thank you. Legislation sponsor Shiaj Honorable Daniels for the 20-minute presentation. And colleagues, the request to speak is now open. So if you have any questions or comments, amendments. We have Honorable Yazi, 5 minutes. This is on the main motion.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, everybody, to all my colleagues and all the relatives that are listening online. Thank you again for joining us today as we listen to legislation. Thank you to Delegate Yanito for your prayer. My question or comments are, an inspection could save us millions of dollars. And the people already voted this legislation down in summer session. Why are we not respecting that vote? And at summer session, my colleagues and I asked a lot of questions, and I feel a lot of those questions weren't answered, and I still would like those questions answered. An inspection needs to happen before signing a contract, and I want to know what is the cost of this inspection, because it helps me to understand your appraisal that you spoke about, that 73 point something million. I want to know the cost of this inspection that needs to be done, because you mentioned that there are 10 environmental, I guess you could say, red flags that you brought up that are on this property. So what is going to be the true cost of this property? That's my question. And the Navajo Nation, you know, I don't feel we have a good track record on making real estate purchases. An example is the White House, the Washington House in DC. We've had reports that that building didn't come with an inspection, and now it's sitting there. The roof is caving in. There's cracks in the foundation, and nobody is there. So we don't have good record. The other one is this rubber glove factory. It's not, we don't even know where this individual went with all our funding. So I still want to know, what is the property really worth? And this inspection is my hang up. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:46. I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to turn the floor back over to, well, first, Honorable Simonson.
Good morning, Speaker Curley, as well as colleagues here on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I also really appreciate our young folks sitting over here on the south side. Thank you for, sitting there in your observation, and I hope you learned something today. So just a couple of things that I want to mention. I'm still not quite sold on this purchase. In today's business world, nobody invests 100% of their own money into purchasing a business. There's ways to find investors. I keep talking about new market tax credits. Other tribes and other people are utilizing those tools, those resources to purchase businesses. And so where has this group of people, where else have you looked for funds to purchase this business? The other thing that I want I'd like to say is that you keep mentioning that there will be a $7 million return. And this business is owned, as you mentioned one person. I don't know how many people owned a business, but let's just say it's a couple and they owned a business. That would be 2 people. That is quite a bit of money for 2 people when you have a profit like that, $7 million. We're talking about a nation purchasing this. We're talking, you want to take care of a whole nation with $7 million. There's a difference between that and a couple that own that own this. And yes, that is quite profitable for them. So you have to think about that. And then you mentioned during your first report that you saw the man out there working and really taking care of his whole facility. And so I'm going to imagine, and when you become a business owner, you basically become the plumber, the electrician, the maintenance, and you become everything, and you have to take care of all of your, what's on the property and what's inside, whether they be freezers, refrigerators, your lighting, your electricals. And that is the way they do it because they need to save money. And that helps them, with their bottom line. And so when Navajo Hospitality comes in, I don't know whether your manager will have those same skills. And in the event that he or she does not have those same skills, you're going to be contracting out for all those repairs and maintenance. And then that starts to chip away at that $7 million. The other thing is, I'm just not sure about the water system. How old is that infrastructure? How old is that system when you get in there and you're not needing to start to fix those things? How much is that going to cost? And then the last thing is, if there are, I think you had said that there was some gas and fuel pumps, underground storage tanks. And I know that those underground storage and getting those things evaluated and tested are really expensive because you basically have to dig out the tank and then go 10 feet more on all four corners of your pump. And so those are really costly as well. So those are just my concerns, Shananta. And I really, hajo that the nilia and so additional ako anito hot on not that seal neo anit a bench the null idole only na na kish na the chokade hotel Washington the once on the nil in opiga handa dika din hita di no ako doche de nil ego ako the nan lady yen khanat do hajo ta il Oya ahoinasan shana ado hiha, and I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. Honorable Simonson waives the rest of our time. I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to turn the floor back over to the sponsor, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, kwado. Ado kwado sheyaja kwado. Honorable Yazi, Vice Chair Yazi, Ado inta kwado shateja, ato kwado da na idesh kit kwado to Yahazi, kwado Honorable Simonson, kwado shi da na hat khanigish kwado ngichen ta hadi zi kwado, Ado nana kwado ani hotza na gaida, shinda during the summer session, this legislation, it failed hotza, the last council, the 24th council, this was on a special sessions agenda towards the end of the year. So the time expired, so time ran out. So we didn't get to that. We didn't get to this legislation. So as a delegate, you can introduce a legislation. So it did on his husband so there was questions raised by Honorable Yazi and also Honorable Simonson my colleague my agency first I want to hand it over to Mr. Allen Speaker.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, ladies and gentlemen. The cost of inspections. When we get into the feasibility period, well, let me begin this way. We may not have all the information at this point, but we have enough to know that it would be a good investment. And we do have a very good idea of what pollution exists there. We still need to do the building inspections, but during this 90-day due diligence period, During the first 60 days, we would do the inspections. We would determine what kind of liabilities there are associated with the buildings. How much is it going to cost to fix the water lines? How much is it going to cost to fix the buildings, to put them in working order? And we will do a level 2, perhaps a level 3 environmental audit. Level 2 determines from these RECs, these are just suspected issues. But to actually find out what's there and what needs to be cleaned up, you have to do a level 2, and they actually dig in the ground and find out what's there. Level 3, you remove all of the items that need to be removed from the property to clean up the pollution. And a lot of this is data, and they suspect that there's an underground storage tank under the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So we will, in level 2, during the due diligence period, actually dig into the ground and find out what's there. So when we determine all those costs, especially during the 60-day period, we can say, well, this isn't the property that we thought it was going to be, and it's not worth the $59.5 million that we bargained for, and we can walk away. The only cost to us will be $50,000 during the first 60 days. If we run into 90 days, but we don't plan to, that price goes up to all of the earnest money. So when we bargain with the seller, they will only give us so much information and allow us to inspect the property only to a limited degree. Beyond that, they want an agreement that we sign saying we're going to purchase the property. So that's why we have these due diligence periods, and we still have to do the building inspections. The price for this property to the Navajo Nation is $59.5 million. So all of the costs to put the buildings in good condition, if they are in disrepair, the water lines have a problem, any other items that we find that make this deal more than $59.5 million, puts us in a position where we would walk away from the deal. And we have several opportunities to do that. So we wouldn't risk the Navajo Nation's money. The $59.5 million represents what it will cost us. Any items that need to be repaired or fixed, the buyer has to do that. That's required in the contract. If the buyer doesn't have enough funds, we have in the past, when we did purchase a town, we advanced that money and it was credited towards Navajo Nation's purchase at closing, but it cleaned everything up. And a few buildings were destroyed because there was too much liability associated with those improvements. The money, I'm not aware that we've asked for any federal assistance. We have a land acquisition trust fund that was created to purchase lands for the Navajo Nation. There's more than enough money in that fund at this time to purchase this property. When you accept funds from the federal government, there's always strings with it. So we have enough money in our land acquisition trust fund. I know that in the past, the comptroller was concerned that we should spread the risk over several accounts, but that's why this fund was created, to handle all of the costs associated with land acquisition and the acquisition itself. Those costs can be substantial compared to our fiscal year budget. All of the funds are appropriated and they're limited. And what they used to do in the past, before the fund was created, is they would find money by laying off employees. to buy real estate. So that was all part of the reason why they created the trust fund. I'm not aware that we have looked for any other federal sources to supplement. Primarily, the reason being we have enough money, and the strings that they would attach are probably not compatible with the policies and laws of the Navajo Nation. And the cost of the inspections. Mr. Stan Sapp and Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise will be handling that aspect. I don't have a cost estimate, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was around $20,000. Those are my answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Allen. I'm going to give some time over to Mr. Halona. There was questions regarding underground storage tanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Several years ago, when we were reviewing the proposed acquisition the first time, they did have underground storage tanks back in 2014. And since then, they have done the cleanup. They took out the tanks, been cleared by EPA, and now they have above ground storage tanks that fit all their standards and criteria for above ground storage tanks. So that has been taken care of. Another question was, who's going to do some repairs? But Goulding's is a really unique operation. It's like they have their own little town there, and they have their own fleet management that takes care of all of their vehicles and so forth. They have their own maintenance shop that handles all the repairs for HVAC and so forth. So, it's compiled inside the operational budget for the company and the business, and being able to respond to the needs as quickly as possible. Some of the potential aspects of it, you look at that airport, and it's been the second busiest airport in the state of Utah. When you get that, the season really hits. That's a gateway from Vegas onto the Navajo Nation, and we're missing a big opportunity because they feel like all they have control of is just to their property and then the tours. But if the nation owned it, then it would open up a bigger venue to bring people in, and we have an airport there to connect them to all the other parks that we have and all the different tourist attractions that the nation holds that they're not aware of, and it's not marketed to the visitors that come to Goulding. But if the nation owned it, then the whole Navajo Nation would become an attraction to them that we could now take them to, from Goulding's to Canyon de Chelly, here to Window Rock, and those type of tours that we could really capitalize on. We know that by their numbers, they feel they need another hotel to meet the demand because of the booking that they have to turn away at the location. They send them off to the View and to the hotels there in Kayenta. But if they had another one on site, then they would be able to do more corporate events, retreats, because that venue is not there. And so they haven't, I asked them why they didn't do that. It's like, well, we knew at some point that we're going to have to move on, and we've done the villas and everything else, but somebody else could come in and then capitalize on that aspects of it. So I think there's a bigger picture to be able to look at that. A lot of the financing and business financing is to individual business, private business owners. It's another reason that we were looking at what are some other ways. However, Gouldings is positioned in what's called an opportunity zone. So that development aspects of it could be very beneficial for any of the development moving forward. And again, I guess I just want to say is that we're prepared to do the full due diligence the next 90 days to give us a absolute comfortable and assurance that all the concerns as the infrastructure, the environmentals, anything else will be addressed. We've done that before with another purchase, and the owner paid out of his proceeds to make sure that all of those corrections were made. And I think that's what Mr. Allen has mentioned, is that that is something that we are proposing as we move forth. Ako nas ko dati nilto aro ne nata nesto lelto oyo betati aade khalait halate le la kana kuna natja eda tsen yitsa nda yilni sheshe khatati nila khotsako satosha no nesin yitsa asti do chotane sa liugo to baspata hazan da ha to netliki et ako an hidden there's some assurance that they have some employment security if the nation owns it, and that things would continue moving on, but with improvements, improving some of the business operations to capitalize on it even more. Then it all opens up. There's no restrictions, there's no boundaries that we have. So
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Arunta kodo, Madam Speaker. Kodo, ado kodo na this year is the 100-year anniversary for the council. Waki kodo bechmahas anapagan aliyadi de ako nes natin na khayo. Ako even nashe kodo na shida bechmahas yahi jeda so behen niko hota eta ilia ako dia honne to le to na sakij Gouldings. Ako na 1924 ita na has ne ko ako ajna ho just ako nes natin na khayo le ko ako na ana gaki ida si ajde sheet of khala ho de shal da no kado kelata this is ako. So next year is going to be 100-year anniversary for Gouldings. So at 1924 at nahazne ko. So I don't know. I know a lot about history about Gouldings. I used to be a tour guide for some years for Gouldings. But one day so I as a tour guide for Gouldings. So back in 1924, the 1928 first movie that was made in Monument Valley was Stagecoach. The first movie, Stagecoach, 1928. I understand that movies that Iger sanctioned that she wore a yellow ribbon how the West was won, that egi understand kodo the quishi la dalia, Arunana commercials that egi la dalia, kokodo the car commercials and others. So it is all already to the now it's a snet or letico. So I see kodo that shanat anashaniki kodo a banan he ka kodo adigi kodo I see beben he ka to what kodo nagay in iki I see title neto in hito let kodo a cock ajik to get the yosh what again ya and hin here way go aji yosh what kodo to the chin in lego kodo a train hitch we leg on the radar now Navajo Nation able to cut with shane the yosh no I got I hitch there's eco so a what ecuador taben ta need zito let kodo Madam Speaker, thank you.
Ake had dan shanan an kwado de ya nasan 28 not hanat zi sali ko honorable Sherilyn Yazido honorable dan Jermaine Simonson Pajenko Kachide ya nasonan do le ya kwado dan shibije honorable Brenda Jesus e she kwage e ya hanatis no kwado banahudish atleko honorable Jesus
Yeah, Ado Pro Temp, Honorable Nan or James, thank you. Ado Inda to members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, good morning, and also to the visitors in the gallery and listeners on the call, good morning. Yeah, Ado Shiyaj, Honorable Daniels for reintroducing this legislation to the fall session before the Navajo Nation Council. One of the things that I want to just really caution going forward is, you know, there's purchase metrics to consider when purchasing such real property or fixed asset. You know, there's always the acquisition, the financing, operating, the capital expense and disposition assumptions that have to be calculated into an analysis when it's done, especially a purchase of this magnitude. And the purpose of this analysis is to really learn and understand the dynamics of debt schedule, to analyze options so that a proper decision can be made of any future acquisitions. And with that going forward, I know that Land Department has been at the forefront of a lot of these purchases that come to Navajo Nation. And I really think that going forward, the investment committee needs to be at the forefront of these discussions going forward. The reason why I say that is that we have the controller who's a part of the investment committee and also a member, but in this case, chair of Budget and Finance Committee, to really do the in-depth analyses when it comes to purchase as such. As you had heard from one of my colleagues, that we look at the Washington building purchase. You know, we're upside down on that purchase, and nation's gonna have to put more money into it if we want to upgrade it to a good standard according to the building codes that the city of Washington, D.C. has. And not only that, if the nation was to put that particular building back on the market, then really, you know, the nation is just in a negative with that purchase. We have to be really cautious because, again, this is the people's money, and that's all we just caution on. We shouldn't just be jumping on every opportunity when it comes. So again, as an enterprise seeking a higher dividend payment, and again, Resources Development Committee works with the enterprises through their plan of operation. And it was also mentioned through a profit sharing agreement. So I'm hoping that we can get some money back that can be somehow utilized for services on Navajo Nation. So one of the areas in this 90-day period that was mentioned, I really do recommend a structural analysis be done and really consider the environmental concerns that were brought up and that were also highlighted in the initial legislation that was brought before council a couple of months ago. And then the last question I have is, this property, is it on private property, fee land, or is there any plans going forward that it will be converted to trust land? So those are the only questions. And again, this is the reason for those sales tax. If it stays in private property status, the sales tax is going to San Juan County. So again, I think the benefit was to try to recoup all the sales tax that we can. So that's my final question. So I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time, Pro Temp Speaker. Thank you.
Budget reserve time is at 1 minute and 29 seconds. ado nasa nando lich ya kuneta shia ya tanadis ne ko honorable Dr. Andy Nance question on naho jisto lich.
Oh, yeah, Shajaya Pro Tem Speaker, Ado Shatlan Ashasta, Honorable Mr. coming before the committee here, also to my colleagues in the gallery as well, Ade, Daisonal Guido, Kon, Hitlon, Lonigi, good morning. So I have several questions, Dio, Naade Kid and Lini, you know, following the summer session, you know, I did a few research of my own and was curious, Jedito residents, do they receive water from this particular region? And if the purchase is not done, then does that impede our relatives in the Jedito area on accessibility to water? Ado, the next one is, so earlier the attorney was mentioning the 90 days and that there are several opportunities and options as we continue to assess the facility and the whole entire Gouldings. Does that mean if this is approved today that it's still not guaranteed the purchase can be done and we wait until the assessment is completed? And if that's the case, can you just share a little more and elaborate more on the, and I quote, opportunities that the nation has in the event that this is passed today? The other thing is, in the event of more funding for Gouldings, will that come before the 25th Navajo Nation Council? And my concern, on the onset of this legislation was the environment beneath the as-built, beneath the surface. On the top, yes, we can talk about airports, we can talk about the laundromat, we can talk about the facility and how dated it is, but and I know you mentioned that a lot of that assessment will come from the assessment. And again, I you know, during the summer session, I did bring up the Washington D.C. house as well, and I don't know how that was achieved without getting an appraisal done. And I toured the facility last month, and it's in pretty bad shape. So that's one of the things that is cautioning me on this purchase for such a significant amount of the people's money. So those are some of the questions I have now. Speaker, I see you back in your seat. So thank you. I reserve my time. Yeah.
A reserved time of 2:09. And next I will recognize Honorable James, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Speaker, ado shinat notlaniki kodon hitlana hasistani kodo don hitla hotna egi ikha do shel khasilo kodod eya open nachin saha case do lehn so eya dig at kodo peso koni la pa halehti no ebe hanet zehnle do oyo itisha 55 million dashind eya e koni la peso no ko ako di no pa hanet ze ako akon de ARPA fund sha e do kot edi no konzad ati ba yelti ati ba net ako e she de kui peso chi sil in ako ko that a shise do e shan ye dit an hit na be peso e ya e pata hoidil ati no che yelti do ba yelti ako chi danda di ARPA funds ni hit that ako had eya ebeta anish hane sha hajoban so case jo kot ado la betle khan jenelo in jone ado la ban tse case so ado la ecuador ni nat lenigi ajen hidden ekeda hat any hajo ba den zeni benach ako akot out eya ba hasti do leko something to really think about. If we're going to be concerned about the dollar amount here, then we should also be highly concerned about the ARPA funds that we have not utilized for our Navajo people throughout the Navajo Nation. And also, I'd like to make a correction to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. I believe she was indicating Oljeto, not Jedito. Jedito, that's my chapter. In the whole next to Hopi land. I just wanted to make that correction that it's I'm pertaining. He's probably pertaining to Oljeto chapter, not Jedito. Reserve my time though. Go Hornets though. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:52. Honorable Toth, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Konat Ani Nosenido, Koroshta, Naltos legislation Nilsozi. Ako Corona Ani Nitlenike e Kumbandik ELT. Haalchine ba ajit on ya. Alle den Bachajin Trasle. Deben yen da isnel. Dota di no. Akushket adi within 110 chapters at Skotlao chapter that deskre. Edo benit ida ko asaidi kompes ashon yahadolts nabich ashi je. Jonah has ni goshin ada obetat on nish. Johot arban sus case na kodo. Zan heat in elsko resource but that nil kar. A koshe hate hade peso belkade deal chill. Adota de hidi not in the hotan shell bin a deal kid. In his bahos and con. A kodo kato that not eating hito ni. You came out with excuses. Only few of them went out. A ko ekid an heat Eben na joban so case o. Beso le ahon shadan da the quida yahnalt ro. Dos ahon nahi da do lil. Ein do ban si case. What on his ho gasla kodig on peso nan degi. Ho one dan jil no da hote. Hasil so bata has atle. Ado e behest anal hit peso lenigicho hota man sa keso shin hot on legislation hitaton nilsos. Akoshe hit hades peso bandit alo hodi no. Aten. Ako coal and de hot and the ringing gas and the a peso ya nailch la ten o peso bikinasi tra ko no wati ne shika hot aban sus case ako halet ato nila peso pasiti le let's stop traveling. Peso basit hile, let's have no more a work session or leadership meetings. Goes same things for the executive branch. Peso e na hotli. Hajes ni hit so the zen. Ako hon to the zen behata at sit nebash at the lila le. Ahatan shahada ale. But the Bast and dol yet wings and shin hot aban schossen. Oba yel to obios cut out codios lane kako. She hashing at a tax at a shneko, dot that no. How can we get some funds for our people at then? Hodat echo eben na. Say yahid ako. Washington, say ni hota hot in 8 or not dot. Ashin toto il yet oba yelti. Nobody's taking action. If we're losing money, we should stop that. When has nigi decide. Also on il we're wasting money already. Akwaeki. Holgia go she ni peson lengi e paha ni tsendi ni dole. Hot ni chahate sessionat ani no lengi hot e kon shitan linib kadi chaton hidden nab kadi cha. Aroshin jost analia don han haton nilto hona nat elto. Wait out or that's a neat glitter and he neat a leverage seat here. Ever had this Madam Chair and then thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tolt. And next on queue, we have Honorable Johnson, 5 minutes on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. To say good morning to my honorable colleagues in the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for being here with us today, and also those that are in the gallery. Thank you for being here with us. Go ahead. I'd also like to thank Honorable Daniels for presenting this legislation and bringing it back, and also his agents, Mr. Alona, as well. Thank you guys for being here. And we, RDC had a chance to do some site touring of abandoned uranium mines on Navajo Nation on the Western Agency. And we did stop by to meet at the Golding's gas station there a few months back. And we were able to, get gas, get snacks. There's a gas station that has like a small grocery store in there. And across the street, there's another grocery store. Then right next to that grocery store is a laundromat. Right next to the gas station, there is a car wash. And down the road, they have a water station for the community. So the community members are able to haul water where they don't have running water to their homes. So within this, from my understanding, with this purchase, you will also have the rights to the subsurface. If I can get a clarification to reiterate that from the sponsor as well as the agents, do we have subsurface rights to this purchase? I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:06. I'm going to turn the floor back over to the sponsor and the agents. Honorable Daniels.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues Honorable Jesus yeah, old Jato, the old Jato, big house at the it's on the Utah side. Utah job is so there were several questions. I'm going to turn some time over to Mr. Allen Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, ladies and gentlemen. We are purchasing the mineral rights, if any, and you'll see that at 1.03 G, we're purchasing all of sellers' rights and interest in and to all minerals and mineral rights, if any, whether surface or subsurface rights, and all water rights and water appropriations, if any, whether ground or surface rights and their ways of ingress and egress in connection to the property. About the guarantee of whether or not we're going to be able to purchase the property, the agreement is written in a way that, yeah, it's guaranteed we will get the property if we want it. But in determining if we want it, we have to look at all of the studies and complete the inspection and go down this list of all the RECs to do the investigation to see if there's pollution there or not, and provide data. If we find that all of the information that we received in all of these reports, all of the analysis by all of our contractors, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, Division of Economic Development, DNR, if we find that it doesn't measure up to what we thought we were buying and the costs of the property will exceed 59.5 million, the profitability is not there as all the studies say, well then we probably don't want the property. So then we would decide we're not going to buy it, and that would be the end. But during that period, after the signing of agreement until closing or the expiration of the 90 days, the seller, you'll see it in section 4.103, no solicitation of other bids. They can't entertain or negotiate the sale of the property to another until we're done with the agreement. Water accessibility. There, on Gouldings, I believe they have 3 wells. They have water tanks. So they're pumping groundwater. And we don't know yet if it's the same aquifer. We'd have to get that information from our Water Resources Department. But to date, we have not received any information that would indicate at the Division of Natural Resources that the groundwater reservoir that they draw from would be impacted. We do have information at Water Resources. It's confidential as to the extent of our water resources, underground aquifers, above ground water courses, et cetera. And we'd have to look at that question, but at this time, we're not aware that the water resources would be adversely impacted for Jedito residents or chapters. Accessibility. If we were at this time, the accessibility to the the old Jedito residents, we would have to find out where those domestic wells are, but I'm sure they're fed by domestic wells operated and managed by NTUA that were created by the Indian Health Service. If anything, if there was excess water from the wells existing on the property, I'm sure that an agreement can be worked out where there would be greater accessibility. Higher dividend and whether or not there's a good manager. We had a meeting with NNHE a couple of weeks ago where we discussed this issue. So NNHE is willing to include in their business site lease and their operating agreement that after a period of 5 years, or if we decide it should be shorter, they're willing to accept within the second year if they're not performing the way the forecasts have been given to us by the appraisal and Division of Economic Development, their forecasts on how the cash flow should function, we can change the operator. And that was agreed to a couple of weeks ago. So I hope that answers your question. And that will be included in their operating agreement business site lease. Higher dividend payment. Well, the cash flow analysis that we do have at this time, the plans that have been identified so far is that we would expand the amount of rooms available for guests. So that would significantly increase the cash flow, and it would impact the dividends and the money paid to the Navajo Nation. So as part of that dividends cash flow, there's an amount of money that has to go into a reserve that is used to maintain and replace all of the facilities inside the hotel and its tour business. That's a reinvestment into the business. So that's part of our cash flow that's been accounted for. Nonetheless, it is part of the cash that comes from operating the business. But we've all agreed that, you know, it needs to go into a reserve fund so that we can maintain the capital that we purchased and the business can operate without hardship, or all of a sudden it doesn't have water, it can't wash clothes, it can't provide food, etc. Structural analysis. We can look into that matter amongst all of us and address that issue. Thank you. Those are my answers.
Mr. Halona?
Madam Chair, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, honorable delegates, and those that are here listening and in the gallery. Madam Chair Jesus asked several different questions, and one thing that's really important about the inspections that we are going to conduct is those are required when we are doing the fee to trust applications. So that's why we're ensuring that all the studies are done, all the environmentals are done, because those are the requirements that we need when we submit an application for fee to trust. So we can start looking at that aspects of it. What was interesting was that Gouldings has been paying hot taxes even though they're off the Navajo. So that was I thought was pretty neat. It wasn't a requirement, but they felt obligated to because they're so close within Navajo. They're within the exterior of the interior of the Navajo Nation. So that would be done. And of course the structural, the business aspects of it, and you know I keep hearing the house. When you take a look at 11D, yes, there's a building there, a house, an old house, and then the White House was built, everything else. But if you look at the location, if you look at the real estate side of it, it's pretty amazing. And so we can take a look at that aspects of it was kind of the one. The second thing that was with that is, if you look at the dates, we started the process and then COVID hit. And so a lot of these normal processes didn't happen. We didn't take that trip to go actually do the on-site inspection. It was written up the contract that was going to happen by the broker, but again, they couldn't hire anybody, and there was that timeline that we were working on from the previous administration wanted the acquisition to finish by that certain timeline. And council acted on that, I think it was December that year, to be able to do that. So that put us all in the situation that we're talking about. And if it was normal, we would have followed the normal process. And if you look into those purchase documents and everything else, you'll see all that written out in detail, those concerns and stuff. It ain't pahazen do it. What that? When as I hope in the na atsa. Ita. Ako. A couple other questions. Summer session, yeah, dan kodon yitato no kai. Hatnet do. O ita hwa ni kai. Ado e sa not on it though, sa na has kada ita. Ako one vote be when na is nada sa iyo ya. Ado at zata. Ako e what end e sa ataton need. Bring it back. This is a very important, critical opportunity. Let's not miss it. Na na siya. Kwato need ita. The seller was saying, okay, I guess it's not going to happen. He'd already been entertaining other people. Tahalo dabdini, tahalo. Na na tole. Based basa unapitan. Reintroduce or slating dan yesne. Ebony na ikat kwa nani kai. Following those instructions, those requests. So we brought it back before you because there's a lot of people that feel like there's a very valuable opportunity and not to miss it. Ako eh what the auto we you know they work with the seller. Yeah. He's got the people up there concerned talking to him. He went back to the seller. I showed him non false session go in detta. A honzago. I showed it. He didn't need it. He's not slim. Ako ebony na ikakado nani cut. Ako that's a peso that's a corona de no kedo lesho. From here, if in the event everything is perfect, we address any liabilities, everything is there, and we go to closing. I want that house and everything's in the escrow. Basil, it's still not yours, you haven't bought it yet. They say, okay, you have this much days to get the closing. Then you hire a housing inspector, all of that. Audit that based on that information, oh, okay, you know, we can then move forward. This is the same process. So once we say that we're going to do that, so when we apply for the property, the land, that's all we're going to turn into trust if we decide that we're going to is the land. So that land, they're going to ask for the subsurface information, the environmental information, all of that. So that's going to be dependent on that application from feeder trust. And so then that way we're able to have the information that we need to help us if we feel that that is the route to take moving forward. And then, see, I think Mr. Allen got most of the other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Halona, and also Honorable Daniels for your responses. I'm going to go next to Honorable Nota.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. We did address this in the summer. I think we're rehashing some of the same questions and so forth. The Navajo Nation does need income. And I know that when the president came in here to give his State of the Nation, I think it was in the spring, I asked him, what is your plan? What do you see as far as us needing to bring income into the nation? And if you guys recall, his answer was really difficult, but he said the best thing that we can do at this point in time, I think, is tourism. That was very high on his list of bringing income into the nation. We've relinquished our royalties and dividends on our oil, a lot of our natural resources, our coal, our natural gas. I'm looking at this and thinking, what other options do we have? Our enterprises, our trust fund, the dividends from those, our 638 contracts, they're just not giving us enough money to run this nation properly. So I feel like we've got to start at some point and bringing, utilizing other services or other means of bringing income into the nation. I did get a chance to spend the entire day out at Goulding's, myself and Delegate Charles Newton. We spent the entire day, and that invitation was given to the entire Navajo Nation Council twice. We were asked to come out and look at this, and the day that I went out there, a large part of the Division of Economic Development staff were there. They were answering all these questions that we have. The land office, they had their staff there that day. Navajo Nation Hospitality was there. They also answered quite a number of questions. And I got to answer a number of, or not answer, but I got to ask a number of those questions. And it was a good visit for me, and I felt comfortable. I felt confident that this is something that might bring however amount of income into the nation. I did tour all the facilities that people are mentioning, the laundromats, the gas station, the hotels. It's a very, very large complex, and they got some really, really nice new buildings that are set up. I think that I think it has a really good, strong possibility based on the information that I received and the income statements and so forth that were given. I do have two questions. The earnest money, the serious intentions of us looking to purchase this property. You're saying 60 to 90 days for title searches, the property appraisals, the inspections, looking at structural analysis, all the environmental certificates, and I think that list goes on and on. 60 to 90 days. Are we prepared to do all of that within that 60 days? Do we have contractors for the title search, the property appraisals? Are those people in line? Navajo Nation has a tendency to put things in the back burner, and we don't follow through with what needs to be done. I hate to go through with a process like this and not have those certificates and all the things that need to be done not taken care of. The other question I have is in terms of, I think it was the sales taxes. They do go to Utah right now. And I believe, if I remember correct, it was well over $1 million a year that goes to the county in Utah. I was under the impression, and I don't know where I got this, but I was told that there was a method before the land gets turned into trust. There's a method to have those taxes turned over to the Navajo Nation before even we put the land into trust. Am I correct on that? Those are the two questions that I have. Are we prepared, and can we start turning the taxes over relatively sooner than having our land put into trust? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 38 seconds. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to go back to, okay, new on the board, Honorable Yanito.
Yeah, Jay. I hear now she auto legislation in source. Around Shane the Banashte. Say now she vote the Atlanta. I don't vote each like she been Nayata. That was me. Because I was excused. I would end there. She Arena Shadi Utah day. Around 8 or you never has or J2. Around a chic that I don't a shit I don't dagre. What a genie. I don't a movie started as Leo Little John Gibanson. That and even that killer. A John Wayne been not a or you go Nanish yel ado shim nashin. They put Manu Valley on the map. Ako the neto you a national kid. Even nai ado in ata. That's it. Even in nada no. Ado even nai ado once a year that no da. Aron the yasa da no to tadan. Na yos ni lo. Di peso yet oh ha you bahalle. She once a teen that needs and what needs and oh ha you the your kid the halong. The in he peso Navajo Nation peso in the council not need or da not ya balinda yosni. Dan is nesto. I don't know the name Nasni, Dasni Dan. The Kaya in the Nadas of the Haitian yeast near a towards in he told little no. On top of that, did it Nengi tourism and so forth. It's going to continue. It'll never nila. Or you nana chahid or you na banda inni from tourism. Ako a job on the so did it economic development in your office alone. Halet aid or manage later. Halet aid and other tourists the ishida banda innida booth ishido jon ka improve later. So that any is yadal this space or much of they don't eat. Or could it or Belagana, Banda but not need and yishna. This Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. Belagana is a hanel not base or they need and nesto. A codide a yan lady Harishim Belagana de Kai or Yada heat issue. Nahate nisho. Oh, you go able to the hill, yet or other queer inch, basically your son. Joe Honda, or you big yelled here. Is she been at that kid? I don't the AID hash it, Navajo Nation, AD used cars, need the hill, need the nesto. Lego yet, State House and the East, need Flagstaff. Aron da Kaida, Nedikadana, and shut it out, every part on the seats done. That's a state land. Aron the Hashine land tax in the hill, yes, state to county, to Aj. Edo, Halit I, Joy Hombe has on the United Kid converting this into trust land. No. To Edat, any Hashtanza who will Jishu in the Belanda Ile. Laid big bows in there. What Kaya ranchers in kitchen east near. Operate not this. Other tax in the Hiliani do Benil nada. On Hanate Nispich and the Hiliana, the ranchers not until. How shall I convert that to sovereign nation? Did it Buffalo Ranch in the out Colorado. Edat any did without any a bonsock case, but he needs she didn't end later. Ado done.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Time. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Yazzie with 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Thank you again for giving me this time to ask questions and comment. So you had said we don't have all the information, but we're willing to spend $60 million to make this purchase. That doesn't sound like we're doing our due diligence. My question is, you also brought up I want to know who the objective party is going to be that is going to do this evaluation. sometimes with Navajo Nation, I notice we have, bring on people who are yes people. And so they make approvals and purchases and help us to get what we want. My next question is, what have we learned from the Washington House purchase that we've included in this legislation or in future purchases where we're doing our due diligence? And my last comment is we're no longer in a period where we have COVID restrictions. So, why can't we get those inspections? Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:39. Next, we have Chair Jesus with 1 minute and 29 seconds.
Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to thank the presenters here for response to the questions that I have, and I am ready to vote. I waive the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Chair Jesus waives the rest of her time. Next, we have Honorable Dr. Andinez with 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Speaker, thank you. And also to Honorable Daniels for addressing the questions and clarifying some points that I had. And I was informed Jedito, so that's why I brought up Jedito. So I apologize that it was not the correct information I was given, but thank you for also clarifying that. I guess that's why we ask questions. So thank you. And Speaker, I reserve my time, and go Warriors.
Reserve time of 1:41. Next, we have Honorable James with 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
Dan Speaker, Ado Shanat Arnoldnisha Kahasni Loisnot Adon Hitlonotoni Ado Nana Dan Kodo Jedito Behat Ishinle Honorable Casey Johnson Dan Jinan Leon Katina Honorable Dr. Nez Go Hornets Nandole. With that, due diligence no Behat Zinleko. As the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we were invited for a work session. We were invited to attend. We were also invited to have our committee meetings there on site. We were also invited to visit the facility. Do I don't hata isti do ba yada tie ebikek honana ako ebeni nad eya ekwado shaho ebena eya a motion to seize the bait the schlicht ado vote that the nation so the schneko kod ad eya ekwado be hadel not do lichtan speaker kod.
Thank you, Honorable James. Colleagues, before I do recognize that seized debate, I'll just go over the rule for seized debate within our Navajo Nation Council's Rules of Order. I say it's prior to recognizing a motion to seize debate by a delegate, the speaker shall ensure that there is an equal number of delegates speaking for and against the immediate pending issue before the council. So far, I did have 9 delegates, colleagues that did speak on the issue. And just by my notes, there is a half and half for and against. So I am going to recognize that motion to seize debate. So we have that motion in place. And is there a second? There's a second by Honorable Simpson. And according to our rules, a seized debate motion shall not be debatable. By a vote of 2/3 of the delegates casting votes shall cause a motion of seized debate to carry. So, colleagues, there is a motion on the floor to seize debate, and we will go 2 minutes on the board to vote on seize debate. And just for the record, we do have Honorable Crotty, who is excused today. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, vote screen. Thank you, colleagues. That is a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, with 21 in favor, 1 opposed, with speaker not voting. So the motion to cease debate carries. Thank you, colleagues. There were no amendments, so there is no second reading, and we will go straight to a vote. 2 minutes on the main motion. And colleagues, this is a 2/3 legislation of the full council. Thirty seconds on the board, colleagues. Ten seconds. Honorable Damon. Time did expire. Honorable Damon votes green. Honorable Enriquez. Honorable Nez votes green. Colleagues, the votes are locked down. We have 18 in favor, 4 opposed, with speaker not voting. The main motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. We will move down forth with our agenda. We are on letter C, legislation 0202-23. Primary sponsor, Honorable Vince R. James. And colleagues, this for the record, this is not a 2/3 legislation. So there, it was a typo on there. It does say 2/3. It is a majority vote. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the legislation title into the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Item C, legislation 0202-23, an act relating to the Law and Order Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Nabakia Committee.
Colleagues and our visitors in the gallery, we are still in middle of our agenda. So if you could take your conversations outside, we are still in middle of business here. Ms. Johnson?
An act relating to the Law and Order Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Nabakia Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 26 of the Navajo Nation Code to allow for virtual attendance at chapter meetings. Prime sponsor is Honorable Vincent James. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. You have a committee report from the Law and Order Committee dated August 21st with recommend a due pass of no amendment. A committee report from the Resource and Development Committee dated August 23rd, recommended do not pass and no amendment. A committee report from the Nabakia Committee dated October 12 with recommending a pass with no amendment. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, a reminder, if we could clear the council floor, if you are not a delegate or staff, please exit through out of the exits, or you can feel free to sit within the gallery. Looks like we will be having questions on the legislation, so we will turn the floor over to Honorable James for his 20-minute presentation.
Speaker, Nadine
Honorable James, once the reading was done. Colleagues, is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Parrish, second by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And 20 minutes. Honorable James.
Speaker,
Point of order raised by Eugenia Charles Newton. Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Again, this is the third time. Folks in the gallery, if you do want to have side conversations or take phone calls, you can always exit out of the chambers to do those conversations. And only delegates and staff should be allowed on the council floor. Honorable James.
Go Hornets, Nandole. Eo Janada the Dolklon, so in here the Snecko. Yat Eko. Legislation 0202-23 in Hitato non-sos and Lenko. D-Day hidden Edo should an end Linigi. Yahada Zito Yanda Okaho, even Nacha Enalsos and Linin Sos Ako. Do Eha Shidi Ashidi Yadashed in the Ako. Laid in hidden at a yard or Hayu Yahada Hasi. I don't that up bit down no Oko. Nothing. Nas Nella has ande eya e hot a nihije nahot e oko hashidat ego eya beninat e do nas hotel torta benina e nas na nashitil nella do e hada dilieta jada no oko e di kodo bigato le the quorum for the chapter quorum iki anahanan ndat ni oko Ado scholarships that hot abel nasta hot del jish because we can't approve a budget or we can't approve the resolutions at the chapter level. None of the different projects and the ahana that edben that don neshen o hot nas nelo oko what e hol jish da no oko Ado nanat o hayudot ya di de betanel din. Nlejot oje kedahuit eniki dit ziltin sin lit educate huit enit o ha UAA aj AH eta ha na nesh atani benina the nebekaya ha hot zobi konne na neshata ten ado onda hawando bi ke huit indo le ligi ita ten kaya ade be sa honit lon kaya ta basa holot a home site leasing skedo benina o chinna o hota no da hot ad o hayun hidan end lenit o cheketa hat enko ado nana naten holze has anjito kodot nebekaya ajakaya basa holone da dot o hayut nechita has na alto ko do in hito it ida kaya lenin higanat ambenina ek o cheta ha na oko ade kode ke honit oko aj indi ta lede kaya ni higat the land dispute the Navajo and Hopi land dispute kaya basa holone da aden de oko aj not andi taligin den ha hatten kaya hande dolan hasa ada beninat o ke honit da no oko ako the kui go shi hot islaj the linear hata has ziki ben nache hot aho eya our constituents throughout the whole Navajo nation, whether it be in person, whether it be through social media, through Facebook, making it known that it was very important to have this virtual call-in meeting at the chapter meetings. Ako ya hata hasito ya ishtane da dilia ako hidden net that anil so kodo beshman sa anini lini ni hidden net aho shin lato ya hat zito ya ishtane dilia ako ede basht ako ede ya kodo ben ya nal sosin sos ako ado ede ya ben nache kodo ya kodani zi aben ha hot itla kodo chinda huit neho besh be hanne en linigi be hanne go benache elnit lon na habo honne zala jo ilia de kosen sanas et atani transni eta ilia na habo honne zat ela hanne sha naso hot out iya atlahna nit lito lit naso hot atlahni lindo lit jokot la iya hata hasti selin ko Adonana leda tranas nalde ada be chapter resolution. Altotla yahanahin deho at eko. Ako adoshi nito kwai betahas onda altoko. Eshin to ajid not socia resolution, chapter resolution for supporting the virtual call-in meeting at chapter planning and regular meeting. Eshin alto kwaigit nihil ishtan enane neto listoko edo hodat eko. So there is quite a bit of chapter resolutions, supporting resolutions that have come forward. Some agency council, the 5 agency council edo be resolution la yahan hine states linko. Ako shi eshin nihin ha naslado lekit aba ado lechanat not linigi. I leave this up to you as the council of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Your chapters, your chapters that you represent. At the chapter planning meeting and the regular meeting. Akoko ade in hidenedan lini gijo yanda o kant ashonder virtual meeting handatli so we can call in da noko ishe an hin hanaslado li hajashi be o adigi hajashi o adigi she an hin hanaslado li ade in hidene in an hidel kichido li to ade ishe an hidden hinat hada hotzi to li o adigi Oko she hot hot nan sos linin hitaton sos do liton hin ha naslako hot out eba hasti do lit do lit. That will complete my presentation, speaker and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and then relatives, friends, audience throughout the whole Navajo Nation on the outside of the Navajo Nation. Do lit. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable James, for your presentation. And we will go down the line for requests to speak. First, we have Honorable Simpson, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, our sponsor, Delegate James Itani Sosdito. Thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council and relatives, Kani Sokedo, Shike, Lady Northside. My brother, Mr. James, did. I appreciate that you sponsored legislation, and we hear that throughout the Navajo Nation about chapters not getting quorum, and I face that too with the 8 chapter I represent. But I represent 8 chapters. Half the chapters that I represent get quorum pretty quickly. The other 4, we can't get a quorum. So I'm stuck in the middle here. The other four chapters get quorum, they do not support this legislation, proposed legislation. And then the other 4 that try to get a quorum support this legislation. How do we fix it? Since we talk about this Title 26 of the Local Governments Act, we give it back to the people to make those decisions. And one way to address the quorum issues, there's already one thing in place, is to do referendum at the local level to reduce a quorum. I have 4 chapters that have the reduced quorum, and it works. They're the ones that make the quorum pretty easily. So that's one option that some of the chapters that I represent that don't get a quorum are going forward with that referendum, local referendum to reduce a quorum. I think that's one option they can use, but again, Brother Cutting, so that's another option to address this quorum issue by NTA. And when you put this before Resource Development Committee, I recommend it to you if we can go that route to just make it an option for the chapters to decide themselves if they want a virtual attendance to be as a quorum, an option. So it kind of opens it up so if the chapters that, Dana, I hope you're listening because I want to ask for an amendment. If we can keep the same language in here, the existing language, to be in there, but give the option to the chapters through resolution that they allow virtual attendance to be part of a quorum. I think we worked that out. So other chapters that want in-person to be part of the quorum, or to be continue with the quorum, they'll allow them. But if the chapters can't community quorum, they can do a resolution to allow virtual attendance. It gives a local authority back to the chapter. So I want to try this amendment, and Dana, if that can happen, to draft some language, just giving that option to the chapters to allow virtual attendance through a chapter resolution. I'd like to incorporate that. I mean, I'd like to offer that amendment to the council, and if they vote for it, that's fine. If they vote against, that's fine too. But at least I'm voicing my concerns from an 8 chapter that I represent, and I reserve my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the council.
Reserve time of 1:27. Ms. Bobroff?
Oh, thank you very much. Delegate Simpson, Office of Legislative Counsel did prepare an amendment. It was just sent to you for your okay, but it also ended up on the board. So that's the amendment we prepared, if you wish to sponsor it. Thank you.
Honorable Simpson, 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to get this on my phone here. I can barely read it. So I reserve my time, Madam Speaker.
Reserve time of 1:22. We're going to go down the line. We have Chair Regina Charles Newton, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Aro Shanala, for sponsoring this legislation. So just for the record, it was on consent agenda, but I asked for it to be removed because I had questions myself about this legislation. So when I'm always on the fence about legislations, I do kind of a pros and cons list, and I list all of the pros and then all of the cons of the legislation. And at this point, I will share one pro, which is that it promotes involvement from all corners of the world. Like, it really encourages that government participation of all of our people, you know, and that's what we want to see, right? We're already hearing issues of quorum. But with that pro comes the con, which is that there's going to be, like, how do we verify people who are on the call that they are voters for that chapter? And that's what worries me. And I seen this, I was witness to this in my chapter, I was witness to this, because there was a few legislations that were passed where 6 people who voted, they were not Shiprock voters. And I verified that with the election office. 6 people voted for a legislation that was going to affect the entire chapter that were not even voters of our chapter. So I asked the question, even when Speaker Damon was speaker, how do we verify that these people who are participating in these calls, these people, you know, who are voting, how do we verify that they're our chapter, that they're part of our chapter? And we were told there's no way of verifying. So on the one hand, I agree that we should have more government participation of the people, but on the other hand, it's always a question of, you know, are these people even allowed to vote? And in my experience, the answer was, we don't have anything in place. We don't have the manpower to verify every single time, and we cannot, like, ensure that that the votes that are being taken are actually, like, not under duress, meaning, like, not, you know, somebody's not holding a gun on that, you know, that person's head while they're voting. You know, we can't verify that. We cannot verify if that person really is the person that they say that they are. And, you know, and we can't verify if they are part of the chapter unless we were to actually have a list. And I learned that every chapter does have a list of all of their voters, and they can actually verify through that way. But I also learned in this process, when it came to COVID, that many of our chapter coordinators and our, what are they called, CSCs? AMS, yeah. They have this power to delete or to mute those people who are on the call. If they don't want to hear from you, they just hang up the call from you, or they mute you, and then they deny, you know, like, ever doing that. I had to, in order for me to take part in my chapter meetings during COVID, I had to have somebody else that I had to call in with to do, like, a 2-way call so I could hear what was going on. I never mentioned that I was on the call, but that's what we had, that's what I had to do. Now, I know every delegate in here, every single one of us has at least one chapter where we can probably at the top of our heads think, yeah, that could probably happen to me. Because believe it or not, every delegate does not get along with every single one of their chapters. There's always some type of disagreement. There's always some type of education. And the truth is, a lot of our chapters, they don't want to know the law. They just want to know that what they're proposing is going to happen. So I don't support this legislation, Janella, and I know you're a good man, Nella. But at the same time, I wish there was something better that we could offer. And I always say that, you know, chapters, they are not working. We lose millions of dollars every year to chapters. We were just talking about, you know, being accountable. We were talking about you know,
Time, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Next in queue, we have Honorable Toth. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aronat Ani Glenny. It is true some chapter are usually abused, but it needs to be controlled. So I asked the attorney to draft amendment that I'm gonna request for this legislation 202-23. It is Shayila, so I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:33. Shiche, Honorable Toth, that amendment will be ready within about 20 minutes, or 10 minutes. Okay, we can move down the line. Honorable Dr. Andinez, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Yeah, Speaker Aro Kadosh for bringing this legislation forward. I just also want to highlight that, technology is at the, it's at the edge of our fingertips. It's everywhere. And there's really no prevention that our chapters can do as far as virtual attendance. So I've spoke to this to my constituents at each of our chapters. I also told each of my chapters numerous times at chapter meetings that I was voting red on this legislation, but also if they had any ways to talk to me to understand that virtual is necessary, to feel free to speak to me, but nobody did. And we're okay, I think, for now, up in Upper District 18 area. But with this one, several things that we've talked about was still allowing for virtual, as Honorable Chair Charles Newton had mentioned, that it opens up to involvement. So we do have students, when scholarships come up, they require them, some chapters require them to be in attendance at either a planning or a regular chapter meeting. And, your chapters can still offer virtual. Your chapters can still offer an opportunity for your constituents to listen in. You just can't take their vote, nor can you hear their concerns or comments, unfortunately, because this would, of course, be in person. But also in the event that it does pass, I think, what we've been working on is trying to enhance the technological environment so that, we see the legislations on a board, we hear accurately, and then either their vice president or the secretary treasurer will go down each of the call-in numbers and get a name. And those that are unfamiliar, they'll usually ask if they're voting or not registered or not registered. So I guess there's weighing on both sides as well. But with this one, I just wanted to comment that there's really no prevention that they can still participate. But unfortunately, it does come with the cost of not having to either vote or comment. There were some additional questions that I had for Mr. McGay, but that's a separate conversation. But I just wanted to comment on that front. But I know the importance of also involving our communities, especially our students, when it comes to many of their own assignments or tasks or scholarships and things that they need when they're not there at the chapter, unfortunately. But I just wanted to also make those comments. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:15. Next in queue, we have Honorable So, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, sit with all Shinto chat in Akonde Obe Nakanash Egoko Kadat Lady Kushina Hata Yahia Aro Adi Kushina Hata Shelaji So Hot Ego Ba Olta Chapter Quorum Reduction Hat no Adi individual legislation which the chapters can actually do that also, reduce quorum. We know that the chapters out there are trying to get quorum to conduct their meeting, the business, but they're not getting the quorum. haila benna haish benna uta ako ho ate e behes ani ta do do chnale ya shinso behes ani konin sos e ya kodo bilinjo pahle don da ate beshuyan ben khade e ya ade idis lo e ade lo tra shizadi tsado lich e behes ani ginin sos ako bel anaha bel al chishidejna yo da shinso ya e bilkhadet e do da shinso do ya e abche nahot e bilkhadet ako anan tahiye ako we have 110 chapters. Is this the time that we need to go back to the drawing table to re-look at the whole chapter structure? We're not getting quorum at the local level. And it's not Winter Rock's fault. Someone who is not 18 or who is 18 and who is registered is not going to the chapter. Kade ya behes ani khadilnahu tkhnas niliki bae nakhayat na nakhati ohle ad shin da isai ad tanahas ada isa ad na aho ad khapzati tsadolne benin nani kin lady we went virtual e di de bias ki what abject hadik e benani ntsonne teliki benina adon neden son tel the net o you yizid the net o you e ya ade yitsado dashin tsako na khahastin kad e bi khay ka khode yi kha inato aro la kad nda desla don da tla khajon da deskal na no ka hot anda ha ka ni gahis ad ni Washington ni tratnas ni lib ba Washington sa ag ni hit ni na hat di tsado le ad e hiti zindo le don ni zeno e ya do hoti shajin zo e ho just zing hazato di tsada ad kade ya peshma has an e ya kade ti ni kid. As much as we are told to be here in Winter Rock, and the Navajo people holds us responsible to be here in this very chamber, we should hold that same responsibility at the local level. If business cannot be done, that's not the fault of Winter Rock. That's the fault of the local chapter. The informative haleit ego la e adi yitnal nish the naha ishini na to aj khatnaz nele to aj na gada ha ish benina even none later and later 23rd council they brought a legislation meaning to reduce the chapters, bringing regionalization back. Maybe we need to come back to that. At that time the nae tahat an sakis acha the nebano ako eben nache do ko hat nida din riba has ani wo kedish nali yo kedigi indeshanant ash nal e ya kodo do ope ne ken di shashlo niga di disi.
Honorable, so time. Next, we have Chair Jesus, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Madam Speaker and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So, Kodo Shibija, Chair James, thank you for bringing the consideration of this legislation. Working at the chapter level for 10, 11 years as a coordinator, I understand the ins and outs of running a chapter operation. I wholeheartedly agree with some of my colleagues here on the council and the voices that they concern. that they have voiced as concerns regarding this legislation. As I'm currently working with some or two of the chapters that I represent, one, we have a telecommunications issue. So it's hard to understand folks that are virtually on the call. And the other one is going back to an audit concern that I believe Madam Chair Charles Newton had brought up. You know, working at the chapter level, when a chapter is requesting LGA certification, I know the Office of the Auditor General looks at the meeting notices and the attendees through a verified sign-in sheet. So kwagi anan kodi the resolution be na dit aho, whether if it's a quorum of 25 that has to be present to pass a resolution, then oftentimes it's always been an issue. And I really think, just as my colleague on Resources Development Committee, Honorable Otto So, had mentioned, this is where we need to take a step back and relook at the Title 26. And again, I agree, you know, as council, we had agreed that we have to be present at these council sessions along with our committee meetings. And I really think that we need to hold our local leadership to that very same level of being accountable and being there in person. Because one of the things that was brought to my attention when I was coordinator at Rock Springs chapter is that you have to have these chapter meetings within the boundaries of a chapter. Just like Navajo Nation Council committees, we're told that we need to run these meetings within the boundaries, interior boundaries of the Navajo Nation to be valid. And it's the same thing if we have a chapter official calling in from off the reservation, which has happened, then does that constitute a valid, you know, resolution being passed? I don't know. So with these types of parameters, we still need a lot of determination to be made. So I just wanted to put that out there. So this is a concern, Shanat Ani Linigi. And with that, Madam Speaker, if Madam Chair Charles Newton likes my be able to take my minutes, I'm willing to waive you my minutes to her. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair Jesus yields her time of 2 minutes to Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Do you accept, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton?
There, yes, I do.
Okay, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. And I agree with the audits that are currently being done. I just wanted to state that I think that, in my opinion, as a second-term delegate, our chapters are not working. They're definitely not working for the people. They're only working for a group, a select few within the chapter. And that's why our people don't want to get involved. Because if you're not on that select few, you're not going to be heard. Nothing is going to happen. I feel like we keep having the same people who are making the same decisions at the chapter level. And it's very interesting because when I do attend the chapter meetings, you know, our people still blame delegates for work that's not getting done at the local level. And then I let them know that is you. If you want change, you, the people, have to propose the change. Otherwise, when we start stepping in, what happens as delegates, we get ethics brought against us by the chapters. So it's like, you know, we're trying to maintain order and share information, but at the same time, the chapters, you know, they're just not working. And there are a few, I will admit, there are a few that are working. There are a few that have their LGA certification, but more chapters, over 50% of our chapters do not have their LGA certification. And this has been going on for how many years? I just don't feel like at this time that this legislation would actually work, because we've already got chapters going rogue right now with different issues. This is just going to give them more of a leeway. So I don't support the legislation. I support involvement of the people, but I just don't think that this is one way of doing that. I apologize. And then I will lastly state,
Time, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Next in queue, we have Honorable Yanito. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Yate, yeah. Shay, I'm supportive of this legislation here. Late 8, 5 chapters, they submitted a resolution to support it. This is a new tool. Introduce it. It can be used as educational. Like presenters from different states, even from Washington level, they can use this to make their report. Our constituents, they're out there working. They don't come back every weekend or whenever the chapter meetings or planning meetings are dated. They're out there, supporting their families. I think, all of these voters that we have, they need to get involved with our chapter government, because a lot of information is not really brought out there from the officials. I really support this virtual meetings, and I know that it's really hard to be at 2 places at the same time, because in-person meetings been in Kodo 25th Navajo Nation Council to support this legislation. Yeah.
Honorable Yanito reserves his time of 3:39. I'm going to go back to the sponsor of the legislation for 7 of our colleagues' comments and questions. Honorable James.
Yeah, Dan, Speaker. Do shinat ahno tlinigi kodon hiltan asis tranigi. Ado ba yadalki. Oh, jo ela huinzin ako. Jord, I just want to make one statement. Don't kill the messenger. That's the sponsor. That's me. Sean de ako. Shade out Kodosh, the net, but cut the shot of the anil, Okoti, Nile ako. Ako, hit the net, but Hadita, did no yield ako. So, that's what I'm doing right now with this legislation. Idea, Shanat Ahtan Lenigi, Ado, Ekil Nail Nestole, Alkadi Lawal, the Nigo Ekashi. Iya quite it hot than the crowd that has in the Todel Troshet and Hadat Long election ban see critical. Has it as you had Nahadat down hot out down as Nako. Ako hit the Nabane Dadole, Yisenils Adole, Hisens Adole, shot of us. Eben near a bishmans Andishle. Naha Hishtrate or late 8 or the no hashit nan hada is Nelako. Don hisens ada dole to ado di ni dashi da abahat ada ko oko shit a hot aho kodo shit in en leniki ya na o kahiki a ede ya bin ya kodo legislation so shinat a no leniki a shonde ede kot ako le da hajo ba den zen khalchine ni hik edan leniki ako educate hat iniki tadala khit aho sato inil trato le chokot ako ani leda khade shibe has ani nakhanit title 26 ada nit ado khostet khana la dat eyanat ani asnaha khai aten atol enel neta akon le chapter de jogaho TCDC Ben Hitcher Hat Esheha E.O. Lianahiti Nitha if we're a new council delegate. What's TCDC? That's how old this Title 26 is. La'an benach le dan hinat ani khait ashiyan sitas kezo nyat hindi kaho adeyila. Akoko kwenza de atonok ndok asen ato il neta. There has been no amendments to that Title 26. Khahoshe ya hot ao saton hidden and the nigi ba adil ni khahoshe sato kodo ba hodit al jokot ako ako ben nachin sas keso hane shanat an leni betaton sozo janshi hit ayan sa kesto li hit out ya ebedat dit ado di title 26 ok at kwagi by hadit zeto by yadil ti at so la nasit let all so banane di na title 26 kote adult legislation nanin sozo unda hashi that's how it's been. Certain legislation, especially certain laws that come before us. Government development, board commissioners. Quite a point adult nila no deed adult nil title 26 deed dog as deed no be yeltio oko aten eya o benada is kako ha shin kut na huil ene aten do be ke nane da oko so shisa do e benache hot shit ne yesens do na de tratnas na libeta handista hashit egon hashit elna shabi not leho. Sometimes I go to some of my colleagues' chapters and I attend their chapter meetings. Okoko ade okot shisazin do ishinanis indo hot asa ya yadalti eko. Sata bin nasho kela how come you're at my territory, how come you're at my chapter? This is not your area, the nashit that nithe. Stay away, nashit that need on the other nasis thing. But that's me. Shisazin do hot Okokon lay that bahaya as a farm board chapter officials. In Shlon Shlahashij. Ganado chapter president in Shlon La Anacha Istokok Adeko de Beshman San Asian Benina lay that Sango Hastuido Sani Yego Betsit de Gregos. Quaki a large Danahaz Tra Sad be Yatki Ito Hot Abe Hanasti Hobe Beshichahat Deshkel not anin yet das is Ndishni Hako not ani it leads Eko Okoko de Kot title 26 by Yashti Okaho Jizo Kot the Nito Kot Liashi Jokot be Hanasti at the Hot Eko Kot non standard bishmas anan nasis lindik at be nahunil neho eba naal de lako be hodinil ne jashi hit edo to make amendments to title 26 jokonant eba anahuni stink at it ahit oko need skoko do heholt eda jokot skoko nido hit ego hot tratnas nele handat le do hinda il tahta ako akot ada ben yada tlend eko na sahaje lingo dot skoko hita holt eda khad shin is do do hashit eshit nedo hot hat o khasla nas do hot sahadits da is do ban jagada do le olie dot skoko heholt eda dot skoko dik at hashit shin jono ha khaliado le jono hoketes do le hot handa khato le hojo hlalo no da shinale has tinia yalti lend eko egi hot eko thanas nelit honanat eko hashit ego in jono yitanetle o jono at ka natja Yandan de yi kaho da hot but nasa natli. Saho da o lia. The neda hit jo tladon de da hit nel ego sandatli stoko. O hot hot edos sana ot le liba ba yi kan leko. Oko digi de yakodo ni hitaton sos hanesha. Hit the title 26 deal ni jokot ban sis case in the natesh na ashin jono ye hat zi stoko Honorable Don Simpson to make it an option for the chapters ani at the local level ashin ban nasla o akot stopo honetza Ade abe ba sa lao janshin khait abe na hat ade ye il ken do kha. Jokot ako. O kodoba na huit ado kodokot ebadi no illa honanit ako. A nido tadi nido kodo ameme dikit do be il ke nani khaigo kode nada si ne lo e o ke sana huit londo li. Ni hidenel e yasad liniki yadat e hido dan do yadat e higin hiche nade yi nildo li ako. Oko okot a e shisizido bohonet zansen o. Hane sha ade bahanati liel ako. Ka naz neles neligi ako. E shin pe bahnaslado le jokot a in sa keso kot a e di tos edo hata haso zigi e hot a e lato bahanatze na halon o hone en ananal kitzli ako. Ado sache she e a ani Adahot and Dekahashe Yadi Title 26 and Dikas. When are we going to make amendments? When are we going to actually even make one change to this Title 26? When is it we're going to do our job as legislators, as lawmakers of the Navajo Nation to change some of these laws of the Navajo Nation? E a ede yabin yakodon hitaton so shinat no linigi ko. Ado sache. Did Sahanda or Leto Dikodat Edo di nom Belhana Hilra Ledo Benia Codon Hidaton Sos the Ako. Hate Ashit Eya 8 Beshma San no Lido hate Ashi in Hitat Naznele, but Hato Hato hate Ashin Hitat Naznele Betnasnesh. Edo Banasht Eda E called by Be Ahana Hilra Edon Send the Ako. Naso net Nijin Chinepa. Nahat ado le nason halchine ni nada ne selto na nada do chili eben ya khalet abach edil nihla jokot ako shizindo e hot a ba hadis a ani no san sa and e a ani apa pohonetza ntahal na ho akot a very interesting story that I heard from one veteran was ayo the Nebazad even though if it's not my chapter, I call in. If I get the information on Facebook, I call into the chapter just to hear people talk to each other in Navajo. Ebe shitzilo, beyananish aho, salat sobenan nishil ini shinanish inanash on, shilnahot el jish, jokot akot nle de trotsat nan den khalchinen hik ein ta khaigi ye dan hinel yen hichet da des ebene na atishne khajo bandit when I miss home, it don't matter what chapter, it don't matter who my delegate is, I still call in, I still go to YouTube and listen to the precious Navajo language. Jokot salat so hot yeshich khat zi ko okot hodat higi ta holon at ako le de oje has anigi shinat no linigi ko hajodo le hajo kodo hit da ni hinat ni ta nas nele ba adil ni ko kot kodo benashni shinale Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton Yahatzi called worldwide the pro what basil as a positive outcome no benashni ako ado quado legislation resolution iki legislation la behest to okon is a lot so that the ka atlanatli has under there's a supporting resolution that's attached to this legislation ako ado nana District 18 has Honorable Dr. Andy Nance. Jo kot ado be ada hozen. Okot be khazet zeho. Honat patraj derato be tratraj dera be khazet zeho. Njone. Okot jo kot be eda hadin zi selin ko. Bes ishjan edishla. Shitrat nas nele patrat shahi de no oko. Alto jo hananat alto oko. Nishi Lahot has unleako. Adot Nilson Hilbahosen. Le de Tratnas Nelde Juraho. Tădat a saigi na halon as na hanakha as na hol taho a eden ha na ha sa natle ndleko. It's usually the same ones over and over each month that attend the chapter and planning meeting. Edo ein hisbahozen. East openina e obik just e khoje khot ejno khoje a to leko. Na ha hotzot lo beninat e tenen ha tatnan da izosli ko. Okoko o hot a saigi is na a saigi is not leti no don habist e da ko. O hayud e ya e hot an ha da is nelsli ko do anda kahigi. E shi e ha da zlo ko do beshman sa an etan hila ko. E do sato aba banil ni hon hayat e ko. A sato baban si ke so yat e do ko. Adonana a ani D chapter reduction Naninki Shanale Honorable Ado Soye had Zit Ako A hot Ako Saba na o Gantliki sheet Edoli at Eshi Dishi Il Doshi a Kodo legislation Hitaton Sozi Doshi a Edh Edo Lista Hanza Goshi A hot A Saba na o Gantliki Basa Holodo Bayat Iki it El A hot A Nahani Liasalin Ko. Edo hananat eko a ani halit out eya regionalization ohodot need hodot need leda hol system o hayula da nidot o hayudot do tata ne stoko sa hashidat eshi ya atandle asto tota hola he jokananat eko Ako kodat ego e a ni government development je e pansala e in his eastern and ahon in his toko todo ba la netly that's government development. They try to send us emails and try to send us invitations to whatever work session conference that they're hosting do ba hot ba la netly that's toko e shina o hodes ye toko aden hot a you hot do alto hot al at all listen Kodosa todo babinit londo babinil je o ancient o hotahot stoko government development denko. Oko yego e a ni itis aha late ado le latida regionalization no tahodol jish adat kon en hilta na hotil jisho dat en hayat e jodo korm na atleta jokot even those chapters that have already reduced their quorum to 15 or 10 members still can't get a quorum of 10 and 15 chapter registered voting members. Jokonanat estoko. Oko halit a kwado ba'ach edil ni johoin zen oko. Ado shebije Honorable Brenda Jesus e dohuna zatada oko donat ambije hadis zita oko. Ado Nana, Kwadodan, she Honorable Curtis Unito, Asto Ani, a Kwadoba chapter resolutions, Ziki, Ye Hat Zito, Ye Ishtane, Iliako, Oko Okot Ao, A Kate has out, A Bahataso Zito, Oshin Hajok, and Leniki, Betendaz, Oshin, A Kwadon Hitane, Nihitat Nas Nele, and Leniki. Don laten as neligi akit aho da batch edil ni chokot a ban sis case le ako kot edo le to a meme kodo be hadishnan no seniki shin to ot ehda jo e na hat a liedo ben ya sat da le to sat na hat an lini ben ya sin ji khasle ako she do she set ehda asto ako a ni hit ako an a do nin do asi jo a je hojo ba insen ako for Title 26. Thank you.
Honorable James Assad. Behinti ikito adokone banastoki. Honorable Damon. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, colleagues, for being here, and good afternoon to our constituents and visitors and everybody in the gallery. Thank you to the students for still being here. Don't be bored, it's okay. Sometimes I get bored in here, but I still have to listen to my colleagues because out of respect. And out of that respect, thank you, Honorable Vince James, for bringing this legislation forth. I know sometimes that tension about, you know, when you bring a legislation forward, you're like, oh man, I don't know what I'm going to deal with today. I know Herman Daniels is feeling a lot better right now. Out of this morning when he woke up and the stress he had, and he's finally got his everything going for Gouldings. And I know how hard it is when you bring a legislation forward, and you really believe in what you're doing. So I thank you again, Honorable Vince James, for bringing this forth on behalf of your community, on behalf of the nation. I don't want to say too much because I think the effort in what we have to do is a solidified effort, especially if we as a council have to be here and we voted for ourselves to be here. I don't know if that's the same vice versa for the chapters, and I see your debate in this too as well, so I thank you for that. And that's what it is we're having a debate about what we're here to do and how we represent each one of our communities. I personally have not had any kind of chapter resolutions from any of my 6 chapters asking for this to go forward, but I do understand that. My one comment was I remember through the pandemic and towards the end of the pandemic, all my chapters, a majority of them were saying, you know what? When are we going to go back into in-person? Now we're back in person, and some of my chapters can't even make a quorum. So I know what you're saying. Yes, my Navajo's a little rusty, but you understood what that meant right there. But I'm going to go ahead and give my rest of my time to Honorable Otto So. So again, thank you, your students, for being here. Yeah, for being here all day. And good afternoon, everybody online, inside of Fort Sacred Mountains, outside Fort Sacred Mountains, and to our veterans across the seas. Thank you very much for protecting us today, right now, while we're debating this. Thank you. Honorable Otto So, take my time.
Honorable Damon yields his time of 2:33 to Honorable So. Do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes. Oh. Dida ani dida ashiltsago ya ehito aro do ya shoni bkhatet out belch na nil akonde yan lead it khatnaz nilde khish masalla ani higit egot a whichit nedo chon di Bilinjo Palibi Biga Hatan Hisnish to Ada Honey Sto what ego sto why isn't it they're not holding people to that type of standard? Chapter meeting is very important to conduct the business of the Navajo people. One recommendation, Shananta, I think that we should I really don't even know why in the heck government development is we keep funding them now. That's my position right now. I try to be really mindful and try to be positive for that community, for that organization, but I haven't seen one change since I came into office come from that very office. I think that let's give it to the people as a referendum. Let's just introduce legislation, bypass government development. I don't know what they're doing. This is what government development should be doing. Virtual meeting for chapter meetings. Meaning that the clarification is that, what if you have a chapter official that calls in? Or is the grazing official a chapter official? They're two different entities. My chapter did not submit a resolution pertaining to this request. My chapter is operating. There's a Zoom that they offer. At their courtesy towards Navajo people to call in. And even that.
Honorable So, time. Colleagues, I'm going to go down the line. We have Honorable Johnson, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd like to thank Chairman Vince James for bringing this legislation, forward. And I know, we're really trying to bridge this communication with our constituents and the chapters. And this, I didn't receive any supporting resolutions from my 5 chapters as well regarding this legislation. And I think with technology, just like Honorable Dr. Andy Nez said, this technology, it's very powerful, and it's, it's like the way I see this is like we're regionalizing technology within our chapters and our government. So, I really would like to, I know we have our DOJ chapter unit, Mr. Rod, here with us today. And I'd like to hear his opinion or his perspective on this, within, the Title 26 and some of the gray areas. And I'm pretty sure this has been brought up in the past council. So I'd like to hear him share his perspective on this legislation. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:28. I will turn the floor over to Mr. Begay, following Arviso's comments first. So at least Mr. Begay has some time to reflect on that question. First, I would like to go over to Honorable Arviso first. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Speaker, thank you. Aronda ade shnandai. Dinal sos betana dit ainin sozigi. Do kodo eya banet in kodo natishla. Beshpasa an ben hito jinigi. I just want to did it behadestegi. Eya the chapters in Lenigi don la te bislanda atlet nas neligi. Ani obich enda huitna. Akunde. Ko hudi nisha di din lead chapter nas nildo bespada husband that di no aho yan yanatil kisha kunde dot at hodat ada sa ya chapters in jono bin nay khan da jato yin dal nish aron the base pass anni linigi astot ni hin dal nishote di chapters in linigi ako din jono de nishigi do quorum da sehigi. This is the job well done da bedi nida. Do nil ida. Hatta she ahuta bedi nido. Maybe there needs to be some kind of a bonus type of incentive for these chapters to do well. They have nothing to do better for. Ahuta bedi no chapters done linigi. Binan nishta holno bido. Ako benel ni hoyat 80 page pasa anni linigi di chapters and linigi dot at ende hodat ada. Ako di kodo virtual de linigi call in and the ani hoda dan le. Ako okodo ban this case hajo la de shahlan so. Skinade hot ended nehtado lay anadi jan le aje o da sinhe kojido le khano hot at ne eya skanda that ande ko eyet edo be hadestin so di chapter ayat eosa eben banane shidex order aron da di amendment igi ato da sa illa hada lead shikest Delegate Simpson, they said they sleeping. She nailed it over Kijinda. I thought I see Diego, Bikiyata deal take. Ako, Ede Hotashan and I, These chapters that are doing well, I want to recognize them and I want to thank them. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Arvizo. Next, we have Honorable Norman Begay, 5 minutes on the main motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, Delegate James for introducing this legislation. 25th Council, staff, all the people in the audience, internet, I think everybody kind of touched on this very issue that the chapters are having. Everybody wants to go virtual. How about these new people that are coming in? Elderlies might come in, take their position back as a agent. Virtual, our students, veterans, students, some of them are in college. Service, the biggest problem I see is the service that we have on all the 110 chapters. Some of the chapters don't have good service when they're in the remote area. They have to drive a little ways before they could get service. I need service in I didn't really get any resolution from 3 satellites, but I know one of them wants me to drop a legislation that they want to go virtual again with just the 3 officials. No. So I'm gonna probably drop that, but I don't know, this is kind of in line with this whole legislation that I was gonna drop. How about you look at ourselves too, chapter no. So how do we fix that problem too? Over virtual that no. Calling deal, baseball, no chapter official. So are we allowed to be there? Clarified I don't know if we need to probably talk with our chapter officials and maybe have a big Title 26 discussion on what they really want to do from the Delegate James, maybe this is the time to really look into Title 26 and changing it right now, I'll go ahead and yield my time to Delegate Charles Newton.
Yielding time of 2 minutes to Honorable Chair Regina Charles Newton. Do you accept?
Yes, ma'am, I accept.
2 minutes.
Norman, you rock. So one, I will say, I appreciate, don't stomp the hornets comment. I'm a chieftain. So, we like to stomp, we like to get out there and do what we need to do to get things done. So I appreciate that, Shanella. I will say that number one, I was just now looking through the comments and I just now read them. So I see some comments that are made by the chapter officials in their individual capacity, but only one chapter resolution, Shanella, and none of your chapters have provided chapter resolutions to whether they support it or whether they are not in support. And you just now stated for the record that you're working for the people. So I would have expected your chapters to have included resolutions. Number two is I agree with you with changes of the law. It seems like every time council is presented that option of changing the law, our cop-out is always, if it's not controversial, it's let's give it back to the people. Let's let them decide. And I appreciate that, and I think for this matter, we need to let the people decide. And I agree that government development, and I've been saying this I said it during the 24th, and I'll say it during the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we're giving them money to do nothing. Nothing has come out of the Government Development Office. So I think we need to put a timeline in place to say, we're only gonna fund you for 3 more years, and then that's it, no more. And then give it back, give something to the people. And last, I'm gonna say that, in terms of the debates, I really like that the debate should be taking place in person, because if there's anything that this council has learned and that we've talked about are the keyboard warriors out there, the people who can say things online but can't say.
Jerry Gina Charles Newton, time. Going down next in line, we have Honorable Nota, 5 minutes on the board. This is to the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. There's 5 chapters in my district, and there are 3 of them do have major problems of getting a quorum. It seems like on a monthly basis. They're always having to reschedule, and they're doing some major phone calls to get people into the chapter houses. Delegate Yanito requested, I would like to hear from Rod Begay, being kind of responsible for a lot of that part of chapter business. I'd like to know what your CDCs are telling you, what kind of information they're giving you as far as once we got back into in-person meetings. The one other question I want to ask you is a couple of my chapters are not fluent, I guess, with IT. The chapter officials don't have, not chapter officials, but the chapter staff don't have the ability apparently to work and run all these audio video equipment. Is there any plans maybe in the future for any type of training for these chapter staff in regard to that? And also maybe some recommendations on getting video equipment and conferencing equipment in general. I do have a couple of chapters that don't have the funding to be able to get those, and so maybe some advisement on that. The other question I have is for Ms. Bobroff. There was 2 amendments, I believe, that are on standby here. Have those been drafted, and have you sent those out? I don't see it anywhere in my emails. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:04. Okay, so there are several amendments that are ready, but I'm going by the line of who is request to speak. So once we go through first of request to speak, allotting 5 minutes, and then following after, we can go to reserve time. So I know for delegates that are on reserve time do have amendments. So I'm going to go through the request to speak first for delegates that have not spoken yet. So next, we have Honorable Tlaw, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Shadeja, Speaker Curley, Ada Shanelle, Delegate Mitch James for this legislation. And I do want to offer an amendment as well. So the amendment is in regards to the virtual attendance for our chapter members. For myself, yesterday, Chinle chapter was supposed to have a regular meeting. Again, they did not meet their quorum requirements. So this is the 2nd month in a row that they were not able to meet their quorum. And I do believe that, these chapter officials, they are aware that there is room where they can change their quorum requirements, as well as the ways in which their members can participate. So, but that lies upon the chapter officials to work with our DOJ and then also getting the process started and also educating the community. One of the things when we were conducting our meetings at our chapter was the voter validity and the verification of our voters. That was my primary concern. So the amendment that I did propose is in regards to how our chapters are going to present a plan to verify the voter verification process. Some of the ideas that I would anticipate the chapters to use are when we log into an account, we have a user ID, a password, and maybe a PIN. So just creating an electronic verification, I think that would help with some of the questions regarding the voter verification. And like Madam Chair Charles Newton, our chapter did experience voters from other communities passing resolutions, which benefited a select few as well. So because of these types of situations that are occurring within the chapters, that was one of my primary reasons for considering this legislation. I did put this legislation before our chapter in Chinle. However, we have not met the quorum requirement. And at the time when this legislation was first introduced to NABI, I did vote red. And the reason I voted red was that I wanted our chapter constituents to make their own decision and have them present that in a resolution. Also looking at the comments that are tied with this legislation, I did notice that there was a resolution from Nazlini chapter. However, it was put in the wrong area. It says supporting, but if you look at the actual resolution, there was only 2 in favor, 18 opposed. So I do believe that, you know, for future reference, our staff do need to read the resolution and include that in the proper area. Also with RDC, this legislation was tabled, and it was a recommendation to have a work session over Title 26 with all of the chapters. RDC has been working with Shana, Mr. Roderick Begay, in several regulations, as well as some of the changes that are occurring within the Navajo Nation Code. So that was one of the recommendations. However, we have moved thus far to council. Another recommendation for amendment that I did want to introduce is that elected officials shall conduct their meetings in person. And so just like the council, we do have to be here in person, and the same should be in effect for those that are elected to serve their communities. So with that, that's what I wanted to add, and I will go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you. Reserve time of 33 seconds. Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. Your proposed amendment is still within the legal section as well, so it will require an additional time. With that, I'm going to keep moving forward with Honorable Slater, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much, Delegate Fitz-James. I really appreciate you having the courage and the leadership to bring this important legislation before the Navajo Nation Council. And I know that it's incredibly contentious in some chapters or some areas of the internet. just because of the lack of resources that are made available to chapters and their ability to deliver the services and programs that our people request of them. And I think that it's important for us not to confuse the under-resourcing of the nation and its chapters. 99.9% of the funding that chapters get, particularly in Arizona, comes from the Navajo Nation general funds. And we aren't capable of fully funding all of the programs and direct services that we're able, or that our people desire at the local level. And so it produces this perception that there's only work being done on behalf of a select few individuals, and perhaps in some chapters that is what takes place. But the best way to produce better outcomes, the best way to get rid of abuse or mismanagement is sunlight. That sunlight, that daylight comes in the form of the people listening in, participating, and holding their local elected leadership accountable. And how do we accomplish that? We accomplish that via participation. So we should not be producing or encouraging roadblocks to participation at the local level. And until we have a more comprehensive view about what the rights are of a Diné citizen in Phoenix or Tampa Bay, Florida, or someone on an aircraft carrier in the Pacific, we ought to afford that right to every Navajo citizen to participate in their local government, because that's how we have registration at the electoral level. It's at that local level. And I think that we need to make sure that, unlike other tribes where you have a lot of people in their quote-unquote diaspora who have left their homelands and their reservation, and maybe they're enrolled, maybe they're not, but for those that are enrolled, they don't have that local connection. We need to continue to produce that in each generation on the Navajo Nation and with the Navajo people across the United States. And so that's why I want our young folks, as they grow older, maybe they go to college, to be able to call in. If they're in a political science class or a government class, if they're learning about budgeting, or if they're learning about water quality issues, up on the Mesa and Round Rock where there is uranium mining, that maybe they'll tailor their research and they'll be able to produce and contribute to the local level. Not just the big sexy issues like gaming and sovereignty before the Supreme Court, but how do I contribute locally? How do I participate locally? And knowing that they can have a voice there. So I hope that I've filibustered long enough that the Office of Legislative Counsel has completed my amendment. And Speaker, I'd like to reserve my time and ask that question if they've completed it, because if so, then I'll offer it at this time. Reserve my time.
Reserved time of 1:42. Okay, so that amendment is ready, and Ms. Johnson does have that amendment. And then we can put that amendment on the board. Okay, Ms. Johnson, could you help us read amendment number 1 into the record? Then we can recognize a second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1, page 3, line 25, add paragraph J to the section 2 findings as follows. New paragraph J, this underline J, this amendment to Title 26 will permit each chapter to decide what type of attendance will be allowed at its chapter meetings, in person or virtual. The chapters are to make the decision by chapter resolution or referendum in new language. 2, page 5, line 10, insert the following amendment at section 1003, order of business. Paragraph B, all chapter meetings require a quorum of 25 registered chapter members, new language to be in attendance either in person or virtually, comma, and new language to conduct official chapter business. New language chapters by chapter resolution or referendum are to state whether their chapter meetings are to be conducted in person or with virtual/hybrid participation, period. Such chapter resolution or referendum shall include hybrid/virtual attendance participation policies and procedures, period. In new language, chapters, whether governance certified or not, may amend the quorum requirement based upon models and procedural regulations adopted by the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Adoption of an amended quorum requirement requires approval by chapter ballot measure in accordance with 11 NNC sections 401 through 408. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving the legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee or council amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We do have a second by Honorable Simpson. Colleagues, do we have any comments or questions on amendment number 1? If so, press your request to speak. We have Honorable Dr. Andinez. This is to the amendment, 5 minutes to amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. So we heard like 4 of our colleagues, Honorable Simpson, Honorable Toth, Honorable Claw, Honorable Slater all mention amendments, and I just am curious if we're voting on this, what other amendments are forthcoming, or if there's anything that needs to be either modified or recommended based on the existing amendment number 1. Also, to keep with consistency, you have under item number 1, towards the center, you have attendance will be allowed at its chapter meetings, in person or virtual. But on item B, you have in person or with virtual hybrid participation. So hybrid is different than in person and is different than virtual. So hybrid meaning you're allowing both, but on the top you're saying it's either in person or virtual. So just a clarification on that area. And also in any of the amendments, I would ask for a modification to somewhere include that at least the chapter officials are present. If they're getting paid twice a month to be able to assist at the community level, then you should be in person. As a delegate, I just feel that's important, so that not only are you assisting at the chapter level, but you're also assisting with community members who are there, any disputes, anything to keep decorum within chapter meetings. So I think that's very important. So thank you. I reserve my time. Yeah.
Reserve time at 3:22. There is a request from Honorable Dr. Andinez to the motioning party, Honorable Slater, to include the request from Honorable Dr. Andinez.
Yeah, Shatila, for your comments and your request to modify, there are 2 requests. One of them I think was for consistency in hybrid/virtual and how that's explained up there. I'll make the request to Legislative Council to work on cleaning that up, and then maybe the next time you come around you can offer the language, or I would just ask that you work with them. My preference is that we are authorizing hybrid participation. We're not removing in-person chapter meetings, and I don't want that to be a return as a matter of principle to our chapters. So I hope that that clarifies things, that we're authorizing hybrid meetings, or just standard meetings will remain the standard for in-person participation. And maybe the Office of Legislative Counsel can, as they say, opine on what is actually being stated with this amendment and also with Shitsui Delegate James' legislation. So that's the first item. The second one is directing chapter officials to be there in person. And, you know, I
have plenty of issues with the structure of the Navajo Nation government, but I ultimately believe that if you're going to respect local community control and consent, that they are the ones that should be identifying whether their officials need to be there in person, whether presenters need to be there in person, whether their delegate needs to be there in person. All of those things should be identified in that last sentence. So it says, such chapter resolution or referendum shall include hybrid/virtual attendance participation, policies, and procedures. And therein, the officials, presenters, individuals, whomever would be directed by the people via resolution or referendum for their participation in person or not. And that's what I would like to stand on, is respecting the local consent of the community. And I will have to respectfully decline your request for modification on the second item, but on the first, I would ask that you work with the Office of Legislative Counsel to clean up that language, just so that I can continue to answer any questions that may come up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. In regards to the first portion of the modification to requests between virtual and hybrid, I'm going to give that to Ms. Barbroff on how much time she would need to make those changes or her suggestions. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you very much. So to the question about the language on Delegate Slater's amendment, if you actually look at the amendment, I believe it's written correctly. It's actually addressing two different things. In number one on the amendment, on the paragraph, that's talking about the types of attendance. So you have two types of attendance at a meeting. You can either attend in person or virtual. Those are the only two types of attendance you can do. So that's why that first section says in person or virtual. The next amendment, which is under 2, that's talking about the types of policies you will put in place. You would put in place policies for hybrid/virtual meetings. So actually, Office of Legislative Counsel believes it's correct as written, but if you are insistent on the change, if the council wants to change, it would be just essentially adding hybrid in front of virtual on the first section. So I think that that can just be done by legislative services. Or just hybrid / right in front of virtual. I can draft another amendment, but it'd be quicker for them to do it. As far as the question, what other amendments we have pending out there? And I think they're all ready to go right now. We have a amendment to require that we do have an amendment pending. I don't think it's been, it hasn't been motioned yet, but that is to require officials to be there in person. We got that amendment. We also have another amendment that if you are voting virtually, that amendment requires the chapter secretary or their designee to verify that you are a registered chapter member. We don't have the ability, nor should we probably do it, to tell the chapter how to do that verification, but there is an amendment requiring it be done. I think that's all I got. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. And to the motioning party, Honorable Slater, that change was put on the first section of your amendment, number 1. We did include hybrid/virtual. Okay. Point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Speaker, I call this point of privilege Rule 16 under the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Rule 16B. I know that in the past I've raised this point of privilege. Actually, it should be a point of privilege. I raised this as a matter of safety, but that doesn't, it seems to be falling on deaf ears. So I'm raising it to maintain among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Speaker, I know that we've had this conversation before. I do not, and I don't know how much clearer I can be, I do not give permission for Marley Shabala to be filming me at council. Now, I understand that she is the LDA, and we've questioned, does she work for press or is she an LDA? So I am raising this point of privilege to maintain that, and I provided the reason to this council, but it's not sticking, Speaker, and then you send a memo allowing it. Are you trying to keep me out of council? Is that the reason? Because the last conversation we had, you said you were working on a policy to address this. I've spoken to other delegates, they don't get permission to be recorded. They've given the council permission to be recorded, which we are currently being broadcasted on YouTube. If this is about holding one delegate accountable, put the camera in front of her. I do not give permission. For safety concerns, I do not give permission for that to happen. You are already recording here at council. Now, if the reason is to remove me from council, then say it on the record. I'm tired of this. I've given this council, I've explained to them my situation. I begged, I even cried back there to say, please. And on the day that I did that, I got support. Maybe 2 delegates said, yeah, I don't support you, but that's okay. I do not give permission, and I will say it on the record for your recording, I don't give you permission to record me. You are an LDA who works for one delegate. You want to hold a delegate accountable? Hold a delegate accountable.
Point of order raised by Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Speaker, I call a point of order to have decorum. Sitting next to an individual, we talk about domestic violence and then also raising your voice. I don't feel comfortable sitting by an individual that's yelling from across the room. So I ask you, Speaker, to maintain decorum in this council chambers. We had a beautiful prayer this morning, and we did raise the issue, but I believe that issue just needs to be addressed now instead of yelling across the room. And, you know, I don't feel comfortable. And, you know, talk about safety, and we talked about, you know, just that going on, but I think that we do need to maintain decorum. That would be my point of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shauna Antlaw, for raising a point of order. Colleagues, before we go even forward, I'm going to recognize both that point of privilege and both of that point of order. And I did send out a memo to all of our colleagues here that we don't have a social media or media policy within the chambers. You know, when we're talking, it's very ironic that we're on this subject as well, virtual and, technology is changing. However, we do have that draft policy drafted. However, we're just trying to work with our legal sections to help clarify some areas. So that media policy, once it is finalized, will be going through Nabik. So that will be a vote of the full council. But at this instance, I know I did state in that memo that only the media check in with our office to get credentials. And if anybody else in the gallery or visitors here, if you are live streaming or filming the council, you would have to be sitting from the media box. Unless, if there is disruption to the council, which there is, I see as a disruption as of now. So I'm going to use my authority as speaker underneath the Navajo Nation Council of Rules of Order. Within Rule 4, it does state that all these pages of rules that we have. In Rule 4, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, in C, it does say the speaker shall preserve the order and decorum. So we are in official business. This is a fall session. And since it's causing a lot of disruption and interruption of his legislations and amendments are going forth, I'm going to respectfully ask Ms. Shabala, if you're acting in a capacity of a LDA or media, either or, I would have to respectfully ask for you to stop live streaming because it is disrupting the order of the council. And there's always a place where we do have a control setting where the media or where the meeting is being live streamed through the Navajo Nation Council YouTube page. So as a courtesy, I did allow for it to be film controlled from the media box, but since it is disrupting the council as of today, and I don't want it to become another issue later on throughout the day. So I respectfully ask Miss Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie and also Miss Shabala if you could stop that live recording so we can get back to our business. We do have an agenda, colleagues, and this is something that we can go back to once we get that final draft of the media policy. Then you would all have that voice and amendments to make those amendments once that media policy is presented here on the floor. So colleagues, I know we have a very important day. It's been a long day. I know lunch is late as well. So just asking for your patience and just being respectful of one another. And without any disruption, I do my best to keep the order here and decorum here within the council. Point of privilege raised by Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
I'd like to ask our legal counsel how this is violating how I work with my LDA. Thank you.
Honorable Yazzie, I'm going to recognize that point of privilege if there's any additional clarification from our legal counsel. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, I guess, for the question. There's always a balance, and what Speaker is saying is if you're gonna film or if you're gonna live stream in the council chambers, you need to be in the press box. That seems like a fairly balanced approach. You do live streaming from the audience. You can get in the way of people. You end up filming people in the audience who may not agree to that. So there's no perfect solution, but right now, if you're gonna film, if you have press credentials, it's from the back. As far as interfering with your LDA responsibilities, I'm not aware that filming that this would interfere too much, as you do have access to what is officially being live streamed and what is in the boxes back there. As I am working with Speaker, I think it's really important that we get this policy in place. There's never been one, surprisingly. As soon as we address some legal issues, I think it will be in front of you. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. To add addition, I can just read that memo for the record as well. It does say media. The Office of the Speaker's communication team will provide media credentials to news reporters who plan to attend the fall session. All credential media are required to be seated in the designated media seating area within the gallery of the council chamber for the entirety of the session. There will be no live streaming allowed in the gallery or on the floor of the council chamber, with the exception of official live streaming provided by the Office of the Speaker via the council's designated YouTube channel. If media, Navajo Nation employees, or general public wish to film but not live stream during the session, all will be required to do so from the designated media seating area. We ask everyone to be respectful and comply with this notice. So that memo was all sent out to our colleagues. So if you're not acting as a media within the media box, there should be no live streaming. There's a difference between live streaming and filming. So live streaming means it's being streamed on a different third-party channel. If you're filming, it just means it's just being stored on your phone. So just for that clarification. And as stated, I was using Rule 4 within our Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order for any type of live streaming here within the gallery, except an exception through that we can control the council here through our YouTube channel. Okay. Hopefully that provides some clarification, colleagues. Sorry again for the disruption that this may have raised. And I know we've been trying to navigate this issue, so we'll be working closely again with Ms. Barbroff to finalize that policy. Point of privilege raised by Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council, Speaker, and also Ms. Barbroff. Part of the decorum of being a part of this session as leaders, I believe, is also the safety of leadership here. If there is an insinuation of any type to encourage through social media to bash our colleagues, I believe we've crossed the line there. And I think that we need to be careful. It doesn't matter which colleagues, we should look out for each other and say, let's have respect. To me, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, I have respect for her just as well as each and every one of you, whether you vote red against me or whatever. We're colleagues. We're here to do a job. We should focus on these issues, Speaker. It's a fundamental law. It's a fundamental law. It's a basic human respect that we should have, not only for each other, but the people that we represent and each other. So, Speaker, any of us, if we're being recorded and thrown out there, is that okay? I believe that raises an issue of safety, the safety of that person, of that colleague of ours. Perhaps we need to have a recess and maybe go into executive session and have a discussion here. O Quinson of Antis case, Shananta, not Lenigi. Thank you.
A point of privilege raised by Honorable James.
Ahiadan, Speaker, Ado, Shanat Ahno Linigi, Kodo, Beshman Sa'anit Linigi, Kodo Speaker, Behanaste. We need to respect you as our Speaker. Biniya Speaker in Ilia, Don the Nena that is Nel Kodo, Beshman Sa'andan Lini. And that's not what we're doing at this point. We're not respecting your orders. Please reassure that you indicated on record that the recording needs to be stopped. That needs to happen. And if they're not going to follow it, then make sure accountability policies start kicking in. With all due respect, we have our chief legal counsel, Dana Barbroff, here. But she's not elected. She's not the speaker. She was not voted in to be the speaker. You gave a rule order as being our speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Please make it adhere to that. The order that you have provided is done. If it needs to involve law enforcement, then you're entitled to that as speaker. Make sure that that recording is stopped. Speaker. So just wanted to make that reassurance that the recording is stopped. Thank you.
Wishing Shiash Honorable James, there was numerous point of orders, point of privileges. Colleagues, I'm going to stand by the motion or the memo that I sent out prior to council session. So I know you guys all had that opportunity to read that memo, and as stated before, I just hope that it didn't get this far to, disrupt council. So I'm going to rule that no live streaming within the council unless if you have media credentials, or filming only if you have media credentials, and everyone is more than free to watch the live session through our controlled YouTube channel, so Navajo Nation Council, and we can also share that all on our social media pages again. So colleagues, and that ruling will stay in place. Thank you again, and we're still in middle of an amendment. All right, recognize Honorable Simonson.
Thank you, Speaker. I just need calling the point of privilege. I want clarification. As I'm reading the legislative district assistant's job description, I am reading on here, and I certainly think this could be interpreted in many ways, and it says develops and maintains communication. And if you choose to use a live stream as a way of if that's what you developed in terms of communicating with constituents, then certainly I think it falls under this job description and task. So what I'm asking is, your memo that you provided, does that supersede this job description, is going to be my question. Thank you.
So there was a clarification on the LDA's duties and responsibilities. Ms. Johnson is actually getting the recent copy of the plan of operations for LDAs, and she can forward that over to Ms. Barbroff, and so you can have some of that clarification. Also, we had another point of privilege raised by Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. We had a pretty lengthy discussion about this, I believe, at the summer session. And at that time, I expressed that I most likely would not be participating in future council sessions if you're going to prohibit the press from streaming, or if you're going to prohibit other people from streaming if it's non-disruptive to the audience or anyone else. Maybe, well, I guess Delegate Tolt is the closest person to Ms. Shabala, but I'm definitely the second closest. And there's nothing that's disruptive about the streaming. She's not talking into the mic loudly. Nobody's going up there and making a fuss. It's just a camera being held on a stand, or a phone being held on a stand. And yes, we have a right to be safe, but that's why we have security here in the chamber, and that's why they've been put in to the chamber. I don't see how this ends without the police harassing Ms. Shabala or the security harassing Ms. Shabala, and we're gonna look like a third world dictatorship that doesn't respect the freedom of the press or our people. I'm not gonna feel safe in this chamber if people aren't allowed to film in here. I already know how things are misinterpreted, how people go and say stuff on social media and elsewhere, but I think there's a right to freedom of the press, right? And that can be from a citizen journalist, that could also be from a legislative district assistant. We're drawing all these distinctions and making all these mental gymnastics just to justify an outcome that's been predetermined based off of, I guess, the majority of this chamber. And that is, we protect ourselves, we don't serve the best interest of the people, and daylight and transparency is the best interest of the people. So I don't want to get sidetracked any further, but I'll be leaving the chambers, and I can't guarantee that I'll be participating in future sessions until this issue is rectified with reasonableness. And colleagues, I encourage you to leave now too. You should be standing up for the Navajo people and not getting distracted in this sideshow debate right now. This is completely compromising the integrity of the Navajo Nation Council every time this comes up. Nobody else was concerned about this matter right now because it was not disrupting the operations of this chamber. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for raising that point of privilege. Colleagues, once it does get on the floor, we're being sidetracked now, and it is a disruption right as of now to the council and to our agenda. So if needed, we can always discuss this in executive session, if you will, too. But Ms. Barbroff, if you could help us clarify Ms. Honorable Simonson's questions.
Thank you. A question to Delegate Simonson, because I can't find it. I think you said that in the LGA's job responsibilities that they were supposed to assist with Facebook postings or social media. I haven't found it. I'm still looking for that section. What section did she reference? I don't see. Okay. Oh, wait, I got an amended one, sorry. That came a little late. Shoot. Okay, just a second.
Point of order raised by Honorable Simpson.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, relatives here. Legislation is already to get there. I don't know if they need to stand either. Kujanati's Kitnida. I know we have a whole week to discuss this issue. Discuss all the legislation that's on our agenda. Madam Speaker, with this, the reason why I raise a point of order is that there's issues that need to be resolved on streaming, memorandum, policies that need to be in place, and again, the safety that nobody did yet. And we only have two items definitely on the agenda, but we're still, I think we talked about this for a whole hour. So with that, Madam, all I'm going to say is, I'll say what's being requested. Again, we're just going back and forth with the chief, Dana, yourself, Madam Speaker, and issues with what's being raised by Madam Delegate Eugene Charles Dutton. And I'm not going to, because you are the ones that need to fix this and resolve this issue right now. So with that, I'd like to motion to recess, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, for clarifying that. I know we are on still amendment number 1, and you can't motion during within a point of order. So once we were back on to our reserve time and acknowledging that, like I had mentioned before, colleagues, point of order raised again by Honorable Simpson.
Madam Speaker, you have the authority as a speaker. We don't have to motion to recess. If you think this needs to be resolved, you have discretion to recess and to address this issue that's being raised. Then we can get back on the legislation because we got two important legislations to be addressed. With that, Madam Speaker, we put that at your discretion to recess, and I'm making that, and then make that plea to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. As mentioned before, colleagues, the memo for media was sent out last week prior for us to coming back in. And I did use, within my authority, Rule 4, that had to keep order and decorum within the council. And that is to not have any live streaming. That's not by the council. So that was stated within the memo. And the doors are always open here in the chambers. Folks are always welcome to come in here and watch the council debates. And as mentioned, we always have live streaming from the Navajo Nation's Council's YouTube page. That is the only channel that I can control of what is being shown on the council. So for other outlets, I do not have control of what is being done or where it's posted. So I can only speak to what I have control over. So that is the reason why I issued that memo, just to keep the quorum, just being respectful, colleagues, and staying with that ruling that there should be no live recording unless with appropriate media credentials from the media box. So I don't see, are there any objections to the recess? There's objections to recess, so we can carry forward, colleagues. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Ms. Barbara, do you have the information that you needed for that point of privilege that was raised? So once we get the clarification, and then we can go back to amendment number 1.
Thank you. The question was, does the legislative district assistant's job description supersede the speaker's authority under Rule 4C to preserve the order and decorum? I've looked at both the job description posted on DPM, which is not approved by committee or council. That is done through OLS. I've also looked at the plan of operation for the LDAs, and there is no specific directive about filming, particularly in the council chambers. So I have to believe that the speaker's authority supersedes the job description and doesn't conflict with the plan of operations. So speaker having control over the council chambers, I believe her directive or her memorandum supersedes anything with the LDA's plans of operation or job description. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Colleagues, again, sorry again for the disruption within our middle of our agenda. We are still on legislation 0202-23, and we have been in debate with this legislation since 12:11 p.m. And we do have a current amendment on the floor that was motioned at 1:33 p.m. So we do have a motion that was for amendment number 1 by Vice Chair Slater, and also second by Honorable Simpson. Are there any other questions to the amendment number 1? We still have in queue for reserve time. Oh, we have Honorable Parrish. This is to the amendment number 1, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Curley. I believe Vice Chair Slater and Delegate Simonson are no longer present, and I'd like to request to be the motion. I can carry this amendment as the motioning party. Oh, Slater's here? Okay, sorry. I didn't see him. I reserve my time.
Reserve time by Chair Parrish of 4:37. Colleagues, are there any additional comments or questions to amendment number 1? We have Honorable Norman Begay, 5 minutes to amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Go down a little bit again. On the top line, it says there, all chapters meeting require a quorum of 25. Not all chapters have 25. They have 17, some of them. So can you clarify that, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:45. We can turn that to the motioning party. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I believe there's a different provision in Title 26 that authorizes the reduction of chapter quorum requirements, and that can be done via referendum or via RDC resolution. And so this wouldn't affect the ability of chapters to, what would you say? Exercise that authority, and the community members to exercise that authority. But Speaker, I'd like to ask for Ms. Connor, Ms. Bobroff to explain that, or the Department of Justice. Oh, is that Roger? Mr. Begay's here. He's the expert. So, no offense, Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Barbara first, our legal counsel. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you very much. So the question that Delegate Begay is asking about, look at page 5 of the legislation starting on line 8. It says all chapter meetings require a quorum of 25 registered chapter members. And then it goes on. That is the language that is currently in Title 26. But if you read further, going to the second sentence, chapters, whether government certified or not, may amend the quorum requirement based upon models and procedural regulations adopted by the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Adoption of an amended quorum requirement requires approval by chapter ballot measure in accordance with 11 NNC sections 401 through 408. So, yes, there is the opportunity, if the chapter does a referendum, to amend the quorum requirement. And so they're 25 unless the chapter amends them through the appropriate processes. And I am going to turn it over to Mr. Begay as the chapter guru. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Roderick Begay.
Okay. I agree with everything Ms. Bobroff is saying. Just maybe if it would help, we're trying to amend the current law as it stands. And in 2012, well, just a bit of history. In 2004, the LGA was amended. Initially, it was only government certified chapters could amend their quorum requirement by ordinance. But then in 2004, it was amended to open it up for all 110 chapters. And as the law states, it requires regulations to be created. In 2012, RDC created those regulations that allowed chapters based on their registered voting population to reduce their quorum from 25. So that's, so subpart B, what Ms. Bobroff reiterated was the law as it was amended back in 2004. So now that we have those amendments that reduce quorum and allowed chapters to do that by ballot measure, which is basically a chapter referendum to reduce their quorum. Now we're adding provisions that determine what presence means, and therefore, just to maybe respond to Delegate Johnson's earlier request to comment on this legislation, I hear both. I hear both as well, both in favor of the legislation and also those who oppose and don't want to bring back virtual. Of course, the original intent or the original reason we had virtual was to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. When we had lockdowns, chapters still needed to conduct business. And, you know, we have had 3 years of that. And in that 3 years, we've slowly developed a system to allow how chapters would conduct those virtual. And so, you know, obviously the communities out there are now used to that. And because the law is written in a certain way, when the allowance for hybrid meetings expired, it went back to regular in-person requirement. So again, I just wanted to just give a brief background and then also address what Delegate Johnson asked of me earlier, and then just to provide further clarity on what Ms. Bobroff read earlier. We are trying to fit an amendment just to talk about what presence means, because in other parts of the code, if you look at section 1002, it talks about chapter officials required to be in person and present. So again, we're trying to work with what the law is, and we're trying to, if this is going to go forward and get approved, then, you know, we always strive for clarity. You know, since we came out of the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the relaxed laws that were passed under by this body and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, is that going to continue? We need that clarity. If that's not going to happen, then we go back to just saying in person. But if this is going to move forward, that clarity and through these amendments is what's best. What I would advocate for, but I really don't have a position for or against virtual. I do hear both sides, so Madam Speaker, that'll be DOJ's response.
Thank you, Mr. Begay, for clarification. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments on amendment number 1 before I go back to reserve time? We have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, Shadow Speaker, and thank you, Dana, for providing the clarification that helped me understand both the language from the first part as well as B. So thank you for that clarity. Speaker, I waive my time. Thank you.
Honorable Nez waives the rest of his time. Chair Parrish, 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Chair Parrish waives the rest of her time. We have Honorable Begay with 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Waives the rest of his time. Colleagues, do we have any additional comments or questions on amendment number 1? Second call. Third call. Going to a vote for amendment number 1, 2 minutes on the board. Less than 35 seconds on the board. Time did expire. Honorable Azeret, Honorable Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Johnson votes green. Honorable Nota, Honorable Simonson, Honorable Tolth, Honorable So. And we do have 2 excused absences. We have Honorable Crotty and Honorable Yazzie. With that, we have a vote of 13 in favor, 3 opposed, with Speaker not voting. So amendment number 1 passes. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. Point of privilege raised by Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I was just approached by a fellow delegate saying that 9 delegates have approached a delegate and saying that that delegate is getting what they deserve. And I don't know where we had a meeting of 9 delegates, but if that's the information that's going to be shared out there to the Navajo people, I want to make it very clear that I respect the safety of all the members of the Navajo Nation Council, and that is important for the conduct of the Navajo Nation Council and our operation as a government. But we need to nip this spiraling situation in the bud. And I hope that we can move forward in a good way. But I know that that is what's going to be put out there later. And I want everyone to know that right now there is an issue between a perceived balance of safety of delegates or an individual delegate and also the right of the people to observe their government in action. And I want to stand with the people in observing their government. I don't think there's been any credible threats that have been expressed to this council right now. And I just need to get that out there because I know that that's going to be spread out there very soon. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Colleagues, again, we have an agenda and we are still on middle of legislations. So let's be respectful of one another, colleagues, and let's finish our business here in the council. We do just meet every quarter, so let's make this day as much as productive as we can without of respect for one another. Let's get our business finished today, and let's just focus on the legislations that are on before us today, colleagues. We do have Honorable Simonson. This is to the main motion. I don't see Honorable Simonson here in the chambers, so we can keep going forward. I believe we are going back around to reserve time. So we do have reserved time by Honorable Simpson with 1 minute and 22 seconds. Waives the rest of his time. We have Honorable Toth with 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also thank for the beef stew. Is Kali. So thank you. Kuro amendment Yeon Ishla Ash, ya the Shkakodo, Yego Hainle. One amendment I want to make to this amendment 202-23, sponsored by Mr. James Ash Kodo. I believe the accountability, this is all we need, and we shouldn't put a lot of stuff. A lot of times our officials are not well. I mean, you know, they're having a hard time, some of them. But anyway, this is one amendment I'd like to offer, because we're asking for accountability. I think this amendment shall, explain what they need to do at these meetings. So I do support, but I'd like to make this amendment to the 202-23. I'll have the staff read into the record for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. There is a motion on the floor for amendment number 2. It was sent through email at 1:21 p.m. From Ms. Johnson. So, Ms. Johnson, could you help us read that amendment to the record, and then we can entertain a second?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 2, 1 on page 4 at line 15, add the following sentence. New language, voting through virtual attendance shall be subject to such voters' chapter registration being verified by the chapter secretary or their designee prior to the final vote tally, and new language. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have a second for amendment number 2? Second call for a second. Second by Honorable So. Thank you, colleagues. Are there any questions or comments on amendment number 2? Honorable So.
Just a, not a direct question, but just a comment. There was not anybody proposing a second for Honorable Toad, so I motioned the second just to have the discussion purpose move forth here on the floor. But I re-honed back to what the what Department of Justice has indicated, that there's a process in place that has ani a salah a bishmas an batanas neligi kides ingi a de ako a what a sohdit ego a ya did a behs ani kwa a be as an nisto had into be had so ako a dika banses case of you know, I think that having the chapter resolutions here is and I guess the Low Mountain Veteran Organization, Nazlini chapters and thing having their resolutions here supporting this legislation, but behas ani a holon ako hat ishi a ajadas bekek tahadil taho qualta le kun quat di na dolni di na nal ihan beken da na dil ta kwanan ako ibik ako di dishnant Department of Justice ya yalti behas ani hadit ehi halit e la e ya bekek nil de la but not the Shinigi. Title 26 gives the authority to the chapters. Adon the Bishma has unlean adi yalti. As yego anstene an aid ego. All ni katnas nilita do nahansalada. We don't have that authority at the chapter level, but just that reporting mechanism. A pego ko a nashin ko with on certification and on the a pego ko I think shanand I'm gonna hit the shafty the overall the support that I pledged on this, but Department of Justice has indicated that there's a process in place, and I think that it should go along those routes to get these issues addressed at those through that process. And I just remember looking at the committee report. We did oppose this. I believe that was one of the reasons why was that what Mr. Department of Justice has indicated, the process. Ako e di git o ba dis to yeah so do le to I don't reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:22. Next we have Honorable Slater, 5 minutes to amendment number 2.
I wanted to request a modification at the end of tally to say consistent with policies and procedures adopted via chapter resolution or referendum. I just don't want to see this, pardon me, Council. I don't want this to be perceived or to be an expression of the council overstepping what those resolutions or referenda may state. And to me, that's an authentic expression of the people's will and how they want their local community meetings to be conducted. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:03. Thank you, Honorable Slater. There was a request for a modification to the motioning party. Shache, Honorable Tolth.
Abi Rashi. Thank you.
We can update that amendment number 2, the modified language here on the board. Just give us a few seconds. Okay, colleagues, we do have the modified language, and we'll put that on the board here. And the modification is in yellow. All right, so Honorable So, you're the seconding party. Do you concur? Kochin. Colleagues, do we have any other questions or comments on amendment number 2? If not, I'm going to go to reserve time. We have Honorable, we have someone new in queue. Honorable Norman Begay, 5 minutes to amendment number 2.
Thank you, Speaker Otto, 25th Council. Okay. Can we get somebody from DCD to give his opinion on maybe see what they think about this whole thing we're doing, modifying everything? Thank you. I'll reserve my time while we recess.
Reserve time of 4:46. If DCD's here in the room, if they're here and present, they can come down answer some of those questions if they want. So don't know who is present. And this will be in regards to amendment number 2. Division of Community Development. You can have a seat here by Honorable James. And this is just in regards to amendment number 2 and also what Honorable Begay stated, his question.
All right, well, Yat Eshe, John Charlie, I'm the new ASC department manager here at DCD. I've been here for about 2 months, so that's where I'm going with, where I'm coming from. With regards to this voting virtual as well as in person and offering a hybrid, a lot of what I've been getting is we're not meeting quorum, and to go along with that is a lot of our budgets are being affected by this. And in my professional opinion, virtual and hybrid does have a great asset that our people are not utilizing, and this will help keep us going forward instead of going back. And that would be my opinion, is we need to embrace it. We need to learn how to work with it. If we don't do that, we're just keep setting ourselves back 10 years. And that's where I believe we're going to be going with this. So previously I worked with Gila River Indian community. We fully embraced using virtual for their district meetings. Those are community meetings as well. So with that, they also embraced it, and we were able to always meet quorum. Yeah, there's going to be the downsides of it, but everything has a downside to it. Nothing's perfect. But if we just keep rejecting it and we keep pushing it back, you know, the digital age is here, and we need to all embrace it, is what I think we need to go with this. So mine is I'm here with Mr. Honorable Vince James, and I think that's the direction we should go in. We'll learn, we'll adjust. You know, we're here making adjustments to it. Whatever's going on, we can help fix it too, going along the way. And verification and processes, I got a couple ideas on how we can do that at the chapter level. So, go.
Thank you for your responses and reflections. So next we'll go back to Q. We do have Honorable Damon. 5 minutes to amendment number 2.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege raised by Honorable Damon.
My question of privilege goes back to Honorable Norman M. B. Gay's question is, Madam Speaker, is I think there was a question directed to DCD, and I don't know if that clarified the answer directly regarding policy. So can I give further? Can I see if Norman Begay actually got that question answered? Because I don't think the question was answered regarding the policy that's currently on quote unquote on the books.
Thank you, Honorable Damon. Honorable Begay, could you restate your question for DCD?
Thank you again, Speaker, 25th Council. Okay. I think the question is, okay, right now, what does it really say in your Title 26 on not virtual, but just what the chapter's supposed to be doing and having a meeting? I know some of them have 15, 17, and 25 quorum to get the meeting going. In the planning meeting, they don't have to have a quorum. they go without a quorum, you know, they can only have 3 or 4 people in there, they'll run that meeting. When we're changing this virtual meeting, Ningi, you know, what's the difference, you know, between the laws that's in the book right now to when we're trying to change it to here? Thank you.
DCD? Mr. Charlie?
Yes, ma'am. So with Title 26 and with the meetings that go with how to get quorum or how quorum base, there are some chapters that operate on 15, some on 17, some on 25, and moving it to virtual and putting into legislation like this, I don't see it, as far as I've read in my limited time here, I don't see how it would really affect it other than being physically in person as opposed to virtual. So I'm not sure how that's supposed to be. Thank you. Oh.
Honorable Brigade, did that clarify your question?
So the question is that, can we do it even with what we're doing right now? Thank you. Right now is that, okay, we're changing the law right now as we sit in here. So are we allowed to do this?
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for that clarification. We can have Mr. Roderick Begay answer that question. Mr. Begay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Doe, Delegate Begay, for your question. With regards to, the answer is simply yes. Chapters are entities of delegated authorities. And so in 1998, when those delegations were given to chapters, this body told chapters, these are your delegated authorities. When the LGA was passed, it reminded all 110 chapters, the council is the governing body. The council confers authorities. And so when I was trying to explain further, and I apologize, I didn't really explain it very well, the LGA contains all of the delegated authorities. But when we have ambiguities in the law, like can chapters decide for themselves to have virtual meetings, when the law for 20-something out years has been in person, then we need that clarity from this body, and then have chapters at the local level decide for themselves. You know, even if this body today passes this amendment to Title 26 and it goes over to the President's office and he approves it, then it's still going to take 56 chapter resolutions to pass this law. And so, and the difference between a chapter referendum that each chapter passes, that referendum, all chapter referendums would have to meet and comply with Navajo Nation law. So right now, we don't have that clarity in the law. Can chapters do virtual meetings? And so that's, I guess, the doorway, so to speak, is if this body approves this legislation, then it provides that gateway to allow chapters, that delegation, to say that yes, you can create virtual presence at chapter meetings. And so I hope that demonstrates or clarifies that we have an ambiguity in the law right now, and it's up to this body as the governing body of the Navajo Nation to clarify that delegation to chapters. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. I believe Ms. Barbroff also has some further clarification. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you very much, and I'm just going to add on a touch to what Mr. Begay said, but I would like you, or invite you, to look at page 5, section 4 of the resolution, starting on line 18. That talks about the effective date of when if council passes this, president signs it, when will it be effective? As Mr. Begay alluded to, this legislation will not be effective, it will not go into effect until it has been approved by a majority of all 110 chapters of the Navajo Nation. So 56, after the legislation is passed, after it's approved by council, it will not go into effect until 56 chapters have agreed to, approved the legislation, this legislation, and the way, if you will look at section, on page 5, section 4B, as in boy, you will see that the way it's drafted, that they will have, chapters will have 180 days. There will be 180 days allowed for those 56 or majority of the 110 chapters to approve this legislation before it becomes effective. That's what I wanted to add, and thank you, Mr. Begay, for elaborating on others. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for that clarification. Honorable Begay, did that answer your questions? Honorable Begay nods yes. So we will move forward, colleagues. We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, new in queue, 5 minutes to amendment number 2.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is, so we do have the new ASC, the overall ASC director, right? Who is saying that he's okay with this. So my question is, how much is this going to cost to put it into effect? Because we're going to need somebody who's going to have to verify like election, like people who are actually voting in that chapter, number 1. So that sounds like you either need to work with election office or you're going to have to hire somebody else. Number 2 is with the chapters coming during COVID, a lot of chapters came forward and said that they don't have the bandwidth in place. So like the internet capabilities. What is it going to cost to upgrade all of our chapters to allow for participation? Especially, like, I understand like allowing them to listen, but it's a whole other, I guess, beast, if you're allowing them to speak and to participate in like the voting process. So that's another thing that we have to take into consideration is what is that going to cost, and how, like, I guess I'm thinking in terms of upgrading the chapters, their broadband, their bandwidth, and then we also are going to need to hire somebody who is neutral, who will be able to monitor the Zoom calls or the teleconference calls. So where are you planning to get the money? Are you planning to come to council to ask for an increase for each of the chapters? And I say this, colleagues, because when we passed the legislation during the 24th for the equipment, for them to be purchased for the chapters, now what we're getting is these the equipment is just sitting there because they don't have the necessary personnel to, you know, to be driving the equipment or to be handling the equipment. Then the chapters are coming back saying, council, you guys don't give us enough money to hire an equipment operator, so that's why the equipment is just still sitting there. So we had that discussion when we talked about the chapter equipment. We talked about that. We said that this is gonna happen, and we voted for it, and sure enough, it's happening now. So we're starting to see a lot of chapters where there's equipment just sitting there. So I'm just a little bit worried about, like, what do you envision? How do you think that this whole thing is going to work itself out? Because again, you probably need 2 people who are gonna be working during that time. Plus you're gonna need an upgrade in your internet or your broadband, you know, capacity or your capabilities. You're gonna need an equipment upgrade. So you're gonna have chapters saying we need a brand new laptop, we need brand new speakers, we need brand new, you know, microphones. So it's gonna cost something. So what is your thought on that? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve time of 1:52. Colleagues, I know Honorable Toth did mention early this morning that he has his anniversary today, 49 years. So we got him a cake. Oh. So Honorable Toth, if you could share your cake with us. So his wife is also in the South Conference room. So little snack. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments to amendment number 2? If not, I'm going to go back to reserve time. We have reserved time by Honorable So, 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Yeah, I guess moving forth, whichever direction this goes. But I think that we really need to get the work that Department of Justice has alluded to through the process. We need to follow that process. And Resources and Development Committee approved the resolution. That's the way I understand it, past previous RDC. So with that, that process, I think that's what we should be following. And that way, we're not trying to bring in people last minute to say, can you elaborate on this, or can you talk about this and that? Okay, and that's just my thought. But moving forth, let's just move forth with the vote and I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable So waives the rest of his time. We have Honorable Slater, 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
I'll waive my time, Speaker. I hope we can affirmatively pass this legislation. Thank you.
Honorable Slater waives the rest of his time. Honorable Norman Begay, 4 minutes and 46 seconds.
I'll waive it off.
Honorable Norman Begay waives his time. We have Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton with 1 minute and 52 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I was actually looking for something to eat, so I got my little snack bag. I gave away my lunch to one of the veterans who was sitting out in the gallery. I guess my questions haven't been answered, and so I don't really know. I mean, I hope you're not taking time away. It just hasn't been answered yet, so I don't know what other questions to ask.
You're correct, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. It's been a long day, but she still have reserve time 1:52. We'll refer that question to DCD. We also have, for the record, Mr. Arbin Mitchell here with us as well, Division Director for DCD. Mr. Charlie?
Yes, ma'am. So, Honorable Charles Newton. Sorry, I'm getting used to this. So the questions were about utilizing equipment, verification, cost analysis being needed, as well as equipment upgrades. To my knowledge, a lot of the chapters already do have equipment in place, and some of them are, like, we recently just got some laptops from my department. So I know there is some upgrades going on right now as we speak. Upgrading bandwidths and broadband, that's all gonna be part of pre-planning. A lot of this is just, it's gonna be done in stages. It's not gonna be automatic. So eventually it's gonna be with the broadband and the bandwidth. If we can get, obviously, the towers to those areas, that's gonna be, obviously gonna be an issue. But for the two-person, everything, the cost analysis, we can have a cost analysis done in order to see how much this would actually cost, because I cannot tell you right now how much it'll cost, but I know it's gonna cost some money. I can't speak for the unused equipment and the idling equipment. I wasn't here when that was all passed and when that was all purchased. And as for funds, I don't know at this point, right now. I cannot give you a solid answer, but I do know that our chapters are resourceful, our staff are resourceful, and I don't think we give them enough credit. So I think that's where we can go with this right now. But if you would like more on that plan, I can give it to you more one-on-one as it develops. Like I said, I've only been in here 2 months, but I'll definitely can get with you, ma'am, to get that better elaborated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charlie, for your responses. We only have one reserved time in queue. We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 1 minute and 52 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think, part of these legislations that we debate, we kind of have to think about like the effects, right? Like what is it, like who is it going to affect? What are the effects out there? What are the positives? What are the negatives? Which is why I said, at the very beginning that, I wrote down all of the positives, all of the negatives. I've got it written down on the legislation because I don't support this legislation. And I do agree that there are some chapters that are resourceful, but a majority that are not. And so I appreciate your, I guess, enthusiasm with supporting the chapters, but what we here at council is the things that are not working. So ARPA is a perfect example. Chapters were given information last year in the fall, and the people didn't even learn about it until February. Because the chapters, at least with my chapters, they were making selections beforehand of who were gonna get the homes, who were gonna get bathroom additions, and they never made the announcement like at the full chapter meeting. So that's what I worry about. And I can only speak to one chapter, which is my chapter, and I know that, I'm just a little bit worried because we've already had that happen. And no matter how many amendments are made to this legislation, without having that cost analysis done, and then for council to fully understand what it's gonna cost, because every time the chapters come to us, we have to budget into the budget. Then we have to take away services from somewhere else. So, until you have that information, I can't take your word that, you support this and that you're okay with it. So, Speaker, I don't have any more time left, but thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions on the floor? If not, I'm going to return the floor over to Mr. Charlie if he has any other comments in regards to Chair's questions and comments she just made. Mr. Charlie?
I think the only thing I can really say is the last thing is, just because this is passed and everything, it doesn't mean that all chapters are going to embrace it. But I think, like as mentioned before, as I heard, it at least opens the door and it gives them the option. And I think that's just kind of where it's going right now. As long as we're giving them more options and more resources to fulfill their needs, I think that's always a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charlie. Colleagues, we don't have anybody else in queue, and we don't have any reserved time too as well. Going twice for comments, questions. Third call. We will do our second reading of amendment number 2 since it was modified, and then we will have 2 minutes on the board. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 2.1 on page 4 at line 15, add the following sentence. New language, voting through virtual attendance shall be subject to such voters' chapter registration being verified by the chapter secretary or their designee prior to the final vote tally, as set forth in virtual hybrid attendance policies and procedures adopted by chapter resolution or referendum in new language. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, we have 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 2. Less than 40 seconds on the board. And for the record, we do have 2 excused absences, Honorable Crotty and Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Ten seconds left. Honorable Simonson, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Azaret. Okay, we have locked down the votes. We have 17 in favor with 2 opposed and with speaker not voting. So amendment number 2 carries. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. And next in queue for reserved time, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Otto, again, for bringing this legislation forward. Colleagues on the call, everyone, I just highly encourage you to participate in local governance. You have a voice. I share this a lot with our students when I talk with them. Participate, ask questions, and as one delegate, I do my best to attend all of my chapter planning as well as our regular chapter meetings, and to date I've participated in all 4 of them. I haven't missed one, so that's something that I'm very proud of. To be informed at the local level, but also with our website as well, we try to post the financial reports, minutes, things like that. So I think there's a lot of avenues for us to encourage our community members, our youth, and to use also technology to the best of our advantage. And it also comes back on us as well to help educate and further assist at the local level so that more people are informed, more people know what's going on within our communities, within the region, our agencies across the Navajo Nation. But again, I think that's up at our discretion as well as elected officials, and then working with our chapters and working with our communities on their behalf. So I know, just so much good things to say. I support local governance. I support participation in educating our youth in that essence. So thank you so much, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. Honorable Nez waives the rest of his time. Next, we have Honorable Johnson with 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Oh, correction, it's Honorable Yanito with 3 minutes and 39 seconds.
Good old legislation introducing the lay chapter level the elders the abazan has then yet but in lay got deal nisto communication virtual get ICTs and all with that it's a tool that we can really relate to and educate through that. Even I support that, and as you know, I've been needing so don't know which it is needle. I don't reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:05. Next, for reserve time, we have Honorable Johnson with 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'd like to cease debate and go straight to a vote. I waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Johnson waives the rest of his time. There is a motion on the floor, and according to our rules, to Navajo Nation Council's Rules of Order, Rule 12, prior to recognizing a motion to cease debate by a delegate, the speaker shall ensure that there is an equal number of delegates speaking for and against. So since we had 2 amendments, and also we had 15 council that has provided comments on the main motion, and then over 7 comments on amendments. And it does seem equal version for and against, so I'm going to recognize that motion to cease debate. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Cease debate motion, according to Rule 12, shall not be debatable, and it will require 2/3 of the delegates casting votes. So colleagues, 2 minutes on the board. This is a motion for the motion to cease debate. Less than 1 minute, Honorable Azeret, Honorable Norman Begay, Honorable Simonson. And we have 2 excused absences, Honorable Crotty and Honorable Yazzie. We have less than 35 seconds on the clock. This is a motion to cease debate. Thank you, colleagues. We do have the full vote here on the floor. All right, locking down votes. We have 17 in favor with 2 opposed, with speaker not voting, and cease debate carries. So we did need 13 supporting, so we have 17 votes in favor. Colleagues, we'll do our second reading, Ms. Johnson, and then we will go straight to a vote for the main motion. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1, page 3, line 25, add paragraph J to the section 2 findings as follows. New paragraph J, underline J. This amendment to Title 26 will permit each chapter to decide the type of attendance will be allowed at its chapter meetings, in-person or hybrid/virtual. The chapters are to make the decision by chapter resolution or referendum. And new language. 2, page 5, line 10, insert the following amendment under section 1003, order of business. Paragraph B, all chapter meetings require a quorum of 25 registered chapter members. New language, to be in attendance, comma, either in person or virtually, comma, and new language, to conduct official chapter business. New language, chapters by chapter resolution or referendum are to state whether their chapter meetings are to be conducted in person or with virtual hybrid participation. Such chapter resolution or referendum shall include hybrid/virtual attendance, participation, policies, and procedures. In new language, chapters, whether governance certified or not, may amend the quorum requirement based upon model and procedural regulations adopted by the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Adoption of an amended quorum requirement requires approval by chapter ballot measure in accordance with 11 NNC sections 401 through 408. Amendment 2, on page 4 at line 15, add the following sentence. New language, voting through virtual attendance shall be subject to such voters' chapter registration being verified by the chapter secretary or their designee prior to the final vote tally as set forth in virtual hybrid attendance policies and procedures adopted by chapter resolution or referendum. Renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits implement the Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes on the board for a main motion. And this is a simple majority. Point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I thought that when we have changes to the code, that it was a 2/3 legislation. You also have that on the agenda as well, under the 2/3. Can we get some clarification on that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. I know at beginning of the meeting during our announcement this morning, I did mention that letter C, the legislation 0202-23, the 2/3 was a typo, so it should have been deleted. But I can hand it over to Ms. Barbroff of why it's not a 2/3 vote.
Thank you very much. So when amendments to the code, with the exception of Title II, when amendments to the code are made, they are generally regular majority unless specified elsewhere. And this is an amendment to Title 26, and Title 26 does not state that it is a 2/3 vote. So regular vote is necessary, or is all that is required. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back to you.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. If we can get the citation to that law. And then the other thing that is a little bit misleading is, as was stated by our Chief Legislative Counsel, that it's majority unless it's stated elsewhere. In this case, it's stated on the agenda, 2/3. There was not official action taken to remove that 2/3. It's on the agenda, 2/3. So I think that's stated elsewhere. And just simply saying there was a mistake or a typo, I would think that that would require us to change that on the agenda, because it's stated elsewhere, which is the agenda. I just want to make sure that we're complying with the laws and we're not picking and choosing which laws apply to certain things. I was always under the impression that if there is amendments made to the code, that it required 2/3 or 2/3 vote. So I think there's a lot of confusion. Is it 2/3 vote of the whole 24 delegates? Is it, the other one is it, 2/3 vote of the voting members of the delegates? Is it, majority of the delegates who are in attendance minus the 2 who are excused, or now there's 3? So I think that, we need that in the law. Otherwise, we're picking and choosing what law applies to which legislation. And I just need, so I need you to cite to the law, Ms. Bobroff, cite to the law that says that this is majority for changes made to the code. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you are asking for something that does not exist. There is no law that states that Title 26 needs a 2/3 vote. It doesn't exist. Each of the titles states if there is a unique vote requirement. Regular vote requirement is a majority of those voting. If there is a heightened requirement, that is included in the statute. Title II is unique in that back in 1989, when the Title II amendments were passed, the court the Supreme Court stated that amendments to the 1989 Title II amendments required a 2/3 majority vote of council, so 16 votes. To try and there's nothing in the code that requires amendments to Title 26, needing a two-thirds vote. As we discussed, though, earlier, Title 26 does have the requirement that if the council passes an amendment to Title 26, then it requires approval, after the fact approval, before it becomes effective, of a majority vote of chapters. So I can't provide something that says Title 26 requires just a majority vote, or that Title 26 requires a supermajority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Thank you again, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, for that question. We have locked down the votes here. The time did run out. We do have Honorable Azret, Honorable Simonson, Honorable Johnson. Honorable Johnson, vote screen. Okay, the board is updated. We have a vote of 15 in favor, 3 opposed, with speaker not voting. Point of privilege raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I just, earlier this week, there was a request that, the staff make sure that we eliminate, some of these typos, and I understand that sometimes, that we all make mistakes. However, this is a public document that's gonna go into the record for all times, right? The agenda that we approved, that we voted on, and on the agenda, it says 2/3 vote. So I don't, I don't mind that the legislation passed, but what really worries me is in the future, I'm gonna write it down in my rules that all it takes is the speaker to say, okay, there was a typo, it's not 2/3, it's majority. Because I guess the procedure, I think, would have been that we, correct that on the agenda. So to me, and I appreciate your power to do that, Speaker, but on the agenda right now, if that was changed to majority, a new agenda should have been given to us stating that it was a majority versus what we still have in front of us, which is 2/3 vote. So I think that is a little bit misleading, because again, this document is going to go down with, like they say in law, is part of our legislative history now. So I don't want people to question, why it says 2/3, but we accepted majority vote. That's all I'm saying, Speaker, is we need some type of correction, either to the agenda or maybe like a memo following, just saying that, that as Speaker, that there was a typo that you recognize and it's just now majority vote, and that be attached to this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Then we can recognize that point of privilege and colleagues, and then we can send out that updated version to through Ms. Johnson, Office of Legislative Services. Okay, colleagues, we are going next part of our agenda. We are on letter D. We have Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much. At this time, I requestfully, well, congratulations, first of all, Honorable Vince James, for your effort in leading the charge for the communities. And thank you, colleagues. And out of that debate came a suggested compromise, as you can see. So thank you very much, colleagues. Madam Speaker, at this time, I'd like to raise a motion to amend the agenda and add new emergency legislation 0240-23. It's a legislation requesting $50,000 from the undesignated, unreserved, or actually, I don't know why I keep saying undesignated first, but it's actually unreserved, undesignated fund balance for the Lexington Hotel Homeless Shelter to continue in operations, waiving certain provisions of FY 2024 budget instruction manual to allow for direct payment. And that's my motion at this time. And that motion, I did ask respectfully request to have that heard next. I know that there's one agenda item before that's additionally on the agenda, but this legislation is requiring 16 votes to get on the agenda and 16 votes for approval. But I respectfully ask my colleagues to consider this $50,000 request at this time to keep Lexington Homeless Shelter open in Gallup, New Mexico. Thank you very much. That's my motion at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Damon. We can get that here on the board. Okay, we have that updated on the board. We do have a second by Honorable Parrish. Thank you, colleagues. Do we have any questions or comments? Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board, and this is to vote on motion to suspend floor rules and to add emergency legislation 0240-23 as new business item D. And according to our rules of Rule 24B, it will require a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the council. Less than 20 seconds on the board. Time, Honorable Johnson. Honorable Johnson votes green. Honorable Toth. Honorable Nota. Honorable Simonson. Honorable Azeret. So locking down votes, we have 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. So the motion to suspend floor rules does carry. So that is our new order, new business next on our agenda. Primary sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record?
Thumbs down. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tracking number is 0240-23. Prime sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. Co-sponsor is Honorable Nathan Nota, Honorable Andy Nez, Honorable Shandine Parrish, Honorable Norman Begay, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, Honorable Oroso, Honorable Shauna Claw, Honorable George Toth, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Ricky Nez, and Honorable Brenda Jesus. An action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council approving $50,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Lexington Hotel Homeless Shelter to continue its operations, waiving certain provisions of the FY 2024 Budget Instructions Manual to allow for direct payment. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Colleagues, raise your hand or press your request to speak if you have any questions. Second call. So we do have questions on the floor. We will have 20 minutes for the sponsor. Honorable Damon.
No, you should know, colleagues. You should know what this legislation does. So again, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and the body here in order for us to go ahead and continue and move forward. Thank you very much for allowing the discussion to happen on legislation 0240-23. This legislation's in action requesting $50,000 from the undesignated, see there I go again, unreserved undesignated fund balance to allow for the Lexington Hotel, which is a hotel that's currently owned by the city of Gallup. It's a homeless shelter within the city limits of Gallup to continue an operation through the end of the year. I do have Mr. Ken Collins, who's the executive director of the organization, sitting right next to me here to the right, and I do have my agent too as well, Sir Thomas Cody, who is our director of internally, almost said internal affairs, but internally for our social services. So thank you very much for being here with us. As you can see, colleagues, on the legislation, it's asking for some funding to specifically keep the doors open through the end of the fiscal year. And what this is doing is the city of Gallup has asked the Navajo Nation to see if they can donate or actually request for matching funds of $50,000. The city of Gallup has put in $50,000. Mortgage Finance Authority out of Albuquerque has put in $30,000. The tribe of Zuni has contributed $20,000. And we're going to go to McKinley County to ask for their $50,000. What this is doing is really trying to make sure that operations can stay open and sustain itself for 31 homeless individuals that provide services for a lot of our community members, not just regionalized around City of Gallup, but numerous individuals that come from every part of the Navajo Nation, and not just these 31 individuals. There's individuals that they have helped out throughout the years. I can go ahead and give the floor over at this time to Mr. Collins, and then after that, give the floor over to Mr. Thomas Cody. With that, introduction.
Thank you.
The red light comes up. There it goes.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Damon. Sorry, a little bit nervous. But my name is Ken Collins. I'm the executive director of the Hojo Center for Personal Enhancement. We're a nonprofit, tax-exempt organization that's been first organized back in 2005. I have been involved with this organization since that time. How we got involved with this, I'm also on the board of Heading Home. I was recently elected to the board here a couple of months ago, and this is really when we started finding out the issues, and which eventually became the problem of keeping the doors open. When I got involved, there was quite a few things going on within Heading Home. Heading Home is the primary homeless organization in the state. Our old executive director or CEO was really the point man and receiving a lot of funds from the city of Albuquerque to create homeless shelters around Albuquerque to deal with the major problem that Albuquerque has. Since that time, here a couple of months ago, and really what happened, because of the success of the organization and the millions of dollars that were put into the organization to start homeless shelters, he really got ahead of himself in terms of getting these programs open. Everything going on was really fantastic, but he failed to do the accounting, the bookkeeping that was necessary to start tracking this money that was coming in. And unfortunately, we found out after hiring a new CEO, Connie Chavez, who couldn't, I wanted her to be here today, but she couldn't come from Albuquerque, so that's why I'm here. But after she came in with her team of accountants and bookkeepers, we found out the end of August that there wasn't money to keep the Lexington open. And by keeping it open and tapping into the resources that Heading Home had, it could have really caused, it would have caused major problems for the entire organization. So unfortunately, we voted the end of August that we were going to have to close the Lexington. This is really a problem because Lexington's the only shelter that we have in Gallup, and because of the lack of housing, it really creates catastrophic problems for the people that live there. Since that time, how the Hojo Center, how we got involved, because I was a board member, we took the lead in gathering resources. We started a GoFundMe account that our goal was to get $150,000 to keep it open for 3 months while we could get a chance to plan and organize finding the money for the remainder of the year. Since that time, we've spoken to one organization, Native Partnership for Housing, about helping us find the funds. We have identified grants. I presented a proposal to the city of Gallup here last Wednesday, to use liquor excise tax money. But we really need this 50,000 so that we can keep the doors open until January 1st. But like I said, we have identified some grants. We're in the process of going after those and applying for them. We really need this shelter. 80% of the residents there are Navajo. And so whatever you can do to help us would be really beneficial, and it really is going to save lives. We have had some people that have left the Lexington because of the stress that they're under, having to find another place to live. It really is, like I said, it's created some problems for people that don't traumatize people that don't need any more trauma in their life. So I encourage you to help us out. It would be greatly appreciated. I think one of the good things that's come out of the closing of Lexington, it's got all the players, the city, the county, now Navajo Nation, Zuni, for us to all come together and try to work on just keeping the doors open. And so, thank you for this opportunity to talk to you, and I'll answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, nachanahin additionant I saw and Trago. Hashin so a codoni car not jato, Niki the Nashin habit is better that codoni car not ja. Ashon, the Ado Speaker Damon Yahato, did in also Hanin source. Nike from the office of the President Eyego, ye cases Hala Ape Ye Lao Haya Hashin Sawabama. So an hisna Bamaye Ado Aquado Nasi Kato Cal Curley Joshua office to AD Lexington Hotel the is hitting the Hazaneto is Hineka Kojitni Coation and Benika Docha $50,000 a key Sato that the Hala Nikitkin Nadla 80%. 31 people couldn't has Tatino Asla 80% the Navajo dot so quite a Hashin so Nick Abich in the Hasti Jay Ado was not Ashin Ashin so a Nihotis Nick Abich in the Hasti Ashin what a quaggy Hashin so Bakana Wagi Benny Kanato Jahashnanda.
Thank you with that, and thank you very much, Mr. Cody, and thank you very much, Mr. Collins, for being here, and welcome to the Navajo Nation Council Chambers. Well, I know you've been here before, but again, thank you, colleagues, and I'll go ahead and at this time yield back to the floor for any comments or questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Damon and your two agents. Colleagues, I'm going to go to the floor for questions and comments. First, we have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker, for the presentation, and thank you for sponsoring this legislation. I just need clarification on a couple of things. Number one is in the legislation, it says it houses 25 individuals, but you guys are saying 31. So which is it? Number two is how many are Navajo? Are they all 31 Navajo? Or are they like, I guess how many are Navajo? And I know that there was, when I was contacted about this, I was told that there were veterans in that place. How many of them are Navajo veterans? Or I should say, how many are veterans total? So do we have that data and that statistics? And I support this, but I think the reason why I did my request to speak is because this is an emergency legislation that the people, didn't have the 5 days to comment on. So this is like something new that was brought to the floor, Speaker Damon, and you know that Delegate Crotty always brings this up. And since she's not here, and I usually agree with her on these issues, is with this legislation, because it's an emergency, it's been brought to the floor right now. We only have access to it, which is why I did do the request to speak so that you could provide that information to the Navajo people who are listening in. Otherwise, we're going to be voting on a legislation that they don't know anything about. 50,000. I was also looking at your information. So overall, it's $151,858. That is the monthly budget? Is my understanding. So every month you pay $151,858. If you look at the legislation, that's what it says, monthly budget. That's a lot. So can I get some clarification on this, or whether we need to make some corrections to the legislation? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve time of 2:55. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to go back to the sponsor, Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing me to speak again. There's actually 31 individuals in there, but on there it says 24, but there's actually one more, so there's 25 of them are Navajo, but there's 31 available for 31. Of those, there's 3 of them that are veterans. And there's 2 families currently residing here with children. And then to answer your question, that's actually budget for the remainder of the year. So sorry for that confusion, Madam Chair. If you look on the monthly budget for 2023, it's actually for the next remainder of the year until January 1st. So October, November, December.
Thank you, Honorable Damon, for your responses. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments before I go back to reserve time? I don't see any, so we're going to go back to reserve time. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So just for verification, Speaker Damon, so it looks like there was a $50,000 appropriation for the hotel. It just says Exhibit G. And then it says the Navajo Nation, is going to be approving the requested 50,000. So that's 100,000. And then I think you also said somebody else is providing some funds as well. Where is that breakdown of the cost? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve time of 2:25. Before we go to the sponsor, I'd like to recognize who is new in queue. Honorable So, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Services such as what Hojo Center provides is something that's, it benefits our, the nature people that utilize those services. And they end up going to these facilities. But I think somewhere we really have to start looking at how we could try to expand helping out facilities such as Hojo Center. In Flagstaff, Arizona, there's a place called Kala Bahogan or Yaad. Atlot ahot egot nachi kachi din kaho adi chichdaos. Ni hat ishik in da kai ade binne. Ado bisdahot ege hat in shik na anda kinte. Ade inache. Asho dan zindo. Jika da diskaj na da hot shish. It's somewhere that it'll help people get out of the cold if they're in need of going to a shelter of this what this organization provides. And every family on the Navajo Nation knows someone who is out there like that. This is where our dollars should be going. As an example, the Gaming Distribution Fund. Majority of it is going to chapters now. Why can't we go back and amend the distribution formula and allow a certain percentage to yearly help these facilities? There's a facility in Page. There's a facility in Farmington. The nage echo ons alcohol. No, what خشش بمجنز اللي قاله بجاء خشش بالشيء خشش بالنالة خشش بالنصانة خايش إننا هود أتخطغا تنات ويجي هود أنداك خي أبل هود هود أو نهات هود أو بين اللي It's asking for $50,000 and urge the body to support this. It's not millions. $50,000 body no Nick. What neda. When is it going to be that first day that you're going to see that headline on Gallup Independent? The neta is what it don't Nick. Oh, what ego so we kiss. Flagstaff nit what biaje kate any nikid na ajo la chindin kaho oh what bebe na haban tiskis ko dit sit never kay bakage be na hot it. This is something that we should be addressing also because you know our people out there na kaige ashon up bebe ditni I had a individual from Western that indicated that he stayed there when the pandemic was in the midst of the pandemic. But I urge the body just to support Speaker Damon's request here. I'm ready to vote green and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable So waives the rest of his time. Colleagues, I'm going to return the floor back over to the sponsor, Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much for those comments and for your questions. First and foremost, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, and then your comments and your unwavering support, Speaker So, for that, and knowing that we can continue to help fight this pandemic that is ongoing across not only the Navajo Nation, but in our border towns, and even in our cities that are outside our four sacred mountains. To answer your question, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, on the breakdown, the city of Gallup has voted, when did they vote? Last Tuesday to match the $50,000. A company called Mortgage Finance Authority is matching $30,000. The Zuni Nation, tribal nation, south of Gallup, New Mexico, is matching $20,000. And the next step that we're going to is to continue with the efforts and lobbying McKinley County for another $50,000 that we have not gotten yet. So this would total the amount right now of $100,000 if the Navajo Nation moves forward with this. So the next step is asking McKinley County, and they have their meeting the first week of November, and that's where we're going to go and advocate for that. And I will be there, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, to advocate on behalf and say the Navajo Nation has stepped up, and we're asking McKinley County to step up too as well. So I hope I answered your question on that portion, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, of the breakdown.
Thank you, Honorable Damon. Colleagues, are there any additional comments or questions? If not, I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I think Speaker Damon, for sponsoring this legislations, and thank you to his agents, for being here in support. Last week, we had a Navajo family, a veteran, that came here to the legislative branch because they were homeless, and they just came from a veterans meeting out on the Flagstaff Loop area. And the veterans there pitched in for some gas money to get them over here to see what kind of services we could provide, for the family. And they were living out of their car. So they just called me right outside the chambers as I was leaving. One of the legislative staff, they came out and I met with them. And they needed a place to sleep. They needed a place to stay. I didn't see any kind of substance, abuse or anything like that. They just lost their house to a fire. And, the resources, how do we act on that type of request from our own people that come to us knocking on our door? And, if I would have known about this facility, then I could have, sent them on over. And so that's something that, I did witness, and I did, but I'm really glad that community development stepped up. Ms. Shayla Draper was helping them, with the, getting them some resources that they could utilize. And so they did reach out to the executive branch and the veterans, Olin, everybody on that side. Just want to thank them, commend them for what they did. And there is services for them for those types of situations, emergency situations. So that's something that we need to improve on here, for our Jeanette relatives. So just want to thank you. It's just pretty much a comment, on what you're doing out there. And we also need to work diligently here on our side to improve that system as well. So, I am in support of this legislation, but I also would like, our colleagues to consider, here at home, to look at, building something like this here, here on the Navajo Nation. That's all. So thank you, and I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. Honorable Johnson waives the rest of his time. We have Honorable Helena Nesbigay, 5 minutes on the main motion.
Oh, thank you for bringing this legislation before us, and it's like opening the doors for others to address what's the issues around our surrounding areas. And it's been brought to, I know it's been brought to Mr. Cody about Page's facility, the treatment center there, and Page doesn't have anything like this. And I do see people walking on the side of the road, and I live in the rural area. Sometimes I pick them up. Sometimes they don't have a place to go, and I open my hogan for them to stay there. And we do really need treatments like this. And I know, Mr. Cody, we addressed this at the beginning when I first became council, and I don't think we're not getting anywhere with anything out by the Chi'i area to provide some kind of shelter for our people that are like that, and border town, not just only Page, but Flagstaff too, and Winslow and Holbrook. I know, because I sometimes go out there and go visit the elderlies out there that are in the nursing home, and I see that. And so, thank you, Mr. Delegate Slater, for bringing this up and opening the doors for us. Maybe it needed to be brought up to the council floors, or for us to, address something like this. And I'm speaking for my people in the Western Agency, and it's really heartbreaking. it is, and to see it like that, and then you just feel sorry for them, and then to especially see veterans like that. I mean, you hear all kinds of stories that they share with you, and they just want someone to listen to them, and you know, sometimes, you know, it's like you're a council. It's like a council has to, you know, fix everything, but you know, sometimes I just do so much, and sometimes I'm even afraid to even bring it here and address it, because sometimes when we ask for dollar amount here, it's not really considered at times. So sometimes I just sit here and just take it all in, but there's a lot. My people out there, they hurt, and even younger generation, we're seeing them out on the streets now, and they just need someone that gives them a helping hand, a lift, and you know, you can even change your life by that too. So I just want to address that, and I do support this legislation. Thank you, and I waive my time.
Thank you, Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Colleagues, if there's no one in queue, I'm going to turn the floor back over to reserve time. We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Are you sure? Okay. Speaker, I'm ready to vote. I waive my time.
Thank you. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton waives the rest of her time. Colleagues, are there any additional comments or questions? Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board. And this is a simple majority vote. Point of privilege raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the new agenda, by the way. So I just want to get clarification. This is a UUFB legislation, and you said it's majority vote when usually UUFB is 2/3 vote. So it goes back to that whole question that I raised earlier. So can you, like, for the record, explain why UUFB is 2/3, but for this case now we're allowing for majority? And then, to be honest, I'm probably gonna get bashed for doing this, but I thought it was 16 votes, which is why I was asking questions, because we don't have the 16 votes. And this is such an important legislation that I was, you know, trying to buy time to get the delegates in here to vote. But that's why we had 14 and then it went to 15. So that's why I apologize, colleagues, but it's such an important legislation. That's why I was asking questions, because we didn't have the number to vote. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. I'll have Ms. Barbara take on that question, why it's not a 2/3 vote.
Thank you very much. So this legislation does not require a 2/3 vote. So let's walk through UUFB legislations, and it all depends on the particular facts of the legislation. Generally, UUFB votes, UUFB legislations do not require a 2/3 vote except in two broad situations. One, it will require a 2/3 vote if the legislation goes into the minimum fund balance. Then you're going to need a 2/3 vote. This one does not go into the minimum fund balance. The next general reason why you need a 2/3 vote on UUFB legislations is because it is waiving part of the Appropriations Act. That is the most common reason. Generally, that is because you are trying to appropriate non-recurring funds, and the UUFB is non-recurring, and you're trying to appropriate those for a recurring cost. At that point in time, to do that, you have to waive the Appropriations Act. That's why you get a 2/3 vote. This legislation is not waiving the Appropriations Act. It is not waiving any statute. What it is waiving is the Budget Instructions Manual. And the Budget Instructions Manual is a policy manual that is approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. So therefore, it can be waived by council, but it only needs a majority vote to do that. So the one thing on these UUFB requests and consistency is it always depends on the facts of the particular legislation. And so the facts have to be the same when you're going to be comparing. But I very much appreciate being asked to explain the differences. But this legislation in front of you right now, it does not go into the minimum fund balance, and it does not waive a statute. Therefore, majority vote will pass the legislation. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for clarifying the legislation for us on the voting. It is simple majority, colleagues, and the time did expire on the clock. So just do a roll call. Honorable Arvizo. Honorable Arvizo votes green. Honorable Azaret. Honorable James. Honorable Riquinez. Honorable Simonson. Honorable So. Honorable So votes green. And we have 3 excused absences. So with that, we have a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. So the main motion does carry. Thank you, colleagues. Now we are at the tail end of our agenda. One legislation left. We have legislation 0118-23. It is letter E. Primary sponsor, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the title into the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item E, legislation 0118-23. Prime sponsor is Honorable Andy Nez. An action relating to an emergency, approving $5,790,917 from the unreserved undesignated fund, UUFB, to Diné College, Navajo Technical University, Navajo Preparatory School, Inc., and Phoenix Indian Center. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading that title into the record. Do we have a motion on the floor? Motion by Honorable Parrish. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Toth. Honorable Simpson. Question of privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and members of the 25th Council. Going off of the previous legislation and a question by Honorable Delegate Eugene Charles Newton, this current legislation 0118-23, again, going back to the 2/3, I see these 4 entities are usually funded on an annual basis every fiscal year. So this has to be a recurring expense for the Navajo Nation. So back in, I serve on the 21st Council, 22nd Council, we funded these programs on an annual basis, every fiscal year. So I'd like to have clarification. Since this is funded every fiscal year, it has to be recurring expenses. That's my question of privilege, Madam Speaker, members of 25th Council. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Just for clarification, we can refer that to our legal counsel, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you very much. So in UUFB legislations, the Office of the Controller is required to attach a memo stating whether under their accounting rules, under GAAP, etc., whether the expense is recurring or non-recurring. And if you will look in Exhibit F under this package, there is a memo actually dated May 19th, but I do believe there may be a more current memo as an amendment. But that memo states that it is non-recurring. So an explanation, you will need an explanation from the Controller's Office as to whether that is the identification of the funding being non-recurring, if that is correct. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, Delegate.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff, for that clarification. Colleagues, I believe that did answer Delegate Simpson's question. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. I do support this legislation, but we just need clarification for Office of Controller. Again, I still believe this is a recurring expense. So I'd like the clarification from Office of Controller, Madam Speaker.
We do have Controller here with us, Mr. McCabe, if we can make room for him so he can address Honorable Simpson's question.
Good afternoon, members of the 25th Navajo Council, Shinadai, Speaker. So I think when we started this process of vetting, you know, the amounts needed by Navajo Technical University and Diné College, I issued a memo, and in different times, meetings that we had on this summer, I concurred that this is, and I think we get stuck in the semantics, Shinatai, and I believe that from the standpoint of accounting and the Office of the Controller, and I don't know if OMB would say differently, but there is a, in our footnotes to our financial statement, Shinatai, footnote 1 talks about what we call in the accounting world committed fund balance. In the footnote, committed fund balance specifically says those are amounts that are committed and by an internal allocation or appropriation by the highest approving authority, which in this case would be the council. So by accounting definition, the Office of the Controller's position is this is recurring funds, because once it's committed by the council, from an accounting standpoint, we view that as monies that are committed for a purpose. They appear on our balance sheet as committed, and therefore they should almost be treated at that point as restricted or external funds. So if documentation is needed by the Controller's Office, and I think this is where we get caught up in semantics as far as between my office and possibly OMB, that we get stuck in the word games of what encumbered is and committed and non-committed and stuff like that. But I can tell you, Shinada, that from an accounting standpoint, even in our own financial statements, Note 1 says, funds allocated by the Navajo Nation Council are to be considered committed fund balance, which in and of itself means recurring funding. So this is something I've been trying to work with Dodie and Honorable Delegate Nez, and even members of NTU and Diné College to consider this, since it's year-to-year funding already allocated by statute, to consider this on our end committed funds and therefore recurring.
Thank you, Controller. Colleagues, Honorable Simpson, did that answer your question?
Madam Speaker, with that answer, I believe it's at your discretion now, because it's stated by OOC, it's recurring. So at your discretion now, with help with, let's say, council, I believe this requires 2/3 vote of the full council.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you very much. So actually, what this after hearing what the controller said, this legislation, it's going to be a little more complicated than just a 2/3 vote. What we have is, I have a letter issued, and it's attached as Exhibit F, which states that it is non-recurring. So the legislation was drafted in that shape or form. And now I have a new memo dated October 16th, which you haven't gotten yet, but it also says it's non-recurring. And those memos were issued by Robert Willey, not Mr. McCabe. So now what we will need to do, an Office of Legislative Counsel will need a little bit of time to do this. One, we will need a new memo from the controller stating that it is recurring. Then we are going to need to put together some waiver language. And then after that is amended, then it will require 2/3 votes. So those are the steps we need to take, given the controller's announcement. Back to you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff, for that clarification. Again, colleagues, we haven't recognized a motion or a second. It was this raising by Honorable Simpson's point of privilege. So we did hear from Ms. Barbroff that it would need some time to update the memos and also some of the language within the legislation. Yeah, we do have a motion and a second. Excuse me, we do have a motion by Honorable Parrish and a second by Honorable Toth. Okay, Honorable Dr. Andinez, I'm going to go to you since this is your legislation.
Speaker and colleagues, so maybe this can go back to Ms. Bobroff as well. So the reason it became UUFB was this is for fiscal year 2021, where by statute, our higher educational institutions do receive their funding as part of the allocations from the Navajo Nation. However, due to some discrepancies over time, that's how it landed back into general funds and to the UUFB, which is simply what we're taking from here. So the clarity I need is, if you're indicating that it's reoccurring, to my understanding, that means we're reoccurring from UUFB every year rather than our higher educational institutions automatically getting it on a yearly basis based on statute. So if I can just get that clarity, does reoccurring mean that we're taking it from UUFB yearly when in fact it should already be allocated by statute to our higher educational institutions? Because my understanding with the non-reoccurring is because simply the discrepancy that happened a few years ago with the funding that was initially allocated to our higher educational institutions went back to general funds, which became UUFB, and therefore we're here to request that funding to replenish what fiscal year 2021 was unallocated for our higher education institution. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. First, we can go to Ms. Barbroff, and then we can go to Controller. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Dr. Nez. The Office of Legislative Counsel's understanding is that a recurring expense is an expense that happens every year. The source of the expense is not what's in question. The question is whether the expense happens every year. How you're going to pay for it is not the question as to whether it's recurring or non-recurring, meaning a recurring expense doesn't mean one that is always paid for the UUFB. It just means that it is an expense the nation has to address every year. That is how OLC understands it, but we do rely on the Controller's Office to make that determination as to whether it's a recurring or non-recurring expense. And right now, I view this as the legislation was drafted based on Mr. Willie's memo that says it's non-recurring, okay? It looks like that Mr. McCabe has taken a second look at it and determined it's recurring as opposed to non-recurring. So we do have to adjust the legislation if that is correct, but I think it would be much better if Mr. McCabe talked to you about recurring and non-recurring expenses. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Controller, Mr. McCabe?
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Speaker and members of the Council, 25th Council. So just to clarify, the statement I made is one that it is the opinion of the Office of the Controller that this money should have never reverted back to UUFB because in its nature, it is committed, therefore making it recurring. However, the legislation was drafted and the memo drafted by Robert Willie was such that we were assuming that it had gone back to UUFB, and then we had to take it out again out of UUFB as a non-recurring expense. The statement I made earlier and the opinion that we'll keep is this money should have never gone back to UUFB. This is committed monies, much like external funds are, and therefore shouldn't be subject to automatic reversion. And that was something that we tried to amend in the BIM during this budget season. I'm not sure it actually went through. So I hope I clarified a little bit. Maybe I made it as clear as mud, Shinada, but what I'm trying to explain is the nature of the appropriation under statute that happened back in 2021 should have been a committed fund balance, meaning it should have never gone back to UUFB or reverted. But since we were under the understanding that it had, we drafted the memo in the legislation under the assumption that it had gone back to UFB, and so we're pulling it out. I guess what I'm trying to get to is going forward, these types of statutory allocations should be treated as committed and therefore not be subject to reversion to the UUFB because they are year-to-year funding amounts and they are statutorily committed. And again, from an accounting standpoint, that by definition makes it recurring, meaning it happens every year and we shouldn't have to go back to get it back out of UUFB. My understanding is this happened because there was some sort of an admin glitch last year, which failed, which made it not encumbered. And I don't think it was the fault of NTU or Dene College. It's something that happened last year on the closeout, and therefore it got buried under UUFB. Right now, I think what we're trying to do is get it out of UUFB, but going forward, it needs to be considered committed, and therefore we don't have to do this again. It should automatically carry forward the new year funding. So I hope I made that clear, Shinaka.
Mr. McCabe, for that clarification. I'm just going to go down the line for requests to speak. We do have two in queue. We have Honorable Vince James. This is 5 minutes to the main motion. Question of privilege raised by Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Dr. Nez, he had told Mr. Cave, thank you. Mr. Cave, is this recurring expense? Is this funding? Is this UUFB that's being requested now? Is this for a recurring expense? If it is, we need 2/3 vote. We need clarification on that. That's what I'm asking. Very simple answer will alleviate these questions of privilege. Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. I'm going to recognize that point of privilege. Mr. McCabe.
So my answer would be, it would be no. It would be non-recurring just because of what happened. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Going back to who's in queue, we had Honorable James. That was in queue first. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Just another auto. So, pano ni so, Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and audience, the Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Earlier he said, "Go Warriors." You didn't say "Go Hornets." Mr. Controller McCabe, Ado Nana, Dominic Bial, Dide, Ayo Kut Ado Lebech Nahuilna. We continue to say red tapes and all of these different issues. This is one of them. How can OOC and OMB cannot either go downstairs or go upstairs to talk and to exchange information? Even though you guys are still in the same building under one roof, it's still difficult for you guys to manage the business of the Navajo Nation, to manage the funds of the Navajo Nation. Na antien yayat eho ye gahtoli no da hatali so del zinle edo da pastor da the nebizad the yen bizad da hit ache o not so del zinle ako khode e hot ado lebe na hit nil ado ya shonda ako I just wish that and we were in a perfect world to where OMB can just say, hey, we'll just go under controller. Let controller be our supervisor. That would be something that would be unique, interesting to hear as a good news for the Navajo Nation. Okoko kale nahat ado kodo the last say to be a more of a control of what as OMB and OOC. Oko somebody wants to take control and somebody wants to be more in control of the whole management of funds. With that, ado kodobe hata isi recurring funds the no the beyada do memo do legislation the baka So I'd like to entertain a motion to table this legislation until such all those documents have been ratified, updated, and submitted with the packet at the next either special council session or during the winter council session. Until we have a council session again, I'd like to table this legislation that way we have all the supporting documents attached and then also indicated as exhibits on the legislation to give time to OMB and OOC to sit down and hash this out as well on trying to fix this problem for our upper educational institutions, the service that they provide for our Navajo children throughout the Navajo Nation. So I will make that motion. Speaker, reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. There is a motion to table. And let's go update that here on the board first. And it reads, motion to table until the next Navajo Nation Council special/regular session, and to have all documents that have been ratified and updated be provided. So we do have a motion by Honorable James and second by Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And regarding to our rules of Rule 19C, the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table legislation. And no other further debate shall be allowed. Honorable Dr. Andinez, 3 minutes.
Yeah, and also to Shijaya for offering that motion to table. I know that there is some confusion related to the positions that were provided here by our controller, but also from our legal counsel, and then my own interpretation. But, you know, as Controller McCabe has identified, we want to be able to establish something in law that allows our higher education institutions to receive their funding because they do on a yearly basis. And rather than going through contracts and, you know, the process, the internal processes that the Navajo Nation has, what we want to pursue is to be able to give forward funding so that our students are automatically obtaining the funds that they're obligated to, and that the council and the Navajo Nation government has obligated to our higher educational institutions as well as our students. So I think in the essence of to formally gather the information that needed. I know that, I don't know how many of you opened your amendments. There are updated figures in there as well as budget forms, but we will work with Kristen as well as the team here to identify specifically whether this is non-reoccurring or occurring based on the memo to use UUFB funding. So that, again, just needs some clarity. So Speaker, colleagues, I accept the tabling motion, but please understand too that, you know, our students have been waiting for their funding to be allocated to support programming services directly impacting Diné College students as well as NTU. So I will say that much, Speaker, and we will work with the team, and hopefully that before the spring semester, we're able to conduct perhaps a special meeting to get our students their funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andinez. And as stated, a tabling motion is not debatable, so we can go straight to a vote on the tabling motion. 2 minutes on the board. And this will be a majority vote. Less than 45 seconds on the board. Honorable Simpson, how do you vote? Votes red. Honorable Nota? Honorable Azaret? Honorable Helena Nazbegay? Honorable Simonson? And we do have 3 absences. With that, we have 8 in favor, 9 opposed, with speaker not voting. So the motion to table fails. We are back on the main motion, colleagues. Going to request to speak. We have Honorable So, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Yeah, it looks like we're sorting through the spaghetti noodles and who dropped the ball and so forth. But that at that time, there's nobody to refer back to, and the office of the controller, our controller and OMB now is trying to figure out what happened, whether the funding is recurring or non-recurring. FY22 has already passed. Someone didn't do their job to get those funds appropriated or given it to the entities. I do agree that it has to come back to council for a UEFB request, and just as a standard UEFB a request so that we could replenish those dollars, because those dollars in 2022 appropriate when the audit happened, the yearly audit, or the not the audit, the yearly reconciliation, that gave a new UUFB, an updated UUFB number for fiscal year 2023 versus what was appropriated in the comprehensive budget. But it basically chose though it may have been appropriated inside fiscal year 2023 and 24, because those were UFB. I don't there were some UUFB legislations that went through. So those dollars that total amount that was put back into the UFB is probably appropriated. We already said we already gave it away. But now it's a new fiscal year. We have not gotten the reconciliation amount from the controller, because Office of Budget Management and the controller's office is working on the reconciliation of how much dollars came back through the UEFB behind Dehigi. So one is that somebody had to make that request, that determination that it had to come back. And I just would like to request that maybe we get that information emailed to the council so that we understand who dropped the ball. We could go back and backtrack what we're trying to fix here. But bottom line is that these dollars may have been already appropriated in FY 2023. ako janshi whether it came off the top of the fixed costs, adro yahanani te. And then with my legislation of recouping, having the lapse funds put in place, you know, that may have covered this. But there should have been a request made to FY 23, fiscal year 23 comprehensive budget for carryover or something. Also on the books. But if that did not occur, those funds would have reverted back to the UEFB. So it's an order that we just move forth and reappropriate these dollars to them. That way we're sorting, we can finish up and go home. So, whether you support it or not, let's go move forth and let's go ahead and just move forth and vote, and you make that justification to your constituents. And so I don't need to reserve my time. I'm ready to vote on this matter, and
Thank you, Honorable So waives his time. Next, we have Honorable Parrish, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Good evening to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Speaker Curley. It's good to be with everyone. Thank you, Speaker Otto So, for explaining a little bit about the history of the allocations. Thank you, Controller McCabe, for doing the best of your ability to explain the complications of the allocation, especially with the new laws that impact the carryovers. I think that's a new discussion that we've been having, and I know Honorable Dr. Andy Nez mentioned earlier that there's an amendment. I'd like to motion to offer that amendment because it does clean up the language in this legislation. It also goes to speak to the deletion of Navajo Preparatory Incorporated and Phoenix Indian Center, because this is a legislation that both Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and I have been taking a look at for the past almost 5 months. And that's because originally this legislation was asking for a lot more money, and internally through Budget and Finance and through the Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, we wanted to really isolate the issues that were happening in the payments to these institutions. So once we discovered that the issues, we continue to work with the Controller in discovering new ways that we can mitigate this situation. So that legislation is forthcoming, and continued discussion with Delegate Dr. Andy Nez on the mitigation of how these entities are being paid out on an annual basis, because this is a reoccurring expense, but this legislation is non-reoccurring allocation from the UUFB, just for that clarification. So that those are two different topics, and this legislation in particular is just a one-time allocation. That was because that there was no previous allocation from a previous fiscal year, which was then moved over to the UUFB. So I'd like to motion to offer amendment number 1 to the legislation. It was emailed out to the council at 3:49 p.m. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 2:46. Thank you, Honorable Parrish. There is a motion for amendment number 1. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read that into the record, and we can entertain a second?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1, page 1, line 11 through 14, make the following changes. Approving $5,790,917. I believe that's supposed to be deleted language. And new language, underscore $5,625,000, and new language, unreserved undesignated fund balance, new language balance, UUFB to Dene College and Navajo Technical University, overstrike, comma, and Navajo Preparatory School, Inc., and Phoenix Indian Center, and overstrike. 2, page 3, lines 1 through 2, make the changes as indicated below. College, overstrike, comma, and Navajo Technical University, overstrike, comma, and Navajo Preparatory School, Inc., and the Phoenix Indian Center, and overstrike, collectively the grantees. 3, page 3, line 15 through 16, delete those lines in their entirety. 4, page 3, line 17 through 18, delete those lines in their entirety. 5, page 3, line 28, delete overstrike $5,790 and insert $5,625,000. 6, page 3, line 19 through 20, make the changes as indicated below. There's nothing. 7, page 3, line 20, make the following changes. Delete overstrike May 24, 2023, and insert underline October 16, 2023. 8, page 3, line 22, make the changes as indicated below. Delete overstrike May 19, 2023, and insert underscore October 16, 2023. 9, page 3, line 24, make the changes as indicated below. Unaudited balance in the UUFB as of overstrike May 4, 2023, and overstrike, insert new language, September 22, 2023, and underline is $15,236,298. Overstrike, insert new language, $188,160,284. 10, page 4, line 2, delete overstrike $3,525,000 and insert and underline $2,100,000. 11, page 4, lines 4 to 5, delete those lines in their entirety. 12, page 4, lines 6 through 7, delete those lines in their entirety. 13, exhibits A, remove current exhibit A and replace with new exhibit A. B, remove current exhibit B and replace with new exhibit B. C, remove exhibit C in its entirety. D, remove exhibit D in its entirety. E, remove current exhibits E and F and replace with new exhibits E and F. 14, renumber or relitter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading amendment number 1 into the record. Colleagues, is there a second? Second by Jerry Gina Charles Newton. First in queue for comments and questions on amendment number 1, we have Honorable James. 5 minutes to amendment number 1.
Don, Speaker, members of the council. This is the reason why I asked to table the legislation. So when the tabling motion didn't go through. So my question to legal counsel is, we're going to pass a legislation with no notice coming from Office of Management and Budget Office, no notice coming from the Office of the Controller. Because in this amendment here, you're taking that exhibit out of this legislation. So at that point, there's no memo from OMB. There's no memo, there's no letter from OOC. And we are taking into consideration precedent for other legislations that will be forthcoming asking for funding. And at this point in time, if we approve this legislation for future legislations, then we don't need to have a letter coming from OMB and OOC as a supporting document. So right now, there's no documentation from OMB, OOC attached to this legislation. On top of that, there is no detailed budget documents that will be attached to this legislation because we're taking it all out as exhibits. And when it comes down to it, the only thing that's before us is a legislation with no documents coming from OOC, from OMB. No documentation indicating of how this grant application was submitted. We're taking all of that out. And is that how we're going to run business from here on out with our legislations? If so, then that's great because we'll have more legislation coming when we don't need all of these supporting documents, exhibits attached to our legislations where we ask for funding. Because in reality, if this amendment passes, there's nothing attached to this legislation. And that's very, very interesting on how we're proceeding with this legislation. I have nothing against the institution receiving the funds, but we need to maintain an order with our documents of the things that is required as supporting documents to legislations. Let's table it until the next regular or special council session. This is where we're at now. I just need an answer if there's no letter attached to it. So there's nothing going to be attached to this legislation. So I just need an answer, and I guess that will tell me how to move forward on how to vote for this legislation. Earlier we were talking about auditors and audits happening and all of that stuff and so forth down the line. So and so reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserved time of 1:17. That question was directly to our legal counsel, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate Delegate James' insistence on the documents. The documents are available. They were produced in hard copy. I believe Office of Legislative Services is having them scanned, etc., and they should be provided to you. If you look at the amendment, it's saying replace such and such exhibit with a new exhibit. Those documents should be coming your way. They do have a controller memo and an OMB memo provided with them. So I guess back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff, and also Honorable James. We're checking with IT to see how long it will take for them to scan those documents and emailed. Question of privilege raised by Honorable James.
Speaker, other members of council, audience, so when I read the amendment that you guys have posted on the board under 12, it talks about remove exhibit C entirely and then remove exhibit D entirely. So if we have documents that are coming, there should be an indication to where it's being replaced with whatever document that's coming forth to us. It shouldn't say remove exhibit C entirely or it's remove exhibit D entirely. Again, this is the reason why I said let's table it, but if we can fix this legislation here at council, then that's something that's just out of my hand, and just because the way people or my colleagues voted on it. So I guess we're just fixing the legislation here at council. And then at the same time, I believe that this was an emergency legislation. It never came before HESI as well, Health Education Human Service Committee. But my main point is it states up there it's removing the exhibits entirely. And when you look at the memos that is currently attached from OMB and OOC, there's no indication of what's being forwarded to us or how we're going to replace those. Edeya, thank you. Kore.
Thank you, Honorable James, for your point of privilege. Just for clarity, Exhibit C was pertaining to Navajo Preparatory School, and Exhibit D was for the Neck College. So the amendment was overstriking Navajo Preparatory School and oh yeah, Phoenix Indian Center, correct me. Phoenix Indian Center is Exhibit D. Okay, we're gonna send those new exhibits out to your email. Okay, colleagues, the scanned exhibit is on the board. Okay, and it was emailed as well. It's labeled as scanned documents. Okay, so we have those new exhibits updated, and we are still on amendment number 1. Next in queue, we have Chair Regina Charles Newton, 5 minutes to amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you. I had to clarify with, just so that I understood what Chair Parrish was talking about and the reason for her amendment. You know, the reason the motion to table was made is because this is more of a procedural issue. It's not so much that we find something wrong, like we don't want to approve the legislation. It's a procedural issue. It's about the procedure and the way that we handle things here at council. I feel like, you know, it has been somewhat of a circus today. Speaker, you know, we have delegates that are not respecting you as speaker. You know, we have continued activity that's going on in the back. We have, you know, legislations that are not even ready when they should have been ready, that are before this council. We need, you know, I just plead with my colleagues to let's just vote to table this legislation so that they can properly put it together and to like have all of the documents there, because if we make an exception for this legislation, we open the door for making exceptions for all legislations dealing with UUFB that are not prepared. which means we're not being effective and we're not being efficient here at council. If this legislation was ready, we would not be debating this in circles. We would have been able to have just gone straight to vote. But I think that the questions that have been asked are very valid, because like Delegate Simpson, I had questions regarding the 2/3 legislation. And, you know, how are we making that determination? So in a way, Speaker, you know, you have, and you know, we have our Chief Legislative Council that's determining things, that's the outcome of council, but we as a council, we're not authorizing. We're not saying that, you know, we have a 25th delegate, and that's our Chief Legislative Council. And I said this during budget, you know, and I'll say it again, you know, we're not being asked as a council, like these changes that are being made. And I'm trying to keep up with the council rules of order. Every time, and this is a good suggestion for the new delegates, every time DOJ or Chief Legislative Council give us advice on a rule, write that rule down and the date. Then you can come back and you can question, wait a minute, on this day you said this. So how is that different from today? And I understand that the facts are different, but just know, colleagues, this is a procedural issue. This legislation, there's a lot of confusion. There's amendments being offered. We just need the full legislation, and we need Office of the Controller to issue a memo. As most UUFB, actually all UUFB legislations that I've dealt with always had a memo from the controller. And I think where it confused us all is the memo says one thing and then the controller verbally said another thing. So now we have this amendment that's before us. And I think that, you know, the chair, we should always adhere to the chair when they're making these types of amendments. I do. I give respect to the chairs. I feel like if they're making an amendment to a legislation that they oversee, there's a reason why they do that. So I went to Chair Parrish to ask her, okay, explain it to me, you know, and she did. And now you have Chair Vince James who's saying that this legislation never even went to Hess, and we're making the decision here without all of the documents in place. It's a procedural issue. I just need to know what the rules are so that the next time this type of legislation comes forward, I'll know how to move forward. And then that means that I can submit now UUFB requests without all the documents in place, and Dana has to write the legislation without asking me to have all of the documents in place. That's how I see this. It's a procedural issue. It's not so much to the actual issue of the legislation, it's a procedural issue. So we just need proper guidance, and so I beg the sponsor to please, can we just table this legislation? I motion to table, is what I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. There is a motion to table within our rules, Rule 19. All tabling motions shall take precedence over all other motions before the council. So we will update that here on the table. Is there a specific timeline? Put her mic.
Legislations are in place or until the next council session. Whatever you get done first.
Estás. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
quorum, son. We have 14.
Chair Gina Charles Newton, is that correct on the board before I recognize a second?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Ricky Nez. Okay, according to our rules, the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his reasons not to table legislation. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 3 minutes.
Great, thank you, Shadow Speaker. Also to Shannon Linikoro, Honorable Charles Newton for that motion again to table. Colleagues, I will leave it at your discretion. However, I will say that I think part of the confusion was just the delay in the documents that you see before you, because we did correspond with the Controller's Office, with OMB. In fact, OMB did several reviews on the budget forms that you see before you from Diné College as well as NTU. So those budget forms have gone through several reviews from OMB, and so the OMB memo that you also received indicates that they are in order for the amount. And also for the memo from the controller also indicates Diné College as well as Navajo Technical University's amount. So again, I apologize that that delay reached you via email shortly after the amendment was proposed, but also with the legislation. But we did conduct those correspondence with both parties and all respectable parties, and that's why we proposed this amendment. So the amendment really is just to remove Phoenix Indian Center, because that's a separate, as well as Navajo Prep, because those will be further discussed. But right now, I certainly don't want to delay the funding that is allocated to our students, because both Diné College as well as NTU has been carrying using their own funds to be able to carry the costs that should have been allocated through general fund. I do accept the motion, but colleagues, I just wanted to provide that explanation so we can clarify here on point. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. So we do have a motion and a second for a tabling motion, and it will not be debated. So 2 minutes on the board for the tabling motion. Point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
I just want to make sure that I got the right documents that Delegate that Didi Naz is talking about, because the amounts are wrong on the new ones that are sent to us. So we got one amount from the controller, one amount from OMB, and then one amount that's stated on the old legislation, then one amount that's stated on the new legislation. So which one is correct? I just need to I need you to just tell me which one is correct.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker, member of the council, audience. On the attachment, the new attachment that we received, replacing Exhibit E, the letter from OMB, which is dated October 16th, indicates the $5,790,917, and it has the 4 institution schools name on there. And then if you go to the next new replacement, Exhibit F, under OOC, they have the new dollar amount of $5,625,000, and it only has the Diné College and Navajo Technical College. So one of them is incorrect to make that motion to move forward of replacing Exhibit E the way the amendment was written. It's still the same. And the way it was addressed to us, it was updated memos, but it's not updated memo if OMB still has the 5.7 million on their letter and then the 4 schools on there. Thank you.
So we're looking at the exhibits E and F. So those memos do include the schools that were overstricken. So it does include Navajo Preparatory School and also Phoenix Indian Center. So we have that here. Maybe the sponsor does have a clear answer for those. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Charles Newton. First and foremost, it is on the existing legislation different because the amendment that was motioned by Honorable Parrish is still up there. When you adopt that amendment, then you have corresponding figures with the Net College as well as NTU. As far as the second, it does, you are correct, under the OMB memo, 2C and 2D both have Navajo Prep and Phoenix Indian Center. I did ask Mr. Bial if he can remove those because we were only adopting an amendment for Diné College and Navajo Technical University. But according to Mr. Bial, he did indicate that an amendment would have to be adopted first and then he'll remove those two. So until the amendment is made here, he's well aware that this amendment is only for Diné College and NTU, and therefore that's why you still see it on there, according to Mr. Bial. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you for that clarification, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Again, those were two point of privileges, so we do have those facts that were presented in front of you with those through those point of privileges. So we will continue on with the tabling motion. 2 minutes on the board. Less than 25 seconds on the board, colleagues. Okay, time has expired. Honorable Azaret, Honorable Helena Nesbegay, Honorable Seth Damon. Time expired on the board. Honorable Shawndeen Parrish. Honorable Shawndeen Parrish votes red. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Simonson. And we have 3 excused absences. With that, we have a vote of 8 in favor, 9 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Motion to table fails. We are still on amendment number 1. We'll turn the floor over to Honorable Parrish, motioning party. Okay, we're going back to, I don't see anybody else in queue. Honorable James with 1 minute and 17 seconds. Honorable James, 1 minute and 17 seconds. On amendment number 1.
Thank you, speakers and members of the council. Yeah, thank you. Kodo shanatsudo ando kodo legislation hidato nanal to saliko procedural issues concerns eya ekwagi bahadi zihnleko ado halit ado lehle halit ado nihla johot aban saha case leko ako shisazido Abbas tia shitanab based on linear achit ahoda chito in donald sosto jol kid nas nelo jokot ako binan hit ahat shkedo li binina biga han hit that needle li to on here on that link the base man sa ane on Facebook on social media binina hit ahat shkedo dan hot zi ako the people's money hit that no e sheep and nachit e kodo I'll just vote red on this legislation because of the procedural issues. This is an internal issue that we run into, and we're allowing it as the lawmakers of the Navajo Nation, as legislators, we're allowing it for this to move forward and have this happen.
Thank you, Honorable James. Time. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments on amendment number 1? Chair Eugenia Charles Newton removes her second. Colleagues, is there Honorable Otto So seconds? So we do have a new second. Colleagues, second call for any comments or questions on amendment number 1. Third call. Go to the board to vote for amendment number 1. Right there. Less than 40 seconds on the board. Honorable Azeret, Honorable Helena Begay, Honorable Norman Begay. This is for amendment number 1. How do you vote? Time has expired on the board. Honorable Begay votes red. Honorable Damon. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Damon votes green. Honorable Simpson. Honorable Simonson. With that, Honorable Daniels changed his vote to green. With that, colleagues, we have a vote of 12 in favor, 4 opposed, with speaker not voting. Amendment number 1 carries. Thank you, colleagues. We are back on the main motion. We do have a motion and a second. We have reserved time by Honorable Parrish with 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Honorable Parrish waives her time. Colleagues, are there any other additional comments or questions? This is on the main motion. He does. Oh, we do have reserved time. Just double checking my notes. We have Honorable James, 1 minute and 28 seconds.
Speaker, thank you. Legislation for future information. Ado OMB kot en his no ado beke nanlo beni na hoshin ke beni yanat ani bishma sa anenle o ade dominant beyond Kwaji legislation approved earlier undan no do bilt eda. That's not the correct way of doing our procedure ways of doing legislation. He needs to write that letter before the legislation is written, so it is a supporting document. If OOC can do that letter and make that correction, then he's able to do it too. Dominant beyond OMB onan hilo nan hilo o hayuj halaben hij nahot eot throughout the Navajo Nation. Hahoshe yabahoshi kedole. Some of them were not even paid out. They didn't even get their payroll. Coming from OMB nana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Colleagues, is there any other questions or comments? We also don't have any more reserved time. Second call. Third call. Ms. Johnson, could you help us do our second reading, and we will go into a vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1, page 1, lines 11 through 14, make the following changes. Approving overstrike $5,790,917 and insert $5,625,000. Unreserved undesignated fund insert balance. UUFB to Diné College and Navajo Technical University overstrike, comma, and Navajo Preparatory School Inc. and Phoenix Indian Center and overstrike. 2, page 3, lines 1 through 2, make the changes as indicated below. College overstrike, comma, and Navajo Technical University overstrike, comma, and Navajo Preparatory School Inc. and the Phoenix Indian Center, comma, and overstrike, collectively the grantees. 3, page 3, line 15 through 16, delete those lines in their entirety. 4, page 3, line 17 through 18, delete those lines in their entirety. 5, page 3, line 28, delete overstrike $5,790,000 and insert underscore $5,625,000. 6, page 3, line 20, make the following changes. Delete overstrike May 24, 2023, and insert underline October 16, 2023. 7, page 3, line 22, make the changes as indicated below. Delete overstrike May 19, 2023, and insert October 16, 2023. 8, page 3, line 24, make the changes as indicated below. Unaudited balance in the UUFB as of overstrike May 4, 2023, and insert September 22, 2023 is overstrike $15,236,298 and insert $188,160,284. 9, page 4, line 2, delete overstrike $3,525,000 and insert $2,100,000. 10, page 4, lines 4 through 5, delete those lines in their entirety. 11, page 4, lines 6 through 7, delete those lines in their entirety. 12, exhibits. A, remove current exhibit A and replace with new exhibit A. B, remove current exhibit B and replace with new exhibit B. C, remove exhibit C in its entirety. D, remove exhibit D in its entirety. E, remove current exhibits E and F and replace with new exhibits E and F. 13, renumber or relater succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, 2 minutes on a board, and this is for the main motion. Simple majority. Honorable Azeret, Honorable Helena Nesbegay, Honorable Simonson. I believe that's the full vote here from the council, colleagues. We have 16 in favor, 1 opposed, with speaker not voting. Thank you, colleagues. We are down at number 11, close of session announcements. We have Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Atsui Speaker Curley. I really appreciate your leadership during a tough council day. I'd like to ask the council and those in the gallery to recognize several students that we have here today. They're seated behind me, and we're joined by Kevin Patterson and Clara Chang. They're both PhD students from Columbia University in New York. Kevin's family, yeah, let's give a round of applause and then I'll explain more. Kevin's family is based in Round Rock, and he also grew up in Farmington. We also have a student, Claire Davis, from Many Farms. She's an undergraduate student at Dannett College, and Chase Bebo is a undergrad at Crown Point, he graduated this past spring from NTU. They are all environmental scientists and I believe geologists who study water and its relation to the communities who rely on it. They're Navajo students hoping to engage with their home communities to bring their expertise and skills to help facilitate discussions and collaborate with the communities to improve water quality issues, which we know we have a lot of all across Navajo based off of our challenging geology and geography. They're going to be holding a preliminary discussion this Friday from 8 to 11 a.m. at Round Rock Chapter House. So those of you who are listening on the World Wide Web and in the chambers, if you'd like to come join them to have a discussion on water quality issues, we really want to invite you to that, and especially our community members from Round Rock and the surrounding communities. And we hope that this is one step towards a long-term collaboration with our communities and central agency. And we hope that it prioritizes mutual learning and training to ensure that future Navajo generations understand our environments, our communities, and the resources that we have. So thank you very much, colleagues, for recognizing these wonderful young people who are here to serve our Navajo people. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Next for announcements, we have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker.
Before you begin, colleagues, visitors, that we are still here in session, so if you could have your side conversation in either of the conference rooms or outside, that we greatly appreciate it.
Can we wait here first, because this is an announcement that I want everybody to hear. Delegate Arvizo, pause right there. No, I'm going to say, and I'm glad that we're still, what I'm going to announce, Speaker, is a good thing. Speaker Damon tomorrow will have 365 days of sobriety. And I will say, Speaker, that coming from the 24th, that, and I said this before, but Speaker Damon, you know, you really hurt me a year ago when we had to come together and we saw you hurt, we saw you fall. You hurt me and you hurt other delegates. And I remember the day that we had to decide. We cried because we didn't want to see. I will say, Speaker, you are a dang good speaker. You were neutral. You knew how to command. You are a great leader, and you still are. And I told you that day that I support you 100%. And I knew that everybody makes mistakes. And we were all here. If anything, I will say, Speaker, that day, the 24th Navajo Nation Council came together and we embraced Speaker Damon because we know that this is what's happening in our communities. And I'm just so proud of him. I'm so proud of him. And I know that when I see his mom, when I see his dad, they say the same thing. And he didn't want to mention it, and he asked me not to mention it, but I am so proud of him, my little brother, for accomplishing 365 days of sobriety and continuing to be a leader, stepping up, helping us New Mexico delegates as we try to navigate this process with the state of New Mexico and the laws. And he continues to be here for us delegates. I know that he calls me to see if I'm okay. When I'm upset, he calls me to say, Madam Chair, are you okay? So I always tell him, you never stop being speaker. And I just want to recognize Speaker Damon. Thank you, Shatilla, for all your work. And thank you for being sober 365 days. And I know that that's going to keep continuing, but it's such an important, like, monumental thing to celebrate, because we have a leader that fell, but he got right back up and he kept going. And he keeps going for his people, for some of us that still depend on him. And to me, Speaker, that's a leader. Thank you for being my speaker. Thank you. And I say that to you all the time. You are my speaker. I come to you for guidance, and I appreciate that. And I just want to say I'm so proud of you. So I wanted to make that announcement, Speaker. And I know, again, he didn't want to mention anything, but this is a huge deal for someone who has gone through this type of battle. And I think every single one of us who's ever had alcohol in our mouth know that it is sometimes a tough decision to make, but we make that choice every day not to engage in alcohol and drugs. And I just want to thank Speaker Damon for 365 days. Thank you, Speaker Curley. Thank you, Speaker Damon, for your leadership and for continuing to do this for the Navajo people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Next, we do have, we're on announcements. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley. Arushanand Peshbas on Lenigi Gunzacher Koro Ego Fall Session Ban Nasi Kironi Kinana Shidelia. Ashin what Aero Speaker Curley Naharon Hadasan Tahiro Yego and Langabohido Atigi Holland. So I Arnold Scodigin Hilta God bless each and every one of you. Thank you, staff. Thank you very much. And Sago. So
Yes, thank you, Honorable Nez, and thank you to our staff for being here with us late into this evening. And colleagues, I don't see anybody else for announcements, but we do have Western Navajo Fair coming up, so I hope to see all of you out there and travel safely. But we still have more in for announcements. We have Shiaj, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, kodo. Aro kodo that just very quickly kodo nga. O here the additional kodo nga on my legislation kodo nga 0156-23 emergency legislation, Goulding's legislation. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you kodo that my colleagues here zan tsago kodo aro nana kodo hit the nashiba e hota e o ansan ho e I sit o here the additional kodo that Madam Speaker, and also Thursday and Friday is Utah Tribal Leaders Meeting at Montezuma Creek, Utah, in the Net Professional Building, Navajo Utah Commission Office. Just for your information, be safe at the fair if you're going to Tuba City. I just want to say that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shiaj, Honorable Daniels, and congratulations as well on your legislation. Honorable So?
Yeah, just to elaborate on the Western Navajo Fair, which is going on. Today was the opening. We usually indicate that the fair season for Tuba City starts on the Jishahi Gihde Ade 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 Khale. Hatashin net Ada only go Hota Hinail Taha Hotaya Nache Hota Ade fairs and Lini Hota Hinahi Ka. Just a introduction for the or announcement for the Western Navajo Fair, and welcome you guys to Tuba City. On tomorrow morning, we're going to have a re-grand opening for the Tuba City Wellness Center. The Wellness Center has been closed for many, many years. And so we finally got enough to take care of all the deficiencies and all the upgrades that needs to happen to the Wellness Center there in Tuba City. And we're going to have a grand opening. I don't know, the Elder Day Fest is Thursday and Kids Day. Ko aron da Friday shi ana hito kato ash ade. Don't da na kato le Saturday or Sunday aje shi so ki de state or lit o ta o be hi ha sito ko jo nan ash che Speaker Damon, I too am happy and in good Jana yat I know Jean she youth na ati ni kita dil kalende which in yado hard shin latkate ade hanna to ye und edo ti skiajenle ko hat ya be hat khosh la do sita khosh ya billa do chin pata hat nikle ليه هي هلا ياس تخات تخاجك كيسو هتشين وهنا نيتلا even na koko hot istui ya dastio with ya dasti and then bet on it be 19 that is it on the ya be nache show ye that is in the epe hot open as indo here national alone that hodo shanant anada hilsado jono kodo di bi Besmas an Yahanana J.G.P. Kun da Hiltado, Chehadi Zido, Kayat Ehik, Ebahajonico, Maria da Sil Tito Hodo, Madam Speaker, Hodo, Slot Ashilto, the Kawi Clato, couldn't was our hold the show, but he needs no the snow, Omaha Zido, here.
Yeah, Shaja. Honorable So. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else for announcement, but also this weekend is Fort Defiance Agency Council meeting. I believe it's at Coyote Canyon at 9 a.m. Honorable Dr. Andinez.
Oh, just real quick, thank you to my colleagues for supporting our students in that way and continue to also educate me to be a very good delegate on behalf of the 25th, as well as our respective communities, and Kuroshin, Lining, Shajet, Honorable James, Honorable So, and many others. I look up to you all and what you have established and created over the 24th into the 25th. So continue to educate me as a learning experience. But I thank you for your votes and just wish you all a great rest of the week. Be safe. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Nez. Any more announcements? Second call. Third call. All right. We have motion to adjourn by Honorable Toth. Seconded by Honorable So. Any objections? If not, we will go 2 minutes on the board for motion to adjourn. Vice Chair Slater, how do you vote? Votes red. Just kidding. He votes green. Vice Chair Johnson votes green. Honorable Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Unita votes green. Honorable James. Honorable Damon. Honorable Simpson. Honorable Arviso. Honorable Azaret. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Simonson. That is the full vote here in the council chambers. That's a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. And we adjourn our 2023 fall council session at 5:53 p.m. Thank you all, and travel home safely. And thank you to our staff. Have a great evening.